Bane of Humanity 1. There were 2 guards standing outside the gates of the castle. Both of them were wearing bright chainmail with purple tabards over it. They also wore steel caps that reflected the light from the setting sun off in this distance. This made them some of the cleanest and fanciest soldiers Blacknail had ever seen. Looking clean seemed to be as important to them as actually guarding the gate, maybe more, considering how bored they looked and how unobservant they were being. Neither guard noticed Blacknail's approach until he was right on top of them. 1 second, the road leading to the castle was empty, and they were having an uneventful day. The next, there was an inhuman creature looming over them. I have been invited, Blacknail announced. He was dressed in his best armor and wearing his best cloak, which had been made from a mutant wolf he'd slain. The setting sun was behind him, so his face was dark and his antlers caught the light and cast a mess of creepy shadows. Holy gods, one of the guardsmen yelped as he jumped back. The other simply froze and stared at the dark figure before him with wide eyes full of terror. I am Blacknail, and I have been invited by your leaders, the hobgoblin told them. He was used to this. Most humans needed to be told everything repeatedly. It took several long seconds for the guardsmen to process this, which was another annoying human trait. One guard fumbled with his sword, but Blacknail simply stepped forward and put a hand on the man's arm so that he couldn't draw his weapon. Bad idea. The other guard hesitated, but then recognition appeared in his eyes and he relaxed a little. Right, we were told about you. So, are you going to let me in? Blacknail asked. The guards looked at each other uncertainly. Letting a huge hobgoblin in through the front gate seemed like the exact opposite of their usual duty. I suppose that's what we were ordered to do if you showed up, one of them remarked a few seconds later. Good, then open the gates, Blacknail replied with forced patience. He wasn't here to talk to these idiots, but smacking them around wouldn't help. If anything, it would make them stupider. One of the guards hesitantly walked over to the gate. Once he was there, a head-high slot opened and he began talking to someone on the other side. This went on for a while, so Blacknail sighed and studied his surroundings. The castle that loomed behind the 2 guards was quite impressive, and like nothing Blacknail had ever seen before. Its outer walls were not only taller than any other he'd seen, but they were made from thick stone that fit together remarkably smoothly. They looked like they would resist even the most powerful of magical blasts or even a charge by a horde of ogres. All the pointy towers that had been built on the wall were also imposing. Anyone within them would have a commanding view of the area around the castle, which had been built next to the only trail that went through a series of very rugged hills. The keep rose up from inside the outer walls. Made up of more stone, it was squarish in shape except for its triangular roof and 5 towers. There was a tower on each corner of the square, and one taller one in the center. All in all, it had a very simple and functional design. This building was a defensive structure meant to repel invaders, not look pretty. It would have been very difficult for Blacknail to take this castle with his troops. Sure, he might be able to sneak over the outer wall and open the gate after fighting the guards, but even if his minions took the outer walls, the keep in the center could easily be sealed up tight. Against a determined force of human defenders, it would be next to impossible to conquer. Yes, this castle was very different from the crude fortifications that most settlements in the north used. That was to be expected though. This castle had been designed to stop real armies, not just forest beasts and bandits. Also, everything humans made in the south was supposed to be bigger and better, and this castle was located on the northern border of Aloria. Technically, once he was inside the castle, Blacknail would no longer be in the north. The guards were still debating someone on the other side of the door, so Blacknail sighed and let his thoughts wander. The march here from Dagger Point hadn't taken that long, but they'd had to move quickly to get here in time for the meeting. Not that he'd minded leaving Dagger Point as quickly as possible. The friction between Hera and Luphira had grown worse until it was quite uncomfortable for him. Blacknail wasn't even sure why they were fighting. He wasn't interested in Luphira anymore, and even if he had been, there was more than enough of him to go around. Anyway, Blacknail had ended up leaving quite a few troops in Dagger Point, and had decided against leaving anyone important in charge of them. Whoever he left, they'd just end up doing what Luphira wanted anyway. Thankfully, her interests seemed to align with Blacknail's, so he didn't need to kill her. He had more important things to deal with in her games, like Boggets and Warwick. That was why he was standing in front of this impressive heap of stone. Finally, the guards finished their conversation and the gates began to creak open. Blacknail waited until they were completely open, and then he turned and motioned toward a nearby hill. Immediately, over a dozen figures detached themselves from the shadows and followed him in through the gates. The guards jumped in surprise again, but a glare from Blacknail backed by a little fear magic, made them both instantly shut their mouths and go rigid with fear. They said nothing as a dozen hobgoblins and 3 humans made their way into the castle. There were more guards on the inside, but they either decided that the hobgoblins had all been invited in or that this wasn't their problem. Please wait here, someone will be along, meet you soon, one the guards told the newly arrived party, and Blacknail gave him a nod in reply. Kida stepped forward, peered around the gatehouse. I've never been in a castle before. Slums and city markets were more my thing. I defended a castle out on the eastern border during a siege once, back when I was in the army, but we conscripts were never let in the keep itself, Ralphie said. I visited 1 or 2 for family business when I was young, Geralt added. There usually isn't much to them. Just a lot of stone corridors and drafty halls. Blacknail nodded. Lots and lots of stones. I'm actually impressed that someone got a bunch of humans to do this much work. The nobles definitely know how to motivate the common folk, Ralphie remarked sourly. Blacknail looked over at him and gave him an interested look. Oh, how do they do that? He could always use more efficient humans. Ralphie just sighed. Never you mind. It's not important. Before Black Nail could press the point further, he was distracted by the arrival of someone new, a man in neat purple clothing. Black Nail the Hobgoblin, I presume, the man asked. He had a very emotionless manner and rigid posture. Yep, that's me. I can show you my black toenail if you want, Black Nail answered with a smile. He was rather proud of his black toenail. It was why Cedar had given him his name. A hint of grimace briefly flashed across the man's face. No, that won't be necessary. Your loss, the Hobgoblin remarked with a shrug. The man had just lost his only chance to see the toe that terrified the north. Perhaps. I'm to escort you to see the royal counselor. He wishes to speak with you. Please leave your weapons here. Geralt coughed politely as he stepped forward and gave a little bow. We would be very grateful for your service. Please lead the way. Black Nail just nodded along. As a mutant, he wasn't too worried about being disarmed, and Geralt probably knew what he was doing since he was the fancy human ceremony expert. Black Nail had just been making everything up as he went along, which only worked because he was so amazing at everything. After everyone had handed over most of their weapons to the gate guards, Black Nail knew several of his party still had daggers hidden away. The herald began leading the group of hobgoblins toward the keep. They exited the gatehouse and went through the courtyard before reaching the main entrance to the central keep. There were a lot of human troops around, more than Black Nail had expected to see. The soldiers manned the walls and could be seen moving through the dusty courtyard on various tasks. It seemed like there was a small army stationed here right now. Passing some more guards, the herald led Black Nail's group into the keep. It was made from the same cut grey stone, but now there were tapestries and glimmering mage lights on the walls. They also passed the occasional servant, who all fled once they noticed Black Nail. After a little walking, they arrived at a small sitting room with a closed door on the far wall. Fancy tapestries featuring roaring lions and human knights decorated the walls. Black Nail also saw one featuring a harpy with wings outstretched and a very human face, but there was a conspicuous lack of hobgoblins. Well, it wasn't like humans were known for their good taste. At least, there were plenty of soft-looking chairs and couches present. Please be seated here, the Lord will call for you soon, the herald announced as he made a slight bow and then disappeared back the way they'd come. With nothing better to do, the group of hobgoblins and former bandits sat down on the available chairs. There was enough for all of them as long as they squeezed as many hobgoblins as possible onto the two couches. Black Nail and his lieutenants all got their own comfy chairs, of course. The hobgoblin settled down to wait as his minions began to mutter among themselves, and 20 minutes went by without any word from their host. Why did that purple man bring us here just to sit around and do nothing? Black Nail asked his humans after his patience wore out. Geralt sighed. I believe he's asserting his authority over us by showing us that he can keep us waiting. It's a very common tactic for humans, especially among the nobility, who get off on these sort of petty power games. There was a grunt of agreement from Ralphie, and Black Nail frowned thoughtfully. That seems rather rude, Black Nail announced as he got up and walked over to the closed door. A quick jiggle of the handle revealed that it was locked. What are you doing? Geralt asked in concern. I'm being as petty as possible to win the game, Black Nail replied as he began knocking on the door. That's not how it works. Black Nail kept knocking for several long moments, until there was a click as someone unlocked the door from the other side. A moment later, it opened slightly and a young man in the same purple outfit as the herald peeked out. He flinched visibly when Black Nail leaned sideways to meet his gaze. They were only about a foot apart but he didn't withdraw. Yes, can I help you? The servant inquired with a stutter. It looked like he was trying to be angry but was way too scared to pull it off properly. Sensing weakness, Black Nail leered at him. Is the noble guy I'm supposed to meet in there? Yes, but he's busy. Please, wait until he's ready. No, I'm busy too, Black Nail replied as he reached out and pushed the man out of the way, so that he could peer into the next room. It was a small chamber with a large wooden table in the center. There were 4 people around the table. An older man, 2 guards, and one other that Black Nail recognized instantly. It was Sir Masnin. All of the occupants of the room were staring at the intruding hobgoblin, so Black Nail gave the paladin a friendly wave. There was a deep sigh from the elderly man standing next to Sir Masnin who was wearing a long purple robe with silver trim. Very well, just let the hobgoblin in. We're just about ready for him anyway. The servant Black Nail had pushed out of the way nodded at the elderly man. He then composed himself and turned to the hobgoblin. You may enter and attend the lord. Your retinue must wait outside though. Black Nail eyed the servant. He found it highly amusing that the man little thought he could tell him anything. I need one of my men to come in and be a translator. The servant scowled. Your command of the Elorian tongue seems more than adequate to me. I don't need him to translate words, Black Nail explained with a sigh. I need him to tell me what humans mean. Your thoughts are all squishy and hard to understand. Squishy? Yes, like mushrooms or pie. The servant considered this for a moment, but only appeared to grow more confused the more he thought about it, until it looked like his eyes were trying to go off in different directions. He glanced toward the noble, who rolled his eyes and nodded. Very well, the servant conceded as his neutral expression reappeared. He was obviously far more comfortable with taking orders than thinking for himself. Humans, they accepted authority too easily and weren't properly ambitious like hobgoblins. Geralt, get in here, Black Nail told his human minion before he stepped into the room. Smiling in what he hoped was a friendly manner, and not hungry looking, the hobgoblin approached the table. Hello, nice to meet you. The man in the robe gave the hobgoblin a tight smile. So, you're the infamous Black Nail. I must admit that I'd been looking forward to meeting you in person. It's not every day that I encounter such a unique individual. Well, now you have, Black Nail replied. He felt like he should say more, but human small talk wasn't one of his strengths. Why did you invite me here? It's a nice castle, but you probably want something, right? Garrett suddenly stepped up beside Black Nail and slightly in front of him, and bowed. Greetings, Lord. May I have the honor of knowing who I am addressing? The noble nodded. I am Lord La Vista of the King's Council. You may rise. Geralt stood up straight as commanded. Excuse my companion. He is not schooled in the proper etiquette. Yea, that's true, Black Nail agreed. He wasn't even entirely sure what etiquette was. Something about not eating with your hands? I was not expecting you to be, the noble told the hobgoblin. Honestly, your own station is not entirely clear because of the novel nature of your existence. Thus, for now, you operate outside of normal social interactions anyway. Black Nail was fairly certain that was a good thing, but just in case, he replied only with a vague nod. Regardless, more pressing matters seek our attention, and I can thus put up with some ignorance of protocols in the name of expediency, the noble continued. You are the last of the invitees to arrive for this summit, and there is no reason to delay it any longer, so I summoned everyone to the council chamber a while ago. Sir Masnan, whose opinion I trust, tells me that you can be worked with and trusted to adhere to simple bargains. However, I did want to converse with you before we met up with the others so that I could take your measure for myself. Due to the unprecedented crises facing my nation, I have been given the complete authority of the crown. Still, the upcoming negotiations will be difficult, even disregarding complete unknowns like you and your faction. As the noble finished talking, Sir Masnan spoke to Black Nail. I've informed the Lord about all our interactions and what I know of the situation here in the north. It is far more complex than he had suspected. Down south, they tend to ignore everything that happens up here. Lord La Vista nodded. That ignorance might have cost us dearly, especially since some say the black demons originated from these parts, but Sir Masnan has informed me of most of what I need to know about local conditions and actors. However, despite his good descriptions of certain aspects of your character, you still remain the most unpredictable and mysterious of the locals. I am told you control significant territory and have access to far more resources than most would suspect. What is it that you want? Black Nail really wanted to kill Warwick, who was probably in this castle right now. Even now, the fervent desire ate away at the hobgoblin's insides like black boiling acid. He wanted nothing nearly so much as to see the man die horribly and then to chop the man's body up for trophies. The hobgoblin wasn't sure if he should admit this though. He hesitated. Would they accept shiny things as an answer? Thankfully, Geralt had once again proved his use and covered for Black Nail's hesitation. Allow me to give some small answer here. I have spent quite some time among Black Nail and his kin, and let me assure you, they're not so different from the human denizens of the north. Although primitive, they simply seek to better their lives and learn from humans so that they may live as well as we do. Black Nail himself is merely following in the footsteps of his now deceased mistress Harad. Black Nail smiled. That wasn't entirely true. Living easier and better was nice, they'd occupied him completely as a goblin, but turning into a hobgoblin had changed that. Now he thirsted for the hunt and conquest far more than comforts. Black Nail had built his tribe and was copying humans in order to forge soldiers and weapons that would help him kill Warwick. Still, it was a better answer than he could have come up with. It seemed like Geralt had thought that they should pretend to be simple bandits. Black Nail would play along. They weren't sure what this noble wanted yet after all, so it would be best to give him what he expected. Yes, I simply want to keep the territory I've taken and trade with you humans. I can't do that if boggats kill everyone, he told the noble. The noble frowned subtly and studied Black Nail. He didn't seem entirely convinced, but Black Nail just kept smiling as disarmingly as possible. He knew it was difficult for most humans to read him, or even stare at his face for too long. How very wise of you, the man finally remarked as he grimaced and looked away. Very well, thank you for humoring my inquiries. Head back to the sitting room. A servant will take you to the council chamber now, where I will address everyone. As you wish, Lord, Geralt immediately replied with another bow. Black Nail stayed standing straight, but he let Geralt pull him back toward the sitting room. Once there, Geralt turned to the hobgoblin, rubbed his forehead, and groaned. You only got away with that discourtesy because they need you, and Lord La Vista considers you little better than a violent savage that couldn't know better. I am a violent savage, so they better not leave me to wait in any more empty rooms, Black Nail huffed in reply. That's not how it works. However, before Geralt could argue any more, a servant appeared and began leading them down another corridor. They didn't have to go far, and soon they walked through a doorway and entered a large antechamber. The room was full of colorful hangings and impressive furniture. There were also lots of humans present, but Black Nail's gaze was drawn to one man in particular. Warwick. Black Nail growled as he laid eyes on his mortal enemy and rage surged up within him. Bane of humanity too. There were 2 armed guards on either side of the door Black Nail had just walked through, and he'd been disarmed. Thus, he didn't immediately charge Warwick, despite the rage that had suddenly boiled up within him. He took a deep calming breath instead. Vengeance would be his eventually, as long as he stayed in control of his emotions. Warwick was seated at a table that dominated the middle of the room. It was oddly shaped, like a half-circle. Over a dozen chairs sat all along the round edge, while only a single one had been placed in the middle of the straight side. Since Lord La Vista was occupying that lone chair, and facing all the others, Black Nail assumed this was another human intimidation thing, and promptly chose to ignore it. He was unimpressed. It was rather weak compared to the normal hobgoblin intimidation technique of killing someone and impaling their head on a stick. Please have a seat at the table. Your escorts can sit at one of the side tables, the servant that had led Black Nail into the room said as he motioned to the side. There were several small tables scattered at both ends of the room. Some of them were empty, but there were people sitting at others. They had the look of minions, so Black Nail ignored them and turned back to Warwick. Your translator can also join us, Lord Lavista added from where he was sitting. He had 2 guards standing behind his chair, and one of them was Sir Masnan. I want to sit at the big table with the important people, Kida said. I'm one of Black Nail's most important lieutenants and deadliest fighters, after all. Soon, I will rule a massive territory of my own, and everyone will tremble at the mention of my name. Not a chance, Ralphie snorted as he grabbed her shoulder and dragged her over to an empty table. There's already way too much that could go wrong here for my liking, even without you introducing your particular brand of messy stupidity. Everyone else in Black Nail's group except for Geralt followed them to the table. Warwick looked different than the last time Black Nail had seen him, mostly because he wasn't wearing armor or his wolf helm. Instead, his clothing didn't stand out from any of the other people at the table. He wore a grey shirt and some black trousers that looked simple but stylish. Black Nail guessed that he was trying to fit in among the other humans from the south. His rough face and penetrating gaze made him stand out though, especially now that he was scowling at Black Nail. The hobgoblin met his gaze and grinned savagely. Despite his resolve, Warwick flinched at the raw hunger that shone through Black Nail's eyes. He quickly recovered, but he was clearly rattled by the hobgoblin's appearance. That was to be expected. The last time the two had met, Warwick had cut down Black Nail and left him for dead on a battlefield. However, not only had Black Nail survived, but it was that brush with death that had triggered the hobgoblin's transformation into a mutant. Black Nail was significantly larger and more dangerous now. The fires of his hatred also burned stronger. Ah, you're alive after all, Warwick remarked. Hobgoblins must be made of different stuff than men. I'm just special, Black Nail replied. So, I can see, Warwick said as he glanced at the hobgoblin's horns. I'll have to keep that in mind. You won't have to worry about it for long. Lord Lavista interrupted the pair's staring contest. Black Nail, please have a seat so that we may begin the meeting. Sure, the hobgoblin replied as he turned his attention to the other people at the table. 2 were clearly mages from 2 different guilds. Their amulets and robes marked them as human spellcasters. There was also a man who was clearly a priest and quite a few people that looked like nobles of some sort. Some of them were dressed in frilly and colorful clothing that made what Geralt usually wore look plain, but some wore more practical clothing that marked them as having martial experience. Except for Warwick and Sir Masnan, Black Nail was sure he could take them all. I don't think it will matter who we sit next to, Geralt had whispered. None of these people are likely to see us as peers or treat us courteously. Just choose a random place. Nodding, Black Nail led Geralt toward the closest 2 empty chairs. As he moved, he considered his next move. He knew he had one huge advantage over Warwick here, he didn't care what these southern humans thought of him at all. They were idiots, and he only needed their cooperation in the short term, while Warwick was obviously planning on starting a permanent relationship with them. That had always been the wolf's plan to cement his rule, but Black Nail had other resources he could tap. Suddenly one young noble in a red jacket spoke up as Black Nail walked past him. We're dealing with disgusting savages now? I must protest. Oh, good. A challenge. Smiling to himself, Black Nail stopped and turned to look at the man. There was complete silence from everyone else in the room as most people tensed up expectantly. Even Lord Lavista seemed willing to wait and see what Black Nail did. Sneering, the noble that had insulted Black Nail raised a hand as if to punctuate his next words, but Black Nail acted first. Quickly and smoothly, he stepped closer and leaned down so that his face was only a foot away from Noble's. Then, he grinned savagely as he seized an invisible blob of magic from his core and slammed into the man's mind like it was an iron spike. Move, Black Nail hissed right before the man squealed and toppled over backward. The magical terror had caught the man completely off guard, ripped into his mind without resistance, overwhelming him and making incapable of controlling the fear that now surged within him. The stupid noble hit the floor back first and then scrambled away. Still smiling, Black Nail simply grabbed the man's chair and pulled it closer. Thanks for the seat, Black Nail giggled as he sat down. Geralt sighed and took the seat next to him that had also suddenly become vacant. Looking around the table, Black Nail saw that most the humans present were studying him. Their expression varied from shock to outright hostility. Lord Lavista was the only person present who hadn't really reacted to his little display at all. He still had a carefully neutral expression that conveyed authority and control. Now, let the conference officially begin, Lavista announced as he stood up and gave everyone before him a cursory examination. You all know why you are here. A time of great trial and tragedy has engulfed Eloria. The plague threatens all of humanity and it is being spread by these black creatures that some call boggots. Has that actually been confirmed? One noble asked respectfully. Yes, beyond a doubt. Our agents have observed them transporting diseased flesh and captured ghouls from city to city in order to weaken us for invasion, the Lord answered. It is no coincidence that our forces engaged in fighting the plague are ambushed by boggots either. There was murmuring from gathered humans as they took in this information. So, why are you here dealing with us? Shouldn't you be back at home fighting these things? Someone eventually asked. I can't see how the answer to your problem lies in the north, and you've never cared about this land before. The king's representative simply nodded in acknowledgement. That is true. However, this is everyone's problem, and we are reaching out to all our neighbors. We've even ended all conflict with Hulgaron. Communication is ongoing, but it seems likely that a full peace treaty will be signed soon. This caused everyone to begin talking amongst themselves even more. Geralt whistled as if impressed. I suppose it would take something as catastrophic as a massive plague outbreak and an invasion by unknown monsters to stop that war. The death of countless thousands certainly didn't seem to concern them much. I suppose even the nobles realize they need some peasants alive to rule over and that the plague won't discriminate against blue blood. Oblivious to what Geralt was whispering, a porky noble in a frilly red shirt spoke up. But what brings someone so high in the king's esteem here to see us? Many of us are already Eloria our fealty and the others are no real threat to the realm, especially now. I am here for several reasons. First, I come seeking information. Rumor and speculation say that the Boggots emerged from the north, the counselor replied. If anything, it seems there are less Boggots in the north, a stern-looking older noble replied. The fat man in red shrugged. Maybe they don't like the cold. How bad is it near the capital? I haven't heard any details. What exactly are we dealing with? Someone else inquired. This time it was Sir Masnin that answered. He looked sullen as he spoke. Almost every city of note is struggling to contain a full ghoul outbreak, while raids by Boggots striking from below ground weaken us. Already, the city of Persepolis has fallen to the dread plague and the royal army was forced to set it aflame to contain the infection and prevent a horde of ghouls from being released on the countryside. Many other cities are predicted to fall soon as well if nothing changes. There was deathly silence as everyone contemplated the paladin's words. Many of the humans looked pale. Even Warwick looked shocked by the dire straits of the southern cities. Black Nail wished he could have been there to see the fire. He had always wanted to see what a human city would look like after being set aflame. And the Boggots aren't content to simply let the plague devour us either, the elderly counselor added. Our scouts report that the creatures are building structures above ground. They are consuming everything from timber to farm animals in order to build settlements of some unknown black material. Where once there were farming villages, now eerie black spires are beginning to rise. And the royal army is doing nothing, a noble asked in disbelief. They were caught off guard by this sudden attack, Sir Masnin explained. As you can imagine, most of the army was stationed at the border or actively engaging in action against the Hulgarons when the plague first appeared. They were swiftly withdrawn to help contain the outbreak but are now busy with that duty and have no time to spare to assault these new fortifications. These creatures seem to have planned this all disturbingly well, a scowling noble with a military bearing observed. Yes, we are not dealing with mindless beasts here. This is a well-organized campaign by minds that understand long-term planning. The fat noble looked very nervous now. What can we do against that? No one here has armies to spare, despite our relatively secure position here. If the plague does strike, we will have a demon's time just containing it. Lord Lavista nodded. Yes, but the council has come up with a plan that will require your aid. Thus, as our first order of business, I would like to secure everyone here's cooperation and get an official oath of alliance. Eloria will reward you handsomely for your effort, of course. Everyone began talking amongst themselves again. Black Nail couldn't help but notice that the old man hadn't specified what aid he actually wanted. The hobgoblin was thus willing to bet his weight in cheese that it was going to be costly or incredibly dangerous. It would be best not to get tricked into making any promises. Suddenly, Warwick broke his silence. That's why I'm here. Your messenger mentioned getting official crown recognition of the lands I hold. Is that still on the table? There was a nod from the counselor. Yes, take the oath and the king will acknowledge your holdings and grant you title over them. You're a bandit and a murderer. You shouldn't be demanding anything of the nobility, a southern lord huffed dismissively at Warwick. He was a middle-aged man who was starting to go bald, but he was wearing more jewelry than anyone else, as if to display his wealth. Now, let's not be too hasty. Someone as useful and powerful as the wolf would make a great ally, regardless of the situation, a younger, and less impressively dressed, noble countered. What does recognition really cost the crown? Nothing. Bah, you're simply saying that because you basically work for the wolf there already. Don't think I don't know about the deal you've made with him or the gold he sends your way. Dealing with bandits, despicable. Many of the nobles began arguing. Black Nail watched with interest. It appeared that Warwick had a lot of influence on the poorer northern lords, but that most the southern lords looked down on him. Of course, Black Nail was unpopular with everyone, so he was in an even worse position. Lord Lavista also noticed the pull Warwick had with certain parts of the nobility, and he didn't appear to like it. He frowned thoughtfully as he studied the bandit lord, who seemed willing to let others argue his case for him now. What about that green savage sitting right over there? Someone suddenly yelled, drawing Black Nail's attention. Surely, having someone like the wolf on the border is a much better option than letting an inhuman monster like him squat there. Why is such a creature even here? Off to the side, Warwick smiled. Black Nail was fairly certain this noble was acting under the wolf's orders. Lord Lavista quickly spoke up though. The hobgoblin is here because I wish it. He is a power in the north, as well as a vital source of information. In fact, I have heard that he engaged the Boggot creatures in battle and vanquished them before they even launched their campaign against Eloria. A noble sniffed disdainfully. Of course, the monster knows much about other monsters. Black Nail said nothing. No one had actually asked him a question yet, and he was busy studying all the humans. They were all looking at him now, including Warwick who was nodding in sudden understanding. He seemed to have made some connections. The king's counselor didn't remain silent for long. Now, before I go on, I must get oaths of alliance from you. We will be discussing many secrets and vital plans, and those that refuse the oath must leave. King Nameless already has my allegiance. My sword is yours, to do with as you will, one noble immediately replied as he stood up and gave the older man a formal bow. Several others immediately did the same before sitting back down. If you hold to your word then I will aid you, Warwick added. We should stick together in these hard times regardless. What about us border nobles that already have land and title? What are you offering us? A scowling man in shabby clothing asked. When this time of chaos is over, there will be plenty of land where the owners have fled or been lost to the plague. Those that aid the king can expect first claim when these lands are reassigned. This offer quickly got the rest of the attendees to offer the counselor their allegiance, which left only Black Nail. La Vista gave the hobgoblin an inquiring look, but Black Nail kept his mouth shut. He was probably necessary for La Vista's plan, so there was no chance of him being kicked out. He could afford to play it safe and not offer any sort of promise that could land him in trouble later. He'd hate to have to lie or murder someone to get out of a badly thought out promise. When everyone else had agreed to the oath, the elderly counselor looked toward Black Nail, and everyone else followed his gaze. To start, would you tell us about your clash with the Boggots and all you've learned about them? Frowning, Black Nail considered this question. After being insulted so much he wasn't feeling very helpful, but Lord Lavisita seemed to be the only person here whose opinion really mattered. Being unpopular with the other nobles wouldn't affect his plan at all. All right, Black Nail replied a few moments later. I ran into Boggots several times last year, but it was this winter that I first really fought with them. It doesn't count as a real fight unless people on both sides die. It took Black Nail quite a while to finish recounting his battle against the Boggots, especially since he had to go into so much detail about his own fighting skills and how he'd used them to turn the tide of battle several times. He was amazing. Also, he had to remember to leave a lot of things out of the story, like about the specific types of magic his mages wielded and about the forest people and lurkers. That stuff would just have distracted the humans, and he didn't want Warwick knowing of all his capabilities. And we're supposed to believe this fairy tale is even remotely related to the truth, a noble asked in an exasperated tone once Black Nail was finished. There were murmurs of agreement from many of the other people present. La Vista quieted them with a glare. Several parts of my guest's tale have been independently verified, and it also contains scraps of knowledge about the Boggots that we've only recently discovered ourselves. For instance, some of our agents have sighted these humanoid Boggots from a distance. I would not have wasted your time with this story if I didn't believe it to be true. I find all this mention of uncontrolled magic disturbing, even if it is in inhuman hands, one of the mages remarked. The fat noble in red make a thoughtful noise. The hobgoblin story would explain why the creatures are rarer in the north, which no one else has an explanation for. In fact, the closer you get to this Black Nail's territory the less reports of Boggot activity you get, the militaristic noble added. Yes, because I hunted the Boggots down through the dark paths and slaughtered them in their nest like vermin, Black Nail explained as he rolled his eyes. But why haven't they moved against the north since then? They are probably busy fighting you now. Also, they need food, like everyone else. I destroyed the underground farm near their nest and my hunters kill the scavengers they send out into the green. They can't grow an army without food. They might have trouble moving one without readily available scavenge as well. Yes, well none of us are in any position to flood the dark paths with troops or even send hunters out en masse to stalk the green. That would be folly. The dark paths are no place for men. And most humans make terrible rangers and hunters, Black Nail added helpfully. Some cities use goblins to keep sewers clean of sewers. Could we use hobgoblins for something similar in the dark paths? One of the southern nobles suggested. The fat man snorted. Gee, what a wonderful idea. Let's just flood the tunnels under all our cities with armed hobgoblins. That would solve our Boggot problem all right, and what could go wrong? Order please. This conversation is long past the point of usefulness, Lord La Vista announced in a commanding tone. Then get to it already please, the fat man replied coldly. You've been awfully vague about what you want from us, but we've all taken your oath, so why don't you tell us what you are really here for? The counselor scowled in displeasure at the tone, but he nodded a moment later. After much deliberation, the king and his council have come up with a plan to help secure our cities. We need silver to create the cure for the plague and fortify our troops against it. Only then can we risk going on the offensive against the Boggots. However, there has been a shortage of silver in the southern realms ever since the fall of Coriolis, where most of it was mined. Lord La Vista paused for a moment before continuing. Thus, I am here to launch an expedition to Coriolis in order to seize the silver we need. Bane of Humanity 3. Stunned silence filled the meeting room for several long seconds as all the attendees tried to wrap their brains around what their host had just said. It took them a while. Black Nail was the one who eventually broke the silence by letting out a deep sigh. This was already sounding like a lot of work, and he was probably going to have listened to a lot of dumb human screeching now. So annoying. What? How does that make sense? A noble with a long white beard exclaimed. Based on his plain clothes and stern demeanor, he was probably from the north of Aloria. I also must protest. This plan sounds insanely dangerous, another northern noble agreed. Lord La Vista frowned coldly. We have little choice. In order to survive the plague and launch a counterattack against the Boggots, the kingdom of Aloria needs a plentiful supply of silver. Without it, we are lost. Surely, there is some other source available? What about the homelands? The king's counselor shook his head. We could not possibly afford to buy so much silver from the Empire or the Coastal Free clans. There is also the matter of having it transported here across the sea in half the continent. Besides, this is what our coastal neighbors are already doing, and they will leave us with nothing but scraps if we try to trade with them. But you risk antagonizing the doom. It destroyed Coriolis with ease and left the greatest city of the north an empty ruin. Nothing could stand against that drake's dread magic and horrifying strength. It leveled a city with ease. Lord Lavista's frown deepened. They were caught off guard and didn't know what they were facing. It was the chaos caused by the drake's sudden attack during a blizzard and the following panic that destroyed the city as much as the beast itself. The city tore itself from fear and no one could actually mobilize a proper defense. We on the other hand would be sending a small group of dedicated warriors armed with the best weaponry the guilds can design specially for this task. Also, it is possible the beast is no longer in the city. It could have moved back over the Iron Teeth Mountains sometime over the last few decades, leaving the silver there for the taking. There have been no sightings of Murderous Noir for years after all. The fat southern noble looked thoughtful. Perhaps the doom is long gone, but what if it isn't? We would be sending the expedition to their deaths unless these new weapons of yours are truly impressive. Yes, what exactly are these guild weapons you mentioned? Another noble asked. Can they really slay a mutant drake such as the Doom? Warwick asked with interest. Black Nail could see the cold calculations going on behind his eyes. They were much the same as the ones he was making. Despite the risks, reclaiming Coriolis would benefit the bandit lords greatly. They were the ones that controlled the territory around it after all, and the Doom was technically a bigger threat to them than anyone else. If a wealth of silver began pouring out of city, there was also no way they wouldn't end up getting a large cut of the profit. It was unlikely that Black Nail and Warwick would be coming to an agreement to share though. No, the winner would take all. If Warwick could secure the city, then he could use the silver to buy a massive mercenary army and crush Black Nail. However, if the hobgoblin seized the silver, he would become irreplaceable to the southern lords and could strangle Warwick's support. I will let the guild representatives describe the weapons themselves. Please be patient and remember that we are all allies here, Lord Lavista announced with authority as he gave the two bandit lords meaningful looks. Obviously, the king's counselor understood what was going through their heads and had plans of his own. Infighting wouldn't serve his purposes, yet. Black Nail was distracted from his thoughts as both the mages from the guild stood up and turned to face everyone else. Yes, allow me to explain our work, the younger mage said. He was dressed in a green robe with silver trim. His older companion in red with gold trim nodded in agreement. There are many written accounts of the fall of Coriolis available. Most of which were written by wealthy refugees that survived. Thus, we have a very good idea of the beast's capabilities and have developed several effective countermeasures to its powers. I find that hard to believe. The incredible might of the Doom is known to everyone. Stories of its power are used to scare children into behaving, one noble remarked skeptically. I remember those stories, someone else muttered sourly. The lead mage frowned. Let me show you. He turned and yelled out some quick orders to a pair of servants standing at the back of the room. At his command, they quickly hurried over with some equipment in their arms. One was holding a long spear-like thing, and the other had a large medallion. As most of you probably already know, Murderous Noir is famous for using ice magic to freeze his enemies and protect himself. Several prominent guild scholars have been studying accounts of these abilities for years and discussing how to deal with them. This was mostly a theoretical exercise, until the King's Council suggested this mission, but that research provided us with a framework we could quickly use to create these. What are they? The mage took the medallion from the servant and brandished it for everyone to see. This is a warming amulet. It uses carefully calibrated mana stones to produce a steady heat effect and will adjust its output in response to sudden drops in temperatures. Thus, it should protect its holder from the brunt of any cold-based attacks. That sounds useful, but there's that should word again, one noble remarked skeptically. Black Nail agreed with him. An amulet like that seemed like flimsy protection from a famously powerful mutant. That sounds too simple. This took years of research? Why should we trust in some common warming magic? Warwick asked. Black Nail frowned at him. What an idiot. Who knew what these mages were capable of? Obviously, these amulets were incredibly powerful. These are no simple devices, the lead mage replied as Black Nail nodded smugly in agreement. Creating a defensive ward that can automatically adjust to match incoming attacks is very complicated and delicate work. The amulets can also be activated by non-mages, which is something the guilds do not like doing, as you probably already know. If this wasn't an emergency, we would never have done it. Alright, we get it. The amulets are very impressive and will protect people from the Doom's magic. What does the spear do? Putting the medallion down on the table, the mage then held up the thick spear. These lances are actually much simpler devices. When engaged, internal flame crystals are used to superheat the shaft beyond the hand grips to incredibly high temperatures, without burning the user. That heat should not only allow them to burn through even the thickest scales, but it should also render the Doom's magical defenses useless. So, you stab the beast with it, Warwick laughed. The mage frowned. It's a lance, yes. Lord Lavista coughed to get everyone's attention. The crown is convinced that these weapons will do the job, and the support from the guild does not stop there. The enormity of the situation facing us has convinced them to aid us in other ways. They will be providing the army with as many fully equipped combat mages as they can as we attempt to halt the Boggots' advance. We recognize the danger that faces us all in this dark time, the older mage agreed with a nod of head. The combat mages are the least of our contribution to the cause. All the guilds have opened up their vaults in response to humanity's plight. Our most advanced devices are being prepared and deployed as we speak. These are weapons the likes of which have never been seen on this continent. Some are capable of blasting entire cities to dust. Black Nail perked up. What was this now? Could human mages really do such things? He might have to seriously reconsider how powerful the guilds were and how dangerous the southern kingdoms were to him. Avorlus would be the person to ask about this. However, without a supply of silver, we cannot defeat the plague, Lord Lavista added. Thus, 3 experienced combat mages will also be equipped with the guild's best flame spells and sent to support the mission to Coriolis. Geralt sighed quietly. That doesn't mean much. The guild researchers care very little for combat mages. They've always been nothing but disposable pawns to the guilds, who keep the secrets of magic for themselves. The guild masters do have some concerns about sending mages and materials north, the younger mage said with a frown, as if in agreement with Geralt's whispers. There have been many reports of unlicensed dark mages hiding in the north and producing dangerous faulty mana crystals for unscrupulous buyers that don't care about the havoc such powers can cause. Both Black Nail and Warwick glanced at each other and then looked away as they tried to look as innocent as possible. Both of them employed dark mages to create weapons. The older mage scowled and glanced at Black Nail. Even more absurdly, it seems like the rumors of hobgoblin mages are true, and now we hear that the Boggots are also capable of crafting spells and magical tools. This makes letting sophisticated tools be sent north a great risk. They could easily be stolen. There would be catastrophic consequences if a layman attempts to study and reproduce them. And yet a failed expedition would be a far greater loss, the counselor reminded them sternly. As you say, the older mage admitted reluctantly as his companion and him sat back down. I imagine there is a limited amount of the new guild weapons available for the expedition, Warwick inquired. The king's counselor nodded. There are enough to equip a dozen champions. You expect a dozen men to kill the Doom? A noble asked in an incredulous tone. Sir Masnan, one of the finest paladins and most experienced mutant slayers on the continent, will be leading the expedition. He will lead a hand-picked team of veteran warriors to Coriolis, where they will scout the city out and look for the silver. If the expedition runs into the beast, and that may not happen, then his task will be to slay it and secure the silver. Even getting to the ruins will be a long and dangerous journey. Coriolis lays far to the north and the forest has grown dark and wild. Who knows what monsters lurk between here and that lost city? There may even be Boggots. That is where our guest Black Nail's skills and expertise comes into play. Coriolis lays just beyond his territory and he is the best guide through the green available. He was born in the wildest forests of the north, trained by the White Raven himself, and has seen every corner of the green. Sure, Black Nail replied as everyone suddenly focused on him. This was probably a very bad time to mention he'd actually been born in a sewer under a city in the south. Also, the green was a very big place and he had only seen a very small fraction of it. He had been trained by Cedar though, and 1 out of 3 wasn't bad. Catching up, Black Nail cleared his throat and tried speaking more confidently. Yes, I can lead some people there safely. Leave it to me. I'm the second greatest ranger ever. Black Nail then turned to glare at Warwick. My master Cedar was the only better ranger, and he was actually from Coriolis. But, we can't get his help, because he's dead. Warwick killed him. He does that a lot. Kill important people. Warwick could only scowl as the hobgoblin berated him in front of the nobles. Many of them were studying him with disapproving looks now. Ignoring the conflict between the bandit lords, a noble asked a question. How many men will be going on this quest, exactly? And what do you expect from us? Even if Sir Masnan secures the silver, we will need to transport it south with utmost haste. Towards this end, all the local nobility will need to work together to help secure the route. This of course means that conflict along the border can't be allowed. Everyone must be working together. What does that mean? It means that all petty squabbles must stop. Nothing must be allowed to go wrong. In return for some of the silver, the fat noble inquired. Of course. There was some grumbling, but most the nobles seemed content with that arrangement. Black Nail glanced at Warwick, who was already looking his way. Was Lord Lavista expecting them to become long-term allies? That wasn't going to happen. In fact, now was probably the best time for Black Nail to start messing with Warwick and weakening his position. Shoy. Holding his tongue had been difficult. Black Nail turned to Lavista. Why is Warwick even part of this alliance? I'm going to be your guide, so I get a treaty and Eloria agrees to respect my territory, but why is he here? Lord Lavista frowned. He controls a large part of the north, and several people have told me his cooperation would be necessary. But he's getting the same reward as me, and I'm doing much more than him. I'm your guide. What's he doing to earn his pay? Red-faced with anger, Warwick turned to glare at a noble. The man flinched and then quickly spoke up. Leaving the wolf out our arrangement would throw everything into chaos. It would be a completely unnecessary risk that could doom everything we are trying to do. Black Nail scoffed and threw Warwick a confident grin. He's just a bandit. We don't need him. I can handle him if he acts up. My troops will crush your vermin like the pests they are, Warwick replied. Black Nail chuckled. Good luck chasing me through the green while all your men have the plague. Me and my hobs are all immune. Are you saying you won't help the expedition? Lavista asked. I'm saying I'm the only one that can guide you to Coriolis, so you'd better pay me properly. If you are immune to plague, how can we know you will remain committed to the mission? The noble that Warwick had glared at countered. It was incredibly obvious that he was working for the wolf. I was fighting the Boggots before you knew what they were, and I much prefer dealing with humans. Also, I'd rather not have hordes of ghouls wandering around. They still attack hobs when they get hungry. I just want to make sure I'm being paid properly for my efforts. I'd also like some of that silver, Geralt mumbled. I'm not immune to the plague. What exactly are you asking for? Lord Lavista inquired. I just think that if I'm doing way more work than Warwick, then I should get paid more. Maybe I should get a lot of his territory. That seems fair. Unacceptable. If you try to take what is mine, the only payment you will get is blood, the wolf told the hobgoblin. Please, none of us can afford conflict. Asking the wolf to give up land seems untenable. We need his cooperation, one of Warwick's not-so-secret allies added. Black Nail scratched his chin and pretended to look thoughtful for a moment. Then perhaps he should simply come with us to Coroulus. He is a skilled warrior and a powerful vessel. He could help us slay the Doom. He should have no problem with that, unless he's a coward or planning on betraying us. The gathered nobles began muttering amongst themselves, but Lord Lavista looked thoughtful. He seemed open to the idea. Yes, I think the expedition north would greatly benefit from the addition of a warrior as renowned as the wolf, the fat southern noble said as he gave Warwick a smirk. An argument quickly ensued between the various factions of nobles, but the king's counselor quickly quashed it. I agree. Black Nail's suggestion seems reasonable, and we could use the another strong sword arm. Warwick was red-faced and fuming now. He gave Black Nail a furious glare. The hobgoblin just smiled back. It definitely seemed like he'd messed up Warwick's plans. So many things could happen to Warwick during the long trek to Coroulus and back. Yes, that would be much preferable to another head-to-head battle. Very well. I will accompany the expedition north and help retrieve the silver, Warwick grunted sourly when it had become obvious that he had little choice. The king's counselor smiled. Good, then the most pressing matters seem to have been settled. There are a few more issues that should be discussed, a southern noble countered. If you want the roads secured, what about the refugees that are streaming across the border? Something needs to be done about them. They've been causing chaos for years. Another southern noble in green silk nodded. Indeed, since we are all here, this seems like a good time to discuss how to finally deal with the deserter problem. With the help of the bandit lords, we can end the exodus once and for all, and prevent the deserters and traitors from fleeing their rightful lords and duties. Lord Lavista nodded. Sealing the borders would help us contain the plague and prevent more desertion from the army. We're going to need to keep control over the common people in the days to come. Consider it done. Denying my roads and villages to refugees would be a simple matter, Warwick replied. Next to the hobgoblin, Geralt made an angry noise, and there was a furious glint in his eyes. He seemed to seriously disapprove of the noble's stance on the refugees. Black Nail nodded along with the nobles, but had no intention of doing anything to the refugees, so he gave Geralt a wink to reassure him. Trying to stop the stream of refugees seemed like a lot of work, and he had a use for them anyway. They could be used for things hobgoblins were terrible at. In fact, he wanted some human servants for his mansion. Most hobgoblins weren't great at cleaning, and having humans serve him was far more prestigious. What a bunch of stuck-up tyrants, Geralt had whispered. They believe the common people exist to serve them and that their deaths mean nothing. Yay. Bad them, Black Nail replied. He was doing something completely different from the nobles after all. It took another hour for the nobles to stop arguing about the little details of their alliance. Black Nail didn't care about that stuff at all, and Geralt had to pinch him a few times when he started drifting off. However, Lord Lavista eventually began explaining the timetable and details of the mission north. The expedition would be about 50 people in total, and both Black Nail and Warwick would be allowed to bring a small group of guards. They would also be leaving in 5 days, since the mages were still waiting on some equipment to arrive and Sir Massenon wanted everything prepared properly. That said, Lord Lavista dismissed the meeting, so that everyone could leave or talk among themselves. Black Nail quickly got to his feet and headed for the door. Sitting for so long had made him antsy, and he had a lot to do. This expedition was a great opportunity and he had to take advantage of it right away. Plans had to be devised and put into motion. There was no time to waste. However, before Black Nail could leave the room, Warwick intercepted him and his allies. The wolf had reunited with his own minions, several thugs, and one blonde woman in a dress that was lined by grey fur. Black Nail was fairly sure she was the one known as Zelena. Both sides glared at each other, but no one actually moved to attack, except for Kita. Ralphie had to grab the back of her shirt so that she didn't start anything. A forced smile appeared on Warwick's face as he faced Black Nail. I don't suppose I can convince you to set aside old grievances? Our squabble is a distraction now, nothing more. A truce would benefit us both. Despite our mutual bravado, neither of us in any place to seize the other's territory now. There is much more to be gained from working together. Black Nail had to resist the urge to spit on his face and kick him in the groin before biting his nose off. Discipline would be rewarded. Cedar had taught him that. We will see how the mission goes. During it, we will have lots of chances to work together, the hobgoblin replied cryptically as he signaled for his minions to follow him out of the room. Bane of Humanity 4. Black Nail lazily studied his surroundings. The birds were chirping merrily in the trees as the sun rose off in the distance. It was still spring, so there was chilly bite to the early morning air, although that would probably vanish as the day went on and the air warmed. Around Black Nail, there was a flurry of activity on the road right outside the castle as men prepped for the long journey ahead of them. Sir Massenon stood in the middle of the crowd of men and horses. He was constantly talking to people and yelling orders. Black Nail approved. Yelling loud enough that you were impossible to ignore was about half of good leadership. Waiting for these people is so annoying. They should move faster, Kita observed. She was sitting on a rock over to Black Nail's left, with the rest of the hobgoblin's minions. Today was the agreed upon time of departure for the expedition north. Black Nail's group had gotten here yesterday. After the meeting in the castle with Lord Lovista and the other nobles, Black Nail had rushed back over to the village he'd conquered, Aldhera. He'd needed to meet with his troops and send out a lot of messages and orders. If he was going to be gone on a long expedition, he needed to make sure everything was still running smoothly in his own territory. Thankfully, that had turned out to be the case. There had been no reports of boggart attacks or any other disasters at Dagger Point or Iron Break, despite the problems facing everyone else. All the settlements in Black Nail's territory were actually running smoothly. In fact, Gob had headed back to Iron Break to help train all the hobgoblins that were appearing there, and the forges were still working non-stop to produce spears and arrows for Black Nail's troops. Although Iron Break was still expanding and more longhouses were constantly being built, it was always packed full of hobgoblins. Gob had to keep sending them south to reinforce other areas or to hunting lodges. It seemed like while everyone else was reeling from the plague, his forces and holdings were the only ones that were growing stronger. At the same time, more refugees were showing up and seeking shelter. Most of them were either penniless farmers fleeing the war and now the plague as well or deserters looking to escape a short brutal life in a noble's army. No one else seemed to want them, but Black Nail was happy to take them in. He had a use for both fighters and farmers. A corps of skilled human soldiers would definitely help Black Nail organize his hobgoblins and stiffen their spines. Also, since Black Nail's hobgoblins' forces were constantly expanding, he needed to worry about keeping them fed. Goblins and hobgoblins weren't the best farmers. They got bored too quickly and less closely supervised, including the overseers themselves, so Black Nail had consulted Geralt and quickly come up with a more dependable system. He'd had land cleared for refugee farmers and provided them with everything they needed to survive in the short term, such a hut and some tools. The farms also used goblin labor and were protected by hobgoblin patrols. In return, Black Nail claimed most of their crops. There were some more details about loans and tribute, but Black Nail let Geralt worry about that. He was just glad to get a reliable source of food. Reassured about what was happening back home, Black Nail had then returned to the castle to meet up with Sir Masnan. He'd arrived late in the afternoon, reported in, and camped outside for the night. The next morning, Sir Masnan had come out of the castle and organizing the rest of the force. That was what Black Nail was watching now. His forces were already up and ready. Kida turned to glare at some people on the other side of the crowd, but then she giggled as a smug grin broke out on her face. Look at him there. He looks like he's got a big stick up his ass and can't get it out. Black Nail followed her gaze until his eyes locked on Warwick's face. The man was clearly grimacing in frustration at everything in sight. He looked quite displeased to be here, which obviously delighted Black Nail quite a bit. The hobgoblin let out a vicious little giggle of his own. Don't do that. It's creepy beyond words, Ralphie remarked from where he was standing next off to the side. Thank you. It wasn't a compliment, the bandit grunted sourly. Warwick had remained in the castle the entire time that Black Nail had been gone. Without a doubt, he'd spent that time scheming with the nobles he had under his influence and making plans of his own. Still, Black Nail was sure he still had the upper hand. There was only so much Warwick could do while on the expedition. They would be headed off into the deep green. That was Black Nail's home territory, and not only would he have every advantage out there, but the wolf would be completely cut off from reinforcements. Warwick wouldn't be entirely without resources though. He was bringing his own escort, and most of them were standing around him right now. 11 mean-looking thugs formed Warwick's personal guard, and he was also bringing one blonde woman, Zelena. Black Nail reached down to scratch his ass as he studied Zelena. She was an odd choice for an excursion into the wilds. All her clothing, from her long fur cloak to her grey skirt, was neatly tailored and expensive looking. Her long hair was also artfully done up, and jewelry decorated her entire outfit. She looked more like a noble lady than anyone else in the castle, but there had to be more to her than was obvious. She wouldn't be with Warwick if she wasn't dangerous. Black Nail wished he could say the same about his own escorts. Sighing, he turned to look them over. He'd brought the most skilled hobgoblin warriors and hunters he could get his hands on. Also, Kida had invited herself. The redhead had just laughed when Black Nail had told her she wasn't invited. Although to be honest, Black Nail hadn't tried all that hard to dissuade her from coming. She was a vessel after all, even if she was annoying and was probably going to mess everything up somehow. Ralphie and Geralt were only here to see Black Nail off. Their talents would only be wasted on an expedition into the green to hunt a monstrous drake. The hobgoblins that stood out among the members of the expedition were Hera, Imp, and Slashy. With such a small group, Black Nail didn't need any of his sub-leaders like Gob along. They were better managing other hobgoblins elsewhere. Instead, Black Nail had concentrated on bringing competent and dangerous hobgoblins that had experience as hunters, could use magic, or had fought both beasts and humans. Hera wasn't the most skilled swordsman in the tribe, wasn't a mage, and she was a sub-par hunter, but she was one of the most experienced fighters since she was always shadowing Black Nail when he got into trouble. Plus, he could have sex with her. That was a nice bonus since this was going to be a long trip. Of course, although Warwick and Black Nail were both only supposed to be bringing a dozen escorts each, Warwick still had more men that he could call on. The bulk of the force Sir Masnan was leading was made up of nobles and their escorts. In total, 4 noble were coming along, and as Black Nail had seen in the council room, some of them were working for Warwick. Black Nail recognized 2 of them as men who were obviously his enemies, but he didn't know about the other 2. They were southern nobles and they seemed to only be interested in completing the mission so far. Looks could be deceiving though. They could secretly be working for Warwick. To finish up their group, Sir Masnin had a dozen men of his own, who were probably not in league with Warwick. Suddenly, a commotion over to Blackale's left caught his attention. He glanced that way and saw a hobgoblin jogging his way. It wasn't one of his chosen followers, so the hobgoblin had to be a messenger. By the looks of it, the message was important. The hobgoblin had a determined look on his face and was moving at a quick pace. Blackale really hoped this wasn't bad news. A lot of things could have gone wrong, like a swarm of boggots overwhelming Iron Break. What is it? Blackale asked as the messenger drew closer. The hobgoblin stopped and sucked down a deep breath before answering. He's coming. Who? Blackale asked as he made a funny face. He honestly had no idea who they were talking about. Warwick was already here, and he was the big threat. Elicity the Vimper. Gob sent me to tell you that he is on his way. What? Blackale remarked in surprise as he sat up. Why would Elicity be coming here? Also, wasn't he really far away in Hurst Crest? He is riding here with some of his men right now. They will be here in less than an hour. Blackale made a face like he'd just swallowed something rotten, and not the tasty kind of rotten. This was an unforeseen complication. Just what did Elicity want? Well, whatever it was, Blackale needed to do something about this development before it got out of control. Why is he coming here? Do you know? All I know is he said he wants to join the hunt. Let's cut him off at the road and see what he wants before he gets inside of all these touchy humans, Blackale decided. What's all this now? Ralphie asked as he leaned over to listen. After giving his minions a brief explanation of what was happening, Blackale led them down the road away from the castle and any sentries it had out. Thanks to the hills surrounding them, they were soon out of sight of the castle. Blackale kept them moving for a bit longer though. There was no reason to take chances. A few minutes later, the first sign of approaching riders appeared. Dust rose up from behind the hills and the thump of hooves reached Blackale's ears. Frowning, the hobgoblin chief stopped and waited. It didn't take long for Elicity to ride into sight. He was a large man and unmistakable in his unique heavy armor. His helm had two small bat wings protruding from its sides and its faceplate was quite menacing. Decorative steel ridges surrounded the eye holes, making it look like the wearer was always glaring with inhuman intensity. The rest of the armor plate was also quite ornate and had an antiquated look. Upon seeing Blackale's group up ahead, Elicity and the other riders began to slow. As they approached and came to halt, Elicity studied the people in front of him for a second before pulling his faceplate up. Ah, Blackale. It is good to see you. I was hoping that you'd intercept us, the Vimper said as he grinned. I was wondering if I was in the right place, since I've never been this far south and no one on the road stuck around long enough for me to get directions. That depends on what you are trying to do, Blackale replied. I'm here to join you in your hunt for the Beast of the North. Why else would I speed here? You want to try and fight the Doom, on purpose? Blackale asked. Why would anyone join this expedition by choice? He was only here because of the rewards and the chance to murder Warwick, and he was hoping to avoid any mutant drakes they encountered. Elicity laughed heartily. It sounded odd coming from someone who was usually dour and reserved. I enjoy testing myself against all manner of beast, as you well know. How could I possibly resist the chance to join in the hunt for the greatest quarry in all the world? No, this is where I shall make my legend. How did you even find out about this? One of my men at your forward base sent me a bird. A bird? Yes, a king shrike. In the west, they are specially trained and bred to navigate the green safely. It is how we keep in touch with our holdings. Sighing, Blackale took a moment to think. Would Sir Masnin and the others accept Elicity's assistance? There was only one way to find out. Fine. Leave your men here and I'll take you to see the leader, Sir Masnin. You can ask him to join yourself. I trust you'll put a good word in for me, Elicity replied as he nodded in agreement. Sure, Blackale said as he began leading his ally down the road. The Vimper dismounted so that he didn't stand out from the rest of Blackale's minions too much. They made it over to Sir Masnin without anyone raising the alarm, but the tall Vimper did get more than a few looks. His fearsome armor made him hard to miss, but he was surrounded by armed hobgoblins and Blackale, so the appearance of one guy in armor didn't appear to concern anyone much. They didn't appear to believe he was much of a threat in comparison to the hobgoblins around him. They were wrong. Blackale had once seen Elicity take a troll apart in a one-on-one fight. Sir Masnin was arguing with a noble about supplies when Blackale approached him. Glancing over, the paladin frowned when he noticed Elicity. He then turned back to the noble and dismissed him. Hey, there's something I need to talk to you about, Blackale told the paladin. So, I see, Sir Masnin replied before turning to look at Elicity. That's some interesting armor you have there. It's of Western origin, unless I'm very much mistaken. Blackale grunted in annoyance at being ignored but let Elicity answer for himself. You are correct, Sir Knight. This armor has been passed down in my bloodline for generations, and I do hail from the west. My name is Elicity, I'm a powerful ally of Blackale the Hobgoblin, and I've come to aid you in your expedition. With your permission I will join you with a dozen of my armsmen. Where exactly do you hail from? The paladin asked with obvious skepticism. I used to be from past Westwatch, but I find myself more to the east these days, along the border of Blackale's territory. So, you're another bandit lord looking for legitimacy. I care little for the approval of Eastern kings. I'm here to join the hunt and test my might against that of the greatest magic-born creature alive. I look for no reward for this but glory rightfully earned. He's very strong. We could use his help and he knows his way around the green much better than any of those fools, Black Nail said as he pointed toward where some nobles were arguing with their servants. But I don't believe he's quite human, is he? Sir Masnin answered in a steely tone. Elicity huffed in annoyance and raised his faceplate to reveal his pale face and red eyes. I haven't sought to hide anything from you. I know that a false-blooded pretender in service to a cult such as you would recognize one of the old bloodlines. You humans have this all confused, Black Nail added. Elicity is as human as you, and he's as much a human as I'm a hobgoblin. None of my minions go around saying I'm not a hobgoblin just because I'm a mutant. You don't bite your hobs so that they get infected by your mutation and then harvest them for elixir as they slowly die, Sir Masnin explained. Black Nail grunted in reply. Was that how being a Vimper worked? Your perspective on what my kin do is skewed by your own false teachings, Elicity countered. We kill no more than the Eastern Lords do, and those that survive our touch are raised up to the nobility. Sis Masnin sighed. Is your thirst going to be a problem? No, I have made preparations for this journey, Elicity replied. Like your own, my power can be stored in vials for later use. Very well. You may join us. Someone of your strength would be useful, and we are nothing if not desperate. Perhaps the hobgoblin is correct, this new threat we face certainly would include you among the members of humanity. We have always been the best of humanity. We defended it long before the rise of the last empire or the rule of the mages, for all that most of mankind has been ever ungrateful. Sir Masnin grimaced as if he disagreed, but before he could reply, something off to the side drew the paladin's attention. Black Nail glanced that way as well. It seemed that the Vimper's presence had drawn Warwick's attention. What is going on here? Warwick demanded as he approached. We have some new arrivals that wish to aid our mission, the paladin answered calmly. Unacceptable. That's not up to you, the paladin replied coldly. This expedition is under my authority and mine alone. Now go ready your men. We are setting out now. Elicity pulled his faceplate back down and turned to face the wolf. I remember you, or at least you're back. You fled before me rather than do battle the last time we met. If you disapprove of my presence here and wish to prove you aren't a vile coward, feel free to challenge me at any time, pretender. Warwick snorted rudely. Removing oneself from an ambush by a numerically superior foe is hardly an act of cowardice, and fighting you now would be foolish. I look forward to seeing how you fare against my Agnoir. That said, Warwick turned and began walking away. Sir Masnin sighed as he looked at Black Nail. Watch out for yourself. Forcing that one to join our expedition was a risk. I have no idea how many nobles and troops he has turned to his side, but I would guess most of them. I can trust only my own personal forces, and the wolf is crafty. He will have many hidden cards prepared to deal with you. Black Nail grinned. I have a few cards of my own and no one is craftier than me. Bane of Humanity 5. The clip-clop of horse hooves filled the air as the expedition to Coriolis made their way north along the road. All the humans were mounted. Black Nail and his hobgoblins were the only ones on foot. Horses and hobgoblins didn't get along very well. The beasts bit and kicked any hobgoblins that tried to ride them. That was fine though, since Black Nail hated horses right back. He'd considered poisoning the foul creatures before they left, but Geralt had convinced him they were necessary. He'd have to wait until the mission was over. Black Nail kept up with human riders easily enough since they weren't pushing their pace, and so did Kita, thanks to her own enhanced strength and endurance. Black Nail's hob minions had to push themselves though, lest they fall behind. As the expedition made their way north, Black Nail kept his ears open and ordered all his minions to spread out and do the same. The humans were all traveling in groups around each party's leader, and they would occasionally talk among themselves. A lot of important information could be collected by listening into their conversations, and Black Nail knew that any one of them could be planning on killing him once he was no longer useful. He didn't know which ones had made a deal with Warwick. Thankfully, most of the humans didn't seem to realize how good hobgoblin hearing was and they could listen in with ease. For now, Sir Masnin was riding at the head of the expedition with his personal troops. He'd explained his plan for the first stretch of the trip before they'd headed out. They were going to keep following the road until they reached its most northern limit. There the old road to Coriolis started, but no one had used it in decades, so it had become completely overgrown. Following it wouldn't be any faster than going through the green, especially since sections of it had been wiped out by avalanches and floods, and all the road's bridges had probably collapsed long ago. Those bridges had crossed several deep rivers that were now flooding. Black Nail would have to find them a way across when they got to them. Once at the ruins of Coriolis, the expedition would load up their horses with as much silver as possible before returning south to organize a larger mission that could move much more silver. For that to work, the road would have to be repaired by crews sent by the local nobles. There were plans to use river barges to transport the precious metal in the future, but the rivers were still dangerously flooded at the moment. For now, the main purpose of the expedition was to reach Coriolis and see if there were still any huge mutant drakes around. If there were, the humans would try to kill it, while Black Nail watched from a safe distance. Hera was at Black Nail's side as he walked on the left flank of the expedition with several of his other minions. As he walked, the hobgoblin chieftain was contemplating their mission and listening into various conversations going on around him. He would have been in the center, but there were far too many horses there, and Black Nail couldn't stomach being surrounded by the smelly beasts. They might be planning something. Also, occasionally, they'd shit as they walked, leaving the crap right in Black Nail's way. Disgusting hateful things. Yes, they were definitely getting poisoned. His vengeance would be swift and terrible. Black Nail's fantasizing was interrupted when a horseman rode up next to him. Looking over, Black Nail instantly recognized Illisty's rather unique armor. Greetings, Black Nail. I think it's time you and I had a talk, the Vimper announced. Sure, about what? Black Nail replied. I like cheese a lot. We could talk about that. No. Rather I was thinking that we hadn't discussed the transformation you've undergone since our last meeting and what I means for our long-term relationship. Black Nail sighed. The Vimper had a point. Black Nail had transformed into a full-out mutant after he'd been wounded by Warwick during their last battle. Illisti had been there, but Black Nail's human minions had hidden Black Nail away after he'd been wounded for his own protection. They'd been worried about Illisti's reaction. The Vimper was an ally, but his motivations were complex and somewhat mysterious. Geralt was worried he'd see a hobgoblin mutant as a threat and rival in a way a mere hobgoblin vessel wasn't. Vampirs were apparently a type of mutant that could empower themselves by infecting other humans. These victims usually slowly died instead of becoming another Vimper, and their blood was harvested by their attacker to make something like elixir. Both mutants and Vampirs had a reputation for being incredibly territorial. Do you have a problem with me being me? Black Nail asked. Illisti shook his head. No, I see no reason that this should alter our relationship. It has been tremendously beneficial to us both. You helped me find my new domain and your hobgoblins keep the surrounding green from growing too wild, while I have supported you in battle. Admittedly, I had doubts at first about your ability to control yourself after your ascension, but you have put those to rest. There has been no conflict between us, and you have remained a steadfast ally to me and mine. Black Nail eyed Illisti. He wasn't sure how much he believed that little speech, but their interests did still seem to be aligned, especially with the Boggots going around killing everyone and spreading the plague. Vampirs were also hated by the rest of humanity, so it wasn't like Illisti had any other allies, even if he disliked living so close to a hobgoblin mutant. That could change in the future though. Good, we should stay friends. Warwick is going to try and kill us before we get back, Black Nail told him. Yes, I believe he will. That man's thirst for violence and conquest surpasses even that of my bloodkin, and I have no intention of ever bending my knee to any man, especially not a wise-made pretender. Conflict between us is thus inevitable and this quest will provide us all with no shortage of opportunities to act against each other. Want some cheese? I brought a lot so that I won't run out, Black Nail said as he offered the man a small yellow and green chunk. Talking about cheese had made him hungry but eating and not sharing could be considered rude. Thank you for the offer, but no, Illisti said as he leaned back away from the fragrant food. His voice sounded slightly strained. In fact, I should get back to my men, he added a moment later as he began riding away. As the day went on, and the expedition kept moving, eventually afternoon came and then night began to creep up. We'll stop here and camp on that dry hill for the night. We're almost at the northern end of this road anyway, Sir Masnan announced as he brought everyone to a halt. Tomorrow, we'll head off to the green, so prepare for that. Our pace will be much slower and more difficult in the forest proper. No one had any problem with that, so everyone immediately began unpacking their tents and sleeping rolls. Several of the nobles had brought huge colorful tents for themselves. Black Nail watched them set up with some amusement. One of them even had flags on it. Sure, the huge things were fancy and impressive, but they were really impractical in the green. They stood out and wouldn't be all that warm, unlike the small grey tent Black Nail had brought. If something attacked the camp during the night, the nobles would get eaten first. Black Nail's group set up their camp off to the side of the humans and next to Illisti and his men. As Black Nail was putting up his own tent no one else did it right. Kida wandered over to talk. This trip has been so boring, the redhead complained. I thought we'd get at least a little excitement. But, no. Nothing but walking. Boring. Do you think something will attack us when it gets dark? That would spice things up. This is supposed to be an adventure. Black Nail glared at her and sighed. Shut up and go to sleep. If you're looking for danger, we will be rushing through the green tomorrow. I'm sure a lot of these dumb humans are going to do stupid things that will get them killed in interesting ways. Yay, you have good point. None of those stuffy nobles and servants are experienced rangers like us. Another sigh escaped from Black Nail's mouth. He'd lost count of all the times he'd had to save Kida after she'd almost gotten herself killed doing something stupid in the green. She was not a ranger. Just go to sleep or I'll bash you over the head and dump you in the forest, the hobgoblin said as he waved her away. Over in the center of the camp, Sir Masnan was organizing the building of a watchfire and setting up the sentry rotation. To reassure the nobles, he wasn't including any hobgoblins in the main rotation, but he called Black Nail over to make sure there was always one hobgoblin watching the forest. Sir Masnan wasn't stupid. He knew who his best scouts were. As Black Nail was heading back to his tent, he saw Illisti standing off to one side, studying the forest. Did you put yourself on sentry duty? Black Nail asked him. That didn't seem like something the Vimper would do. Illisti turned and grinned at Black Nail. The firelight reflected in his red eyes, making them glow. No, I simply don't need sleep. Right, sounds nice, Black Nail replied as he walked back to his tent. Even he found that creepy. Shaking off the image of red eyes staring out unblinking into total darkness, Black Nail wasted no time in crawling into his tent. Hera was already curled up in there, but Black Nail didn't bother her. Instead he just laid down beside her and closed his eyes. A lot of the other hobgoblins snored like hacksaws, and sometimes Hera was one of them, so he wanted to get to sleep before they started. Nothing attacked them over the night, which didn't surprise Black Nail. The scent of hobgoblin and several mutants was probably more than enough to scare away anything but the deadliest of creatures or a completely berserk troll. Although, even if a frothing at the mouth mad troll had attacked the camp, Illisti probably would have just punched it to death. Early the next morning, Black Nail got up and had a quick breakfast with his minions. That done, he sat on his ass for over an hour and waited for the nobles to get up and ready. They were very slow. Even Sir Masnin got angry and eventually ended up sending his own troops over to help them pack up faster. When they did finally start moving again, it was significantly later in the morning than Sir Masnin had planned. They followed the road for about an hour before Sir Masnin called for a stop at a bend in the road. Tall greenery rose up all around the party, making this particular spot much the same as pretty much every other bit of forest they'd passed. We've reached the northern tip of the road to Westwatch, the paladin explained as everyone listened to him intently. The old way to Coriolis used to begin here, although it's not obvious. Still, following it should be easier than trying to head straight into the green. It should be fairly flat if nothing else. There were some nervous murmurs from most of the mounted humans. Many glanced at the wall of brush and trees as if it were dangerous and might attack them. That was actually somewhat smart since it might do just that. The rough brush at the side of the road was a common haunt for mimics. Still, Black Nail found their fear amusing. The big armored human warriors on their big dumb horses were scared of the bushes. They must all be city humans. Sir Masnin spoke confidently and with authority as he continued. Black Nail and his hobs will now be taking the lead and ranging ahead. They are quite skilled at this and we couldn't ask for better guides. Please do as they ask if you wish to avoid any problems we might stumble upon in there. Have you ever been in the green before? A young man asked. There was nervous stutter in his voice. I have journeyed off the beaten path and into the deep green several times as I hunted monsters, and despite the danger, I emerged every time. Then why don't you lead us? Another older noble asked. Why are we even considering following a hobgoblin into the darkest woods of the north? Black Nail knows far more of the forest and its dangers than I do. He enters its embrace almost every day. It is his home, the paladin replied reasonably. Black Kale simply rolled his eyes. His real home was a mansion in the middle of a settlement, although the settlement was out in the green. The success of this mission depends on his skills as a guide, and I believe him to reliable, Sir Masnin concluded. It's just. I can think of several folk tales that warn against people doing this exact thing, a sorry-sounding man replied. The hobgoblin eats them as soon as they are deep enough in the green that no one can hear their screams. As I said, I believe Black Nail to be trustworthy. Also, this isn't a folk tale. I met Black Nail years ago, and he's still traveling with the same group of humans. I don't think we have to worry about being eaten. Besides, he's an enemy of the Boggats, and that makes us allies. Or, maybe this savage is simply lying about his fight with the enemy. Maybe he made a deal with them, one noble suggested darkly. Next to Black Nail, Kida looked up and laughed. Don't be stupid. I've been with Black Nail for almost forever, and he never eats people. Sometimes he kills annoying people though. You're not helping, Black Nail told her. If he really killed people just for being annoying, Kida would be long dead. I'm not going to take threats from a dirty half-wild peasant wench, the noble announced as he turned to glare at the redhead. I will have your head. Kida sneered back. Try it and I'll cut you to bits. You don't have any army of conscripts to do your dirty work out here, Blue Blood. Black Nail sighed. The noble did have several knights in their retinue though, which was way more than Kida had. Contemplating his next move, Black Nail tried to remember who this particular human was. It was hard since a lot of humans looked the same. He was fairly sure this was one of Warwick's not-so-secret minions. That gave him some leeway since he was already an enemy. Know your place, bitch, the armored noble hissed as he drew his sword and urged his horse toward Kida, who was unmounted. Sir Masnin quickly snapped his reins and began guiding his own horse toward the noble. Hey now, we are all on the side here. The paladin was quite far away though, and the noble didn't stop. Thus, Black Nail felt the need to intervene. He stepped up beside Kida and put on his most savage grin. He wasn't too worried about Kida, she was a vessel, but he didn't want things to get too messy. You can have the fat one that keeps opening his mouth, I'll rip apart his little pink soldiers, Black Nail announced as he grinned and drew his own blade. Even though it was quite massive, almost twice the length of the noble's weapon, he easily held it up with one hand. This reminded everyone who saw it of what they were dealing with, a mutant with superhuman strength. Just to be sure though, Black Nail gathered a bit of mana and sent it at the humans facing him. As fear washed over the noble and his escort, they hesitated. This allowed Sir Masnin to ride between the two groups. Stop, I won't allow violence between members of this expedition. I won't stand for being insulted by a hobgoblin's whore, the noble replied. My honor must be upheld. Kida just laughed. If you don't shut your fat mouth then someone is going to stick you like a pig. He should shut up and stop trying to pick a fight, or he will get one, Black Nail told Sir Masnin. Grunting, the paladin turned to the noble. Drop your challenge. We can't be fighting over every slight, or this expedition will be a short one and we will fail in our duties. I will not. I'm not going to let a peasant slander me. Then leave or get off your horse and fight Black Nail in a duel right now. There will be no lingering grudges in a party under my command. I don't need Black Nail to protect me, Kida announced. The fat tub of lard can fight me if he wants. This will be quick, the noble announced as he began dismounting. Sir Masnin scowled. You don't think this is beneath your honor? You're sowing discord before this quest has even truly begun. The noble just snorted rudely, so Sir Masnin glanced at Black Nail, who just shrugged. He was okay with this. Sir Mason gave the hobgoblin a look, but then sighed when he realized he couldn't stop the fight. Very well. Let me lay down some rules down first though. This duel can't be allowed to sabotage our mission. Regardless of the outcome, Black Nail and his guides will stay with us, and so will Sir Avix's men. Should he die, they will join my own escort. Both combatants were confident of their victory and angry, so they quickly agreed. A small circle was then formed for the duel to take place in. Black Nail turned to study Warwick, who had walked over to the opposite edge of the circle. Their gaze met, and Black Nail gave him a meaningful look, so that he knew Black Nail would be watching out for cheating. Black Nail knew Warwick had a bunch of little tricks he could use to influence the fight. As everyone watched, both duelists lined up in front of each other with blades drawn. Kida looked far less impressive than her opponent. He was a large man in steel armor, while she was a smaller woman in dirty leather. Begin, Sir Masnan suddenly yelled as he backed away from the fight. Both combatants surged forward and their blades sliced through the air. Grinning viciously, Sir Avix slashed down at Kida with all his might. Surprisingly, instead of dodging, the redhead stood her ground and blocked the blow. There was crash of steel as the blades met, and the knight looked startled when Kida didn't give ground. Instead, the redhead then calmly knocked his blade aside and stabbed him in the groin. Deep red blood spurted from the wound. Sir Avix stumbled back as his face went a deathly white. The color of the blood marked his wound as fatal, and a moment later the noble collapsed. Almost everyone was staring in shock now. The little redhead had outpowered the overconfident noble completely. A vessel, someone observed in disbelief. What a fool, another man added. Black Nail snorted at how unobservant these humans were. Why did they think Kida was here? Well, that was amusing, Black Nail laughed as he grinned at Warwick. Although the wolf still had plenty of allies, he had one less now. Bane of Humanity 6. After the sudden conclusion of the duel in Kida's favor, one of Sir Avix's men insisted on returning south with his master's body. Sir Masnan was unhappy about losing another member of the expedition so soon. They hadn't even entered the green yet, but he ended up agreeing. The idea of leaving a noble's body to rot in the forest made a lot of the other nobles indignant. Black Nail wasn't sure why a corpse rotting in the forest was worse than it rotting anywhere else, but whatever. Humans did a lot of weird stuff. If he stopped to question that sort of thing, he'd never have time for more important thoughts. Once the rider started heading south with Sir Avix's body on another horse, it became time for Black Nail to finally lead the way into the green. There were still a lot of humans that were uncomfortable about this though, especially after Kida had killed Sir Avix. That hadn't made them more trusting of him. Still, Black Nail just rolled his eyes and let Sir Masnan convince the doubters. He was already bored. So, since Elicity and Kida were standing near him, he asked them a question right as it popped into his head. Why are so few of these human leaders vessels? Aren't they supposed to be big tough warriors? Isn't that why we brought them? Kida laughed. There are some real champions here, but none of them are leaders or high nobles like Sir Avix. As if those lofty fools lead from the front. I'm sure they consider themselves great swordsmen and strategists, but that's all in their heads. They're cowards. Even the false power granted by their mages kills most of the men who attempt to claim it, Elicity explained. True power always has a cost. Yay, they're already rich and powerful. Why would they risk so much for so little gain? Kida agreed. Most vessels are poor and desperate minor nobles. They have the connections to get the elixir, and those that survive serve as the champions of greater nobles, enforcing their every whim. Sir Avix was an arrogant waste of life, and I knew he was no slosher. The prick probably never even considered that I might be one either. Black Nail frowned. Hey, why don't the poor vessels kill the weaker nobles and take their stuff? Kida sighed and made a frustrated face as she tried to explain. It doesn't work that way for nobles. Other nobles would gang up to kill anyone that tried that. Why? So that their own servants don't get ideas and kill them. Instead, the nobles reward their champions with lands and titles to keep them happy. I guess that makes sense, Black Nail admitted. Obviously, the southern humans were very set in their ways and lazy. By this time, Sir Masnan seemed to have finished speaking with the reluctant nobles. They'd grown quiet, and he began walking over to Black Nail. We are ready to proceed. Please, go first and scout the way. We will all be right behind you, the paladin told Black Nail. All right, I'll leave some hobs behind to lead you, Black Nail replied. The hobgoblin chieftain then turned and began giving out orders to his minions. A moment after that, he was slipping into the forest with several of his minions at his side. Moving carefully, Black Nail scanned his surroundings for any of the myriad threats that were common to the green, but he didn't find any. Thus, after sending a signal back to the humans for them to follow, he forged on ahead. The forest here was entirely normal. A mix of tall trees and older shrubs, the likes of which were quite common. It was also easy to spot the old road. Not much of it remained, but Black Nail could still see a relatively flat stretch of ground that extended through the forest. On top of it, the vegetation was lighter. There were more bushes and the trees were noticeably smaller since the canopy overhead was younger than in the surrounding area. Luckily, it seemed like the old road wasn't entirely unused though. Generations of animals seemed to have followed it, creating a trail that led in the right direction. That was good news. Having to cut through the brush would slow the humans and horses down far too much, so they needed a trail to follow. After scouting on ahead for about an hour, Black Nail failed to find any signs of immediate danger. There were no troll tracks or recent harpy droppings around. It seemed like this stretch of forest was relatively safe, so he fell back and let some of his minions take point. They were more than skilled enough to detect or ward off mimics and other common threats. That done, Black Nail crept back through the woods toward his human allies. He made sure to move quietly, since he wanted to observe them while they were unaware of him. Not only would this be a great opportunity to study them while they were in a new environment, but Black Nail really liked stalking people. Few things made him feel all bubbly and warm inside the way hunting humans in the forest did. Black Nail licked his lips and smiled. Watching your unsuspecting prey as you planned the inevitable bloody end of your hunt was simply so satisfying. He even had some cheese in his pocket. This was going to be so much fun. It didn't take long for Black Nail to find the humans. They were following in his footsteps and making a lot of noise. At the front was Sir Masnin in a hobgoblin guide. The paladin was dismounted and one of his men was leading both his horse and his own. Most of the humans seemed to have dismounted. There were more than a few low-hanging branches here, so most riders had difficulty moving through the woods quickly. Slipping to the side, Black Nail circled around the expedition. He was looking for Warwick. The humans were mostly traveling in a long line now that they had to follow a narrow animal trail. The wolf and his servants were close to the back, although they weren't at the very end. Instead, they seemed to have chosen a position that let them avoid anyone but their allies as much as possible. Suspicious. There were plenty of bushes around, so Black Nail was able to shadow his supposed allies with ease from not too far away. His instincts guided him as he slipped from tree to tree. His eyes were constantly darting from Warwick and his men to the surrounding forest, but he was relaxed and at ease as he moved and listened in on Warwick's group. This sort of multitasking came naturally to a hunting hobgoblin. It was what they did. At first, Black Nail's targets weren't very talkative and didn't say anything of importance. Instead, they simply marched along the trail silently and watched the forest nervously. Of course, despite this wariness, they failed to spot Black Nail. Humans really were very bad at this, although there were a few rare exceptions. No wonder they put so much effort into building cities and farms. Most of them wouldn't last a day in the green. Eventually, the fearful silence was broken, and the humans began talking to each other. Black Nail listened carefully as the humans began discussing various things. It seemed that many of them felt the need to seek reassurances from their allies and make new plans now that they were in the green. This served Black Nail's purposes perfectly. From so far away, even his ears weren't sensitive enough to hear what was being said when the humans whispered to each other, but he learned a lot just by observing who was talking to who. Soon, the factions among the humans began to become clear to Black Nail. There seemed to be two main factions among the nobles. One group was mostly made up of northern border lords, and they were allied with Warwick. Black Nail didn't know the details, but it sounded like he'd cowed them into supporting him with a mix of bribes and threats. With the king's authority so weak in the north of Aloria, they hitched themselves to him. Their leader was Lord Adrid, who was an older man with a grizzled face and a thin body. The second group was comprised of southern nobles who really didn't care much about what was happening in the north, but they'd come to see Warwick's influence as a threat. They also looked down on the poorer border lords and viewed Warwick as a savage. Unfortunately, this was smaller faction and they weren't outright hostile to Warwick anyway. Their leader was Lord Petril, a portly noble with a beard who wore armor trimmed in gold. He seemed to enjoy flaunting his wealth, which Black Nail found stupid. Gold was for hiding. Wearing it only made it easier to steal and slowed you down if you had to run away. Unfortunately for Black Nail, Warwick and his men were among the most closed-mouthed. The hobgoblin learned nothing of their plans. It was almost as if Warwick suspected he was being watched by someone unseen. That, or he simply felt no need to say much to anyone else at the moment. The wolf was patient and careful. After a few hours had passed, Sir Masnin called for the expedition to stop and take a break for lunch. They'd arrived at a small glade. There were relieved sighs from many of the humans as they began piling into the clearing and sitting down. Black Nail watched them for a moment before circling back around. He wanted to rejoin the group from the proper direction, so that no one knew he'd been lurking and spying. As he was moving next to a fallen tree, Black Nail saw two of Warwick's men wander over to the edge of the clearing not too far from him and step into the forest. Curious, he moved over to see what was going on. It was probably nothing, but it would only take a moment to investigate. The two men had messy hair and rough stubble on their faces. Their simple clothes had also seen better days. They were definitely some of Warwick's thugs. The pair walked down a small animal trail next to some thick bushes before stopping. Then, the man in the lead stepped next to the bushes and grabbed his own belt, as if to begin unbuckling it. The man had obviously been looking for somewhere private to excrete, and his companion had come along to watch his back in the forest. Black Nail grimaced as he watched. Humans were weird about their bodily functions and need for privacy, and it was going to cost these two. Seriously. Before the first man had gotten his belt pulled down and shown Black Nail more hairy pink flesh than he wanted to see, something reached out of the nearby bushes and grabbed him. As the man let out a terrified shout, long brown claws covered in green leaves pulled him toward the bushes and the hidden predator within them. Seeing this, the second man lurched forward to grab his companion who was tottering on the edge of the bushes. That was also a mistake. Immediately, a third claw shot out and grabbed him, and unlike his ally, he was instantly pulled out of sight. A split second later, his struggling companion also disappeared into the greenery. Pain-filled screams filled the air for several long seconds as the mimic tore both of the humans apart so that it could feed. Black Nail let out an appreciative whistle as he began walking away. It wouldn't be a good idea to be found anywhere near a bunch of Warwick's dead minions. Despite their limitations, mimics were very good at what they did. To make up for the immobility, they were experts at choosing ambush spots that lots of animals passed by, including the occasional person. Also, the creature's first attack had been a clever trap. It could have pulled the man in right away, but instead, it had used him as bait to lure in the second man as well. It was a good thing Black Nail and his hobs knew how to spot the creatures. The bug tree things were really nasty. Warwick's thugs had already stopped screaming, but they'd created more than enough noise to draw attention. There were shouts of alarm from the camp as people began mobilizing. Black Nail slipped around to the other side of the camp and entered it from the opposite direction, so not to draw unwanted attention to himself. He hadn't been involved directly in the death of Warwick's men, but he probably could have saved them. Their deaths benefited him though, so he hadn't bothered. Also, the walk here had been boring, and this had lifted his mood. It looked like Sir Masnin had quickly seized control of the situation. Instead of letting people rush into the forest to meet a completely unknown foe, he was holding them back to defend the camp. That was smart. As far as he knew, there could be anything in there. Black Nail wandered over to the paladin's side and gave him his best innocent look. What's going on? Sir Masnin looked relieved when he turned and saw Black Nail. I don't know. Two men wandered into the trees and started screaming. They haven't come back out, but the screaming has stopped. Could you send someone to take a look? I'll go myself. It's probably nothing. People scream and die in the green all the time, Black Nail replied as he started walking back toward the forest. Thank you. After a quick stroll over to the bushes the mimic was in, Black Nail took a moment to observe a few patches of blood and footprints. Even if he hadn't watched the scene unfold personally, these signs would have told Black Nail exactly what had happened. Thus, Black Nail nodded to himself and then walked back over to Sir Masnin. Now, most of the camp was armed and ready for action. They all watched as Black Nail strolled into the clearing and over to the paladin. They're dead. They walked right into a mimic. Ah. May their souls rest in the god's arms, Sir Masnin replied sadly. Is this mimic a threat to use? Should we deal with it? Black Nail shook his head. It's not a threat to anyone else. Mimics rarely move, especially so soon after a kill, and they're very slow anyway. Some of the humans wanted to kill the mimic and bury the remains of the fallen, but after some discussion, it was eventually decided to leave the bodies and move on. Warwick himself didn't seem to care about his fallen minions, and Sir Masnin reluctantly agreed that their mission was too important for them to waste any more time. They were just common-born bandits. Black Nail was also happy with this outcome, or at least he was, until Warwick made a suggestion. I take full responsibility for the loss of my men. I told them to move in pairs and not to enter the forest, but apparently, I wasn't strict enough. It would seem my men are too undisciplined. Thus, I would like to borrow some disciplined soldiers to keep the others in line. Sir Masnin frowned thoughtfully, and Black Nail scowled. What was this? Yes, you did just acquire quite a few troops after Sir Avix's death, Lord Adrid added. Some of them would be ideal for installing the proper respect in that rabble. You should lend Warwick some of them. Black Nail snorted. He wasn't sure what was going on here, but he knew he didn't like the people involved. Warwick seems very bad at leading. They would probably just die like the others. Unfortunately, his amazing point was ignored, and after some more pressing by the northern nobles, half of Sir Avix's troops were put under Warwick's command. This annoyed Black Nail a lot, but there was nothing he could do about it. Stupid human politics. It complicated everything. How was it fair that Warwick got more troops after losing two and after Kida had killed his ally Sir Avix? Now all of Black Nail's work had been for nothing. Even though he hadn't done anything. The expedition soon started moving again. This time, Black Nail didn't bother creeping back to spy. Instead, he led the scouts and sent other minions back to watch Warwick and the others. He wanted his enemies under constant watch. Warwick had a secret plan to seize advantage of this expedition. Black Nail knew he did. He just didn't know what it was. There was no way Warwick would have come out into the green with Black Nail without one. A few more hours passed by as Black Nail stalked ahead through the green. He encountered another mimic hiding along the trail over the old road, but dispatching the creature was easy enough for Black Nail. He simply hacked it apart and moved on. Most of the more mobile predators seemed to be avoiding their group. Eventually, it came time for them to begin looking for somewhere to camp for the night, so Black Nail sent out scouts to scour the nearby area. Soon, one of them returned with news. I found some rocks, boss, the scout announced proudly. Special rocks? Black Nail asked. The hobgoblin nodded and held his hands out wide, as if indicating how big something was. Yep, they're huge and they're standing up. Oh, let's see them then, Black Nail replied before commanding his minion to lead the way. Soon, they arrived at the stones, and despite his minion's terrible description, they were exactly what Black Nail had expected to find. On a grassy hill stood a circle of standing stones. The weathered grey rocks were all vaguely rectangular in shape and at least a foot taller than any human. They looked ancient, like they'd stood upon this hill since the beginning of time. The forest was young and momentary next to them, almost as if it could fade away at any moment. This seems like a great place to camp, Black Nail remarked as he studied the stones. The entire expedition could fit within the stones and the ground there was hard and dry. It also wasn't a bad defensive position, since there were no trees hanging overhead and the stones themselves could be defended. There was the scent of feral goblins nearby, but that wouldn't be a problem. They would avoid unfamiliar hobgoblins like they would berserk trolls, for many of the same reasons. Nodding happily to himself, Black Nail went and fetched Sir Masnin and the others. It didn't take long for them to reach the hill. The paladin closed his eyes and made a brief prayer upon seeing the stones. Yes, we are truly blessed to find such shelter. There is an almost reverent feeling to this place. Who placed these stones here? They are no natural formation. I'm told it was hobgoblins, Black Nail explained with a shrug. He felt a tiny spark of pride, but he had no real connection to the ancient builders of this place. Sir Masnin gave him a perplexed look. You don't know. Black Nail just shrugged again. I wasn't around back then, and goblins don't tell stories. Cedar said hobgoblins built these though, so we probably did. The paladin looked unsatisfied but nodded. Well, let's get everyone settled down. Nightfall is approaching and I don't want a repeat of this morning's tragedy. Bane of Humanity 7. Why do you suppose the ancient hobgoblins built this circle? Darlin asked as Black Nail and him walked out of the ring of stones. The man was one of the combat mages attached to the expedition, and although he'd avoided Black Nail before this, he couldn't resist questioning the hobgoblin about the standing stones. He was a solidly built man who wore a breastplate over his grey mage's robe. From what Black Nail could tell, he was the leader of the combat mages. Despite that, he had a youthful face and short brown hair. Black Nail shrugged. I don't know. Maybe they're for fighting in. Hobgoblins like fighting and I don't know what else you'd use a big circle for. After their first day in the green, the expedition to Koroulus had camped within the circle of standing stones over the night. Now, they were ready to leave and get moving again. That seems unlikely, the mage replied. I think the stones have been carefully placed to line up with the sun. Did ancient hobgoblins worship the sun? I don't know, Black Nail told him as he grimaced sourly. He was getting tired of everyone asking him about this stuff. He didn't know anything about the standing stones but what Cedar had told him long ago, which was that they'd been built by hobgoblins. Humans hadn't been around back then, and the forest people hadn't built things from stone. Darlin glanced to the side. What do you make of the carvings though? Surely you have an opinion on them. They're a bunch of blurry lines. I think I could draw much better than that. Although the circle of standing stone was ancient and had been weathered greatly by time, some carvings on their surfaces had survived. Many of the humans had studied these carvings with great interest, even though they were little more than some collections of lines that vaguely looked like people and animals. Except for some little horn-like things on the heads of a few of the figures, you couldn't even tell if most of the figures were supposed to be hobgoblins. Many of them were indistinguishable from humans or forest people. Looking to get away from annoying questions about old rocks which he'd already answered, Black Nail left the humans behind and went out into the green to scout the way forward with some of his hobs. Thankfully, Sir Mason was able to get everyone moving before too long, and the rest of the expedition was soon following in Black Nail's footsteps. Really, what was the humans' fascination with those standing stones? Black Nail had personally built or at least ordered built, things that were much more impressive, like his mansion or Farrer's furnaces, and humans didn't gather around those and whisper to each other. Homes and furnaces were actually useful, but they were far more interested in staring at some old rocks with badly drawn pictures on them. Stupid humans. It wasn't like Black Nail hated the stones. Actually, he rather liked them. They gave off an aura of ageless endurance that he found comforting, and he enjoyed seeing proof that hobgoblins could build things to last, since many of his plans required that to be true. Sometimes he wasn't so sure that was possible. Like every time Farrer blew up his workshop, when his hobs started slacking off and fighting amongst themselves whenever he turned his back, or every time he remembered Scamp existed. Thankfully, that wasn't often these days. Scamp was far away, working at the hunting lodges outside Iron Break. It was mostly the humans' reaction to the standing stones that annoyed Black Nail. They made everything about either humans or hobgoblins, like they were two big groups that all thought alike. That was clearly not the case, and dealing with their stupidity was annoying. He was just Black Nail. He could have done without the weird dreams though. They were also somewhat responsible for his bad mood. Despite their calming presence, there was something about the stones that had disturbed Black Nail's sleep. He remembered fragments of the chaotic dreams. There had been a storm of snow. In the dream, Black Nail had followed a bloody trail towards it, passing snow-covered bodies along the way. The massive blizzard had spun and twisted in on itself as it tore apart everything near it. White had drowned out everything, except at the center of the storm. There, where it had been eerily calm, Black Nail remembered seeing a glowing pillar of ice. It had radiated cold blue light, and then the dream had ended. What a dumb dream to have on a chilly spring day. Why couldn't he have dreamed of cheese and fur blankets? Black Nail was following an animal trail that wound through the trees, when he noticed a patch of dried mud that was covered in prints. So, he took a moment to crouch down and study the tracks. Most of them were from rabbits, deer, or other critters. But, he saw one track that sent a jolt through his bones. It was clearly from a boggart. Looking around, Black Nail found several more boggart tracks nearby, next to bushes and tree roots. They looked to be almost a week old, but it was still concerning that boggarts were moving around in this part of the green. Scowling, Black Nail headed back to report to Sir Masnin. He'd want to know about this development. Show me, the paladin replied as soon as he heard about the tracks. Black Nail simply nodded and led him and two of his guards over to the footprints. He then pointed them out for the humans, since he doubted they'd be able to find them on their own. What do you think this means? Sir Masnin asked after studying the prints in the dirt. I might be nothing, Black Nail answered. Boggarts come up from the dark paths to hunt for food in the green a lot. These tracks probably belong to a foraging party like that. We move on then, but be on the lookout for more signs of boggart activity, and report everything you find to me. Black Nail nodded. I will. Sir Masnin then headed back to the main body of the expedition and they started moving forward again. Several hours later, Black Nail stumbled upon a new problem. The expedition had been following the old overgrown road north, but now the way forward was blocked by a raging river. The winding torrent of water had been flooded by the spring melt and was now impossible to cross. White frothy water gushed over its banks as it rushed along its path. There was no way anyone would be able to swim through that, and next to nothing remained of the bridge that had once crossed over the river. There were only a few stones left to mark where it used to stand. Black Nail scowled sourly at the river before him. Well, it wasn't like he hadn't expected to run into this exact problem. All he could do was report back to Sir Massanin and then try not to roll his eyes when the paladin told him to go look for some other way to cross. Sir Massanin nodded sagely when Black Nail informed him of the river in their way. It seems we have no choice but to find a new route. How long do you think it will take you? Black Nail didn't roll his eyes. I won't know until I look. Could be hours, or it could be days. Then you should get to it. What do you suggest our group do? I've sent some minions to head downstream and look around, but I think we should head upstream. That's more the direction we want to go. My minions can catch up later, since you humans are so slow. Sir Massanin looked calm as he nodded again. It's in the gods' hands then. Lead the way. After excusing himself, Black Nail did just that. He marched ahead and met with his scouts, who told him about another animal trail that the humans could use to follow the river upstream. Black Nail checked it out for himself and then sent his scouts back out while he waited for the humans to catch up. Sir Massanin stepped through the bushes and out into the path first, but he was swiftly followed by several of his men and then Kita. A long trek through the woods didn't seem to have worn the redhead down at all. She was hyper and looked eager to explore. Her face brightened up upon seeing Black Nail. She'd been traveling with the rest of the humans, and he'd been avoiding her. This trail is much larger than the last. What sort of beast made it, exactly? One of the armsmen asked as he looked around. The trail they were now on was quite tall and wide. 2 men on horseback could ride along it without a problem, and there weren't any branches hanging overhead either. Ogres, mostly, Black Nail answered. Mostly. Black Nail shrugged. Drakes like to follow ogres around. I see, the armsman remarked nervously as he peered into the nearby foliage as if Drake might jump out at any moment. Are we in any real danger from drakes? Sir Massanin asked. Probably not. They're rare, and I've never been attacked by a drake. Then again, I'm a hobgoblin, not a human. Maybe you smell tasty to them. And what do you think we should do if we encounter a drake? Black Nail gave him a blank look. He wasn't an expert on drakes, so he could only guess. They like to chase large moving things. So, stay away from the horses and try not to look yummy. Sir Massanin frowned with obvious dissatisfaction. I was thinking of a more defensive plan where we either kill it or drive it away. Well, you have a bunch of mages with drake killing weapons, so I suggest you use those, Black Nail told him. A fair enough point. I will speak to Darlin and the others, Sir Massanin said before turning to go give orders to the men behind him. I bet you and I could take a drake in a straight-up fight. Kita told Black Nail as she grinned happily. Sure, I'll let you go in first, Black Nail replied. Turning away from all the humans, the hobgoblin chieftain headed down the path. He planned on catching up to his forward scouts. Being around Kita for even several seconds had already depleted his reserves of patience when it came to dealing with the redhead. The going was very easy now, thanks to the wide animal path. It seemed like even the trees overhead were thinner here. Thus, the humans were making much better progress than before since they could ride without a problem. That meant Black Nail had to push his pace a little though. Following the path was easy, but Black Nail was also responsible for commanding the scouts. He had to keep eyes on the river so that they didn't miss any possible crossings while also watching the green for danger. After around an hour had passed, the forest path began to angle upwards and become rocky. The trees then began to thin out as the forest transitioned into rocky hills that were covered in only a few stubby trees. Soon, the ogre path veered away from the river, but Black Nail pressed on ahead regardless. He didn't want to get too far from the water, and the rocky hills weren't too hard to traverse. Climbing up the side of a rocky incline, Black Nail took a moment to look around. From up high, he could see the river peeking through the trees to his right. It was about 100 feet away now. Up ahead and to his left were more rocky hills, several of which that were taller than the one he was on now. Jagged grey stone and the occasional scraggly bush jutted out of the hard earth all around him. In every other direction lay a sea of greenery atop towering trees. While he was taking in the scenery, Black Nail reached into his coat and withdrew a wedge of cheese. It was the last piece of his favorite flavor. He'd meant to make it last longer by eating other types of cheese, but he hadn't been able to resist. Smiling, Black Nail looked back to see if anyone was catching up to him as he raised the cheese to his lips. However, before the cheese reached his mouth, there was a wet sensation on his fingers and the cheese vanished from his grip. Surprised, Black Nail spun around to see that had happened, and came face to face with a brown hill goat. It was a huge example of its species and it was chewing on Black Nail's cheese. Hey, that's mine. Black Nail growled as he glared at the wild thief. The large creature had a grey beard and sleepy eyes. It also had curved horns that were crystalline. A mutant. Black Nail reached for his blade. The huge goat simply snorted dismissively, and then in one swift movement, it spun around and kicked Black Nail in the chest. Caught off guard, the blow hit Black Nail hard, throwing him backwards. As his breath shot out of his lungs, he hung in the air for a moment. Then, he hit the ground and began rolling down the hill. Rocks battered and stabbed him as he rolled, and he only came to a stop at the bottom of the hill. Groaning, Black Nail climbed to his feet and glowered at the goat atop the hill. Ow! His everything hurt now. There were rips in his clothing and he was scratched in several places, but at least he didn't seem to have any serious wounds. You will pay for this. Black Nail yelled at the beast that had assaulted him and stolen his cheese. The goat just stared calmly down at him. Its face was expressionless. Drawing his sword, Black Nail began climbing the hill toward his assailant. Fighting a giant mutant goat right now probably wasn't the brightest move, but some things needed done. It was the principle of the thing. Absolutely no one could be allowed to get away with stealing his cheese. If he let this goat do it without reprisal, then other goats might get ideas. However, instead of standing its ground, the goat just snorted again and began to walk away. No, come back here, you smelly coward. Black Nail cursed as he stomped after it. The beast didn't meet his challenge and just kept trotting away. Frustrated, Black Nail stopped and took a moment to think. He didn't want to chase his new archenemy all across the green. He was a little too busy for that at the moment. Thus, the hobgoblin sheathed his sword and reached into his coat to pull out another wedge of cheese. This one wasn't quite as nice smelling as the last, but it was still quite fragrant, like musty herbs and old sweaty clothes. You want this? Come and get it, Black Nail yelled as he held the cheese out toward the goat. What are you doing, boss? A hobgoblin scout asked from behind Black Nail. He'd just stepped out of the trees. Shut up and stay away, Black Nail replied without turning around. The goat had stopped moving and had turned to look at the prize in Black Nail's hand. Sure, that sounds smart to me. Slowly, the goat started walking back to Black Nail. The hobgoblin chieftain smiled. Yes, that's it. Come closer. When the goat was within Black Nail's reach, he lunged forward and tried to grab one of its horns. He missed as the beast ducked to the side and then snatched the cheese from his other hand. The creature was swift and slippery. Growling, Black Nail reached for his sword, and was promptly kicked back down the hill again. The fall hurt even more the second time. Coughing, Black Nail climbed to his feet. Ow! His ribs felt one size too small. Also, some of them may have been knocked a little loose. Fine, we'll call this a draw. Consider yourself warned. Black Nail yelled at the goat once he'd caught his breath. Charging the beast wouldn't gain him anything, and really didn't want to go through all that again. The beast's face remained expressionless, but it licked its lips and drooled a little. Are you done, boss? Black Nail's watching minion asked. Yes, I was simply scaring away a vicious mutant. Look at it up there, too afraid to come down here and face me. You're safe now. Thank you, boss. You're welcome, Black Nail replied as he looked around for a new way forward that avoided the hill the goat was on. Focusing on his incredibly important mission, Black Nail resumed his scouting duties. If the goat bothered anyone else, he was sure one of the human vessels could deal with it. Thus, the hobgoblin soon left the hill far behind. He didn't manage to leave the goat behind though. The stupid thing began trotting after him. It didn't attack or even get close, but it followed Black Nail as he moved over the hills and then back into the green. You're not getting any more cheese, the hobgoblin yelled at the goat, but it didn't react. Black Nail tried yelling at it and shooing it away several more times, but to no avail. It would fade away into the trees only to reappear again sometime later. Eventually, he gave up and just decided to ignore it until it got bored and left. As the day went on, the wind began to pick up and the sky overhead grew cloudy. Black Nail looked up at the sky and grew concerned. A storm was coming, so he headed back to meet with Sir Masnin and make preparations. The paladin nodded in agreement after Black Nail had explained his concerns. If it begins to rain heavily then we will be forced to take shelter. I don't think our sleeping tents will shield us from a real torrent or storm. We will press on for now, but I believe that finding shelter for us should be your priority. Black Nail had no problem with that, so he immediately sent out word for all his scouts to search for caves or other features that would shelter them from a storm. It took a while. The expedition continued to travel parallel to the river for another hour before one of Black Nail's scouts returned with news. He'd found a series of shallow caves that would stay dry during a storm. After questioning his minion to make sure the space was suitable, Black Nail waited for the humans to catch up so he could lead them there. As he waited, the wind picked up and black clouds filled the sky. A heavy storm looked inevitable now. Have you found us shelter? A storm is coming. Sir Masnin yelled over the winds upon reaching Black Nail. The rest of the expedition was walking or riding behind him. Yes, this way. Black Nail yelled back as he led them off the trail and into the green. The sky had already started to spit a light rain that was making everything damp. It took quite a bit of effort to get all the humans off the road and safely to the shelter. They stumbled through the now shadowy trees, tripping over roots and bushes. Hobgoblins were required to shepherd them and keep the stupider ones from getting lost. This was made much more confusing because there were a series of ponds nearby. Not only did people keep falling into them, but hordes of spiny frogs had emerged from the water to enjoy the rain. The critters were loud, and their spines could go right the leather boots if you stepped on them. Thankfully, at least the trees protected everyone from the wind and rain. It looks like we'll be staying here until morning, Sir Masnin remarked once everyone was in the caves and they were all out of the weather. The caves they were occupying were located in the side of a small cliff. It was right in the forest, so trees surrounded it. Sir Masnin had to lean out of the cave and peek through gaps in the leafy canopy overhead to see the sky. Most of the mounts had been placed in their own cave, and the humans had gone deeper into the cave to huddle and warm themselves. This looks like a big storm that could go all night, Black Nail agreed. Kiddo was standing nearby, and she suddenly raised a hand to point outside. What's that? Glancing over, Black Nail saw a familiar shape out in the dark. It was the goat. Black Nail hadn't seen it for a while, and thus he'd assumed that it had wandered off, but apparently not. The mutant's yellow eyes glowed in the dark for a moment, and then its dark silhouette vanished into the shadows cast by the trees. Black Nail growled as he scanned the forest for any sight of it. He had no doubt that it was still around somewhere. The smelly monster was after his cheese. Bane of Humanity 8. Black Nail didn't sleep well that night, despite the double watch ordered by Sir Massanin. He couldn't even trust his hobgoblins to be diligent enough. The mutant goat had snuck up on him after all, and none of the other hobgoblins were near his match when it came to sneaking or detecting sneaks. His cheese was only really safe while he was personally watching it. Thus, Black Nail slept fitfully and woke up several times in the middle of the night. Feeling nervous, he'd then do a quick inspection of the area outside the cave before going back to sleep. The next morning, despite the fact that none of his cheese had disappeared, he was in a grumpy mood. He couldn't rest peacefully while that stupid goat was out there. Black Nail studied the nearby trees and bushes from the mouth of the cave for any sign of the beast. It was probably watching him right now, biding its time. Black Nail considered slipping some cheese into Warwick's backpack, just to see what happened. No matter how that encounter ended, it could only help him. However, Black Nail couldn't obsess over the creature forever. Sir Massanin eventually got all the humans up and ready to move, so Black Nail had to lead the vanguard again. That forced him to focus on more immediate dangers, although Black Nail was pretty sure he spotted the goat at least once as he moved through the green. The creature was definitely still following him. The expedition got lucky early that morning. About an hour after they'd headed out, the scouts Black Nail had watching the river stumbled upon a ford. Despite the raging waters caused by the spring melt, it was shallow enough for men and horses to walk across. Slinging a rope across the river made it even safer, and soon everyone had made it to the other side. However, while the water had been relatively shallow at the ford, it had still come up to people's groins. Thus, everyone got very wet and cold, and they had to stop for a while to change clothes and dry out. Black Nail needed time to find a new path north though, so that was fine. Once the expedition was moving again, they traveled for several hours without any problems, but then the forest ahead of them began to twist and change. Black Nail quickly spotted these warning signs and sent scouts out to study the area ahead. Then, he walked back to talk to Sir Massanin. "We have a problem," Black Nail told the paladin. Sir Massanin frowned as he brought his mount to a halt, and all the riders behind him stopped as well. "What is it?" "The woods grow dark and thick up ahead." Sir Massanin hesitated. "And what does that mean?" Black Nail sighed. These humans really knew nothing about the green. The dark parts of the green are the most dangerous. "Ah, do trolls and mimics prefer the dark?" "No, because of the spiders." "The spiders?" Black Nail nodded. "Yes, the dark woods are full of spiders that are bigger than your head. The poisonous creatures drop down on people from above and paralyze them with their bites. Then, they wrap you up in webs so they can eat you later." Sir Massanin asked if they could go around the dark woods, but Black Nail informed him that this was a large stretch of old growth, and it would probably take days to go around it. "It seems like we have been given no choice but to go through it then. Can you shepherd us through this treacherous expanse?" the paladin asked. "Probably," Black Nail admitted reluctantly. "You don't sound very sure of yourself." "I know how to keep safe in the dark woods, but I prefer to either avoid it or burn it down." "That's what most people do, burn all the spiders to death." "Perhaps, but we need to reach Coriolis and a wildfire would be even more of a barrier to our quest." Black Nail didn't have a good answer for that, so he reluctantly began leading everyone toward the dark portion of forest that lurked ahead of them. A bunch of people were going to get bitten by spiders, but he supposed that wasn't his problem. Soon, the greenery near the ground began to grow sparser as the canopy overhead grew darker. Then, dead branches became common obstacles and all the ground cover disappeared, leaving the dark earth bare. Eventually, ghostly pale trees and thick shadows stretched out in every direction. This change was obvious even to the humans, and they started murmuring fearfully. Only when the first spider webs appeared did Black Nail call for everyone to stop so that he could inform them of what they were about to face. Their fear would make sure they took him seriously. Sure enough, as the humans studied the web stretching from branch to branch ahead of them, lit torches appeared in their hands and everyone pulled up their hoods. When possible, blankets and tarps were also put over horses. It wasn't a sure thing, but the thick cloth would discourage any spiders that dropped down from biting. Meanwhile, the torches would hopefully mesmerize and blind the spiders so that their attacks were less accurate. One of the riders behind Sir Massanin looked particularly nervous. He kept glancing up. "The hob is just messing with us, right? There's no way spiders get that big, even out here." "I don't know." "Take your hood off and find out," his nearest companion replied with a rude snort. As the expedition advanced, the forest continued to grow darker until the torches in people's hands were the only real source of light. Shadows filled the forest, stretching forth from twisted dead branches. The cobwebs also grew thicker, until shimmering white webs blocked off many of the paths between the trees. The resulting sifting gloom was incredibly unsettling and creepy, especially since it almost completely silent except for the occasional rustle of leaves from up above. "I see why even rangers avoid these areas," Sir Massanin remarked. The paladin and Black Nail were walking next to each other as they led the way forward. Behind them, the humans and hobs had clumped together into small groups for protection. Many of the humans were also leading blanket-covered horses. Black Nail opened his mouth to inform his ally that they hadn't even been attacked yet, when a shrill scream from behind him cut him off. Spinning around, he saw a hooded human lurch out of a crowd while screaming. There was a large brown spider on his back with long legs that wrapped around his torso. "Hold still. I'll get it," another hooded man yelled as he stepped out of the crowd after his ally and raised a sword. The man with the spider on his back didn't reply. Instead, he stumbled and fell on his face, which allowed his companion to kick the spider off and then hack it apart with his blade. That wasn't the end of it though. Black Nail saw several more brown blurs drop down into groups of people, and more screaming followed. This time, it was joined by the sound of frightened horses as everyone began to panic. Black Nail remained where he was as Sir Masnin ran over to help and prevent everyone from scattering in fear. Thankfully, things were soon under control and the spiders were killed before they could do too much damage. It seemed like only a single person had been bitten. He was paralyzed but could still be moved by slinging him across the top of a horse like a sack of grain. Some warning about the horses being so terrified of spiders would have been nice, Sir Masnin remarked as he walked back to Black Nail. We almost lost several of them back there. I didn't know. I've never been in here with horses before, Black Nail replied with a shrug. He was actually on the spiders' side here. As much as he hated the spiders, they were still more useful than horses, since you could extract their venom. Ah, very well. Regardless, do you think this is the worst we can expect, or will it grow more difficult as we penetrate deeper? I'm not sure, but we should be able to handle it. The spiders aren't a huge threat to large groups of people. They'd have to bite all of us, Black Nail answered. The paladin nodded and got the expedition moving again. Having faced the spiders and seen what they were capable of, most of the human warriors had gained some confidence and were no longer so afraid. After a few more minutes of walking, Black Nail saw something out of the corner of his eye and pointed it out to Sir Masnin. Look there. There was something large and black hanging in a huge web that had been spun near ground level. It looked like a huge insect shell. Is that a boggart? Sir Masnin remarked in surprise. Yes, it looks like a warrior. How did the spiders manage to catch it? I thought they weren't that dangerous. Black Nail shrugged. It must have come in alone. The paladin frowned and pointed over to the left. There are two more over there. The hobgoblin turned and saw that his ally was correct. There were indeed two more boggarts warriors hanging in another web. I don't like this. Maybe we should go back, Black Nail remarked. You're the guide, Sir Masnin told him as both turned to look back over at the men they were leading. Thus, they had a great view of events when a thick white line shot down from above and hit a man at the edge of the group. A moment later, he was tugged up out of sight into the darkness of the canopy above. He hadn't even had time to scream, before he disappeared without a sound. Uh-oh, Black Nail groaned. Mages. I need light, as much as you give me, right now. Sir Masnin yelled as he drew his sword. Almost instantly, the mages obeyed, and several bright lights appeared as they activated their staffs. The illumination quickly pushed the darkness back, to reveal a spider the size of a large wagon hanging over the expedition. Its many eyes glowed red with reflected light as it studied the prey beneath it. The mages didn't stop with just light. Two of them immediately launched magical blasts at the mutant spider. At that size, it had to be a mutant. Unfortunately, both blasts missed as the spider suddenly dropped down and hit the ground. It landed gracefully considering its size but still managed to crush several people. Everyone else recoiled and drew their weapons as they turned to face the monster in their midst. That was when more of the smaller spider began to fall upon the gathered humans, throwing things even more into chaos. After Sir Masnin, Black Nail was one of the first to draw his sword, but he was also one of the furthest away from the spider. As he began to move toward it, it spun around and glanced at him with several of its menacing red eyes, of which it had an uncomfortable amount. It seemed to recognize Black Nail as a threat, because a moment later, it launched a large clump of web his way. Black Nail tried to dodge, but the web extended as it flew toward him, shifting into a wide net that caught him and then threw him backwards into a tree. He hit the trunk and stuck fast. Surprised but uninjured, Black Nail tried to free himself, but his hands and legs were tightly trapped. He couldn't even turn his head to see how the fight with the spider was going, which was sort of important. All he could do was listen in, and it sounded like a chaotic mess. People were shouting and screaming. There was even a loud explosion. Ugh, maybe spiders weren't better than horses after all. Also, if any of his stupid minions could think properly, they'd be cutting him loose so that he could help. That, or lead the retreat. As Black Nail was futilely trying to reach for his knife, he noticed movement. A spider was descending from the canopy toward him. Uh-oh. He still couldn't move. The hobgoblin redoubled his efforts to free himself, but he made no progress before the spider landed on his shoulder and stared him right in the face. It made a wet hissing noise as its mandibles twitched and its red eyes studied him. Hopefully, that was just drool leaking from the spider's mouth, and not venom. Is anyone there? I could use some help, Black Nail yelled in an even voice. He didn't want to be too loud lest it trigger the spider to bite his nose. It was the most obvious target, and he really likes his nose. From out of sight, Black Nail could hear the fight with the giant spider continue. It didn't sound like it was anywhere near done yet. That wasn't great. Ha, come get some you bug-faced freak. Kida shouted right before another explosion went off. There was no reply to Black Nail's plea for aid. He could only watch as the spider on his side crept closer, until it was suddenly smashed away, by a hoof. Black Nail managed to twist his head around so that he could see his rescuer. It was the mutant goat. The beast gave Black Nail a blank look and then leaned over to begin chewing at the web holding him to the tree. Hey, what are you doing? Black Nail asked. He was rather relieved that the spider was gone, but he wasn't sure the goat was much better. Being eaten by the spider would probably be less painful. The goat ignored him and kept chewing away at the webs on Black Nail's back. Soon, the hobgoblin was halfway free and could wiggle around much more. Was the goat helping him? Why? Black Nail stopped struggling and waited for the goat to finish whatever it was doing. However, a few seconds later, the beast stopped chewing webs and began rooting through Black Nail's now exposed backpack. Before Black Nail could react, it then pulled out a wedge of cheese and began scoffing it down. "You thieving slab of mutton!" Black Nail yelled as he began fighting to free himself again. "Don't eat my cheese. I'll eat you first." "Stop." The goat tried to reach for another piece or cheese, but Black Nail managed to get one of his hands free and flail around enough to discourage it. Snorting rudely, the beast then gave Black Nail another blank stare before turning and beginning to walk away. For a woodland creature it was oddly droopy and apathetic. "Come back here and fight me." Black Nail growled at it. As if it understood, the goat stopped and gave Black Nail an unimpressed look of challenge. After I get free." "Give me moment," the hobgoblin quickly added as he tore some webs away. The goat simply snorted dismissively again and then vanished into the shadows beyond the trees. It took a few more moments for Black Nail to finally rip himself free. Spinning around, he glanced toward the fight with the giant spider, but it was already over. The spider's body lay on the ground and had obviously suffered quite a lot of damage. Several of its legs had been hacked off and corpse was on fire. It seemed the mages had managed to land at least one good hit. Most of the human warriors had been scattered after the attack, quite a few were laying on the ground or stuck to trees by webs, but most of those that were still standing gave a quick cheer upon seeing the slain spider. "Whereseek! Warwick!" Several of the louder people roared as Warwick raised his blade in response. He was standing next to the spider and had obviously been fighting it. The sight annoyed Black Nail deeply. Black Nail wiped some more webs off his coat and stomped over. "Shut up! This isn't the place to be loud." The hobgoblin's point was made when a spider dropped down out of the canopy onto one of the celebrators. His companions rushed over to help him, which promptly ended the cheering. It put a smile back on Black Nail's lips though. Ignoring everyone else, Black Nail went to talk to Sir Masnan, who was also standing near the dead giant spider. The paladin quickly explained that the mutant had rampaged through the human warriors until Warwick had managed to cut off two of its legs. That had slowed the beast down enough that everyone could get clear and the mages could line up a shot to finish it off. Sir Masnan was too busy to explain in more detail. The spider's attack had left the human ranks in shambles and he needed to get everyone reorganized fast. The mutant spider had killed 2 human warriors and wounded 3 others. The smaller spider had also taken advantage of the chaos to bite half a dozen men, paralyzing them all. It was a mess. Thankfully, Black Nail's allies had been spared. Most of the hobgoblins had been guarding the flanks of the expedition while Illisti had been holding up the rear. Kiddo was the only one other than Black Nail himself who'd managed to get herself into trouble. Black Nail found her web to a tree so thoroughly that she couldn't even talk thanks to the web stuck to her face. Apparently, it had happened right before the end of the fight, which she'd been a large part of. It was tempting to leave her there and enjoy the silence for a few more minutes, but Black Nail cut her down instead. Once all the wounded and paralyzed had been thrown onto horses, Sir Masnan decided to press on. They couldn't go back, and after consulting with Black Nail, they decided it was unlikely they'd run into another mutant. The smaller spiders were annoying, but could be dealt with safely. To everyone's great relief, the expedition soon managed to make it out of the dark woods. The canopy overhead grew lighter and green plants sprung up all around them, returning color to their surroundings. Sir Masnan then had them stop and make camp for the rest of the day. The wounded needed a break, and the paralyzed would recover completely overnight. Of course, the dark woods were hardly the only dangerous part of the green. With the scent of blood in the air, Black Nail and his minions had to double their efforts to scout the area and guard the expedition. While he was out scouting, Black Nail climbed a series of hills and then stumbled upon a cliff that looked down on a vast stretch of forest. Peering out over the expanse of green and the snow-peaked mountains in the distance, Black Nail spotted one area that stood out. It was still very far away, but it was unmistakably a vast city with stretches of homes all surrounded by a tall wall. Even from so far away, it was obviously a ruin with holes in the walls, plenty of collapsed buildings, and odd patches of greenery. However, it was still an impressive sight and far larger than any city Black Nail had ever seen. There was only one city out here. It was Coriolis, the expedition's goal and the lair of Myag Noir, the most dangerous beast in all the world. Bane of Humanity 9. After spotting the ruins of Coriolis off in the distance, Black Nail returned to the camp to report what he'd seen. All the members of Sir Masnan's expedition were relieved to learn that they were headed in the right direction and that their destination was in sight. After their flight from the dark woods and its spider inhabitants, some good news was welcome. As the humans rested around their campfires and tended to their wounds, many of them cheered. Black Nail was a little insulted by their doubt in his tracking abilities, but he supposed they were simply being cowardly city humans, and he couldn't blame them for that. As per Sir Masnan's orders, the expedition didn't start moving again until the next morning. By then, they'd had time to rest up and everyone who'd been paralyzed by spider venom had recovered enough to walk or ride. Black Nail selected a narrow animal trail for them to follow as they got moving. His scouts had explored it yesterday. This trail is much smaller than the last. A larger one would allow us to travel faster, Sir Masnan observed as he walked next to Black Nail near the front of the expedition. Everyone was walking in a line because the thick greenery and uneven ground made riding difficult. There aren't any larger paths. The ogres are gone, and there doesn't seem to be very many other big beasts around here, just lots of small ones. Sir Masnan sighed in disappointment. Well, at least that means we should be relatively safe. Later that day, 2 human warriors fell off a cliff and died. They'd been lured to the edge by the unexpected sound of human voices which had actually been made by a hidden harpy, and then another harpy had swooped down from concealment in the nearby trees and knocked them both off the edge. The tumble against the rocks killed both men, allowing the two harpies to swoop down and feast upon their bodies unimpeded. There was nothing the other members of the expedition could do but continue moving. Climbing down the cliff would be dangerous and take far too long, and the harpies would simply see them coming and drag the bodies away if they tried. However, as they were trudging on, Warwick walked over to Sir Masnin and Black Nail. There was an angry scowl on his face and he spoke far louder than he had to. Another 2 of my men are dead. This would never have happened if this hobgoblin had been scouting the way properly. This is his fault. Sir Masnin looked unconvinced and Black Nail simply let out a rude snort. Use your brains. Harpies can move around by flapping their wings. It's called flying, Black Nail explained as he made a flapping gesture with both his hands. No one can watch the entire forest for everything. I warned you and your men not to do anything stupid. Listen next time and keep better control over your bandits. Bah, as if a hobgoblin could be trusted. Your kind likes nothing better than to watch humans die. He has my trust, Sir Masnin interjected as he gave the wolf a severe look. Black Nail's glare was even less friendly. There were some humans who he'd like to see die much more than others. Perhaps we would all be safer if you didn't trust so easily, Warwick replied coldly before walking away. Black Nail was unimpressed, and he snorted again as the man left. Unfortunately, the hobgoblin knew he hadn't been Warwick's real audience. Glancing at the nearby nobles, Black Nail noted that they'd all been listening intently. He then sighed in frustration. Stupid humans. They were making this too complicated. Thankfully, the rest of the day was uneventful. After hiking through the green for many hours, they eventually came to a stop and camped for the night. Even better, no one else managed to get themselves killed over the next 2 days. Black Nail spent most of his time scouting up ahead of the rest of the expedition. He ran into quite a few mimics and other pests, but they were easy to go around or scare away. However, there was one concern. The mutant goat was still following him around. The creature would occasionally show up when Black Nail was alone and approach him. Black Nail attempted to lure it in closer by holding out bits of cheese, but whenever he tried to grab it, the beast slipped away. Most the time it also managed to snag the cheese. It was very frustrating, but at least the creature didn't try to attack him. Keeping it happy with a few scraps of cheese was probably a good trade. On the 3rd day, Black Nail stayed with the main part of the expedition. There, he spent most of his time walking near Sir Masnin or wandering through the trees next to the path as he listened in on other people's conversations. He didn't learn much. Most of the humans' discussions seemed to focus on their desire not to be eaten by spiders or miag noir. That was understandable, but it wasn't terribly interesting to listen to. Giving up on hearing any secret plans that his enemies were making, Black Nail rejoined Sir Masnin. They talked for a while as they compared hunting exploits. Sir Masnin was one of the few people that could come close to matching Black Nail's impressive list of kills. The paladin definitely had some very impressive stories, but Black Nail was sure that Sir Masnin was exaggerating some parts to show off and one-up him. That was fine, though. He was just insecure. However, the pair's conversation was interrupted by an unexpected arrival. Without warning, the mutant goat walked out of the forest and stared at Black Nail. The hobgoblin grunted in annoyance as the entire expedition came to stop. What does it want? Sir Masnin asked. Cheese, Black Nail replied as he walked over and handed the goat a piece. It was probably better to give the beast what it wanted rather than risk it rampaging, or having its slimy tongue lick his face again. That had happened once before. The goat had been trying to get the crumbs clinging to Black Nail's face, and it had been quite disgusting. Anyway, the beast really didn't eat that much and he had plenty of cheese tucked away. Besides, the more he fed it, the more likely it was to lower its guard. Eventually, Black Nail would get the drop on it and teach it who was the boss. Any day now. A nearby soldier made a face and pinched his nose. That goat smells. Did it roll in something? I think that's the cheese, the man next to him replied before making a gagging nose. Don't be jealous. You're not getting any, Black Nail told them as the goat disappeared back into the forest. The next day, the expedition crossed another river and then found themselves atop a hill that allowed them to see the walls of Koroulus off in the distance. They weren't far now. Black Nail guessed that they were only a few hours away from the ruins of the city. Sir Masnin immediately called for everyone to halt and summoned all the leaders to him for a meeting. Black Nail was the first person he addressed. I want your scouts searching for even the smallest hint of Drake activity as we approach the city. If my Agnoir is alive, I want to know it long before we see him. Me too, Black Nail replied with a nod. That was kind of important to know if he didn't want to get eaten. The mages were the paladin's next concern. I want you to check over your equipment and make sure all of it is ready to be used at a moment's notice. When you are done with that, every amulet and fire lance should be placed in the hands of our most capable warriors. I'll be taking one of those, Elicity remarked. Sir Masnin simply nodded. I wasn't thinking of denying you one. You're without a doubt one of our deadliest fighters. I want one too, Kida said. She'd followed Black Nail here without really being invited. The paladin made a sour face. We'll see. I thought the beast was supposed to be long gone or dead, a nervous noble asked. That's what we were told before we came on this expedition. No, you were told that might be the case, the paladin replied sternly. Regardless, I plan on being prepared for the worst. Returning without the silver isn't an option. No one had any arguments against that they were willing to voice anyway, so the meeting was soon called to an end, and the expedition started forward again. As per Sir Masnin's orders, Black Nail headed out to lead the scout vanguard himself. He wanted to handle this personally anyway, so that he knew none of his minions were messing up. However, despite a thorough search of the forest by Black Nail and his scouts, they found no conclusive evidence as to whether Noir was still nearby. There were plenty of old trails, claw marks cut into bark, and toppled tree, but none of them seemed to be from within the last few years. A large drake had certainly been in the area, but not recently. That didn't mean Noir was gone though. It might have just moved on to a different hunting area on the other end of the city. Coriolis was a large city and the green was incredibly vast. When the expedition finally reached the outskirts of the abandoned city, Black Nail had to explain this to Sir Masnin, who was not happy to hear it. He frowned and glanced at the nearby bushes as the hobgoblin talked. I could circle around the city and check for tracks. That would answer your question, but it would probably take a day or two to do right, Black Nail explained as the lead part of the expedition came to stop. The gates of Coriolis loomed ahead of them. Made of grey stone blocks with a massive arch at their peak, they were an impressive sight, although it was obviously a ruin. The twisted remnants of its once mighty doors lay on the ground before it, leaving the way into the city permanently open. The forest had also creeped right up to the walls. Trees grew below its ramparts and vines dangled from its heights. Beyond the gates, the members of the expedition could see cobbled streets and crumbling buildings. Sir Masnin stared into the city silently for several moments before replying. No, we don't have time for that. Before us lies a great monument to the fragile nature of human civilization, and that omen cannot be ignored. Every moment we delay costs humanity dearly and pushes us closer to the edge of annihilation. We will simply have to enter the city under the assumption that the monster still lives. Good luck. I'll wait out here for you, Black Nail told him. I'll need your help locating the silver and scouting the city. Black Nail sighed. Of course. He'd been expecting a reply like that. I wasn't hired to fight giant drakes. I'm here to guide you, that's all. And you won't be forced to fight the doom. However, there is still scouting that needs done, within the ruins. What about if Noir attacks me? Flee or fight, that's up to you. On my word as a paladin, I will aid you to the greatest of my ability. Thanks, Black Nail replied sourly. When everyone had gathered, Sir Masnin addressed them. We'll be entering the city shortly. The main body of the expedition will stay together in formation so that we can respond quickly to any attack and protect our vulnerable members. Meanwhile, small scouting groups will search the city as we move. There is no reason to fear, our quest has both mighty warriors with supernatural strength and the most powerful mage-made weapons ever forged. Carry on, and soon we will be heading home as heroes to match any figure of legend. It was rousing speech that seemed to stiffen the spine of several humans, but Black Nail still found himself staring apprehensively at the gate ahead as the party began moving again. He didn't much care for being a hero, and the derelict gate loomed like the maw of a great stone beast that was about to bite. Black Nail really wanted to stay on this side of it. His instincts were screaming that entering the city was a bad idea, but he didn't have much choice but to do as Sir Masnin asked. His own plans demanded it. The first thing Black Nail noticed as he entered the city was the quiet. The sounds of the living forest disappeared. The walls kept the sound from outside out, and the city itself was an almost silent maze of crumbling stone. Black Nail didn't like it. It was unnatural for a place out in the green. The forest and its inhabitants should have penetrated the city more. Once the entire expedition was through the gates and had assembled itself into a box-like formation with the mages in the center, Sir Masnin motioned for Black Nail to head out. Black Nail scowled back at the paladin but did as he was told. If a giant mutant did attack him, he was definitely leading it straight back to the humans. That would serve them right. Muttering darkly to himself, Black Nail wandered out into the city with Hera and half of his hobgoblins in tow. His other minions minus Kita, who was useless, headed off in another direction. They weren't alone. There were also two groups of human scouts as well. Black Nail hoped they got eaten first and screamed loudly enough to warn everyone else. Hopefully, the Doom would then go after the main formation and get burned to ash by all the fire magic they were packing. That would be the best outcome, but probably not what actually happened. Black Nail's luck wasn't nearly that good, especially when it came to mutants. They were always getting in Black Nail's way. Really though, how dangerous could one mutant drake be? Taking out a city this size seemed impressive, but humans were always having their villages and towns destroyed. The north was littered with their ruins. Sometimes they were even destroyed by human bandits, which weren't all that scary. Famines were apparently a common problem too, which was rather embarrassing for the humans. Finding food out in the green wasn't that hard. Yay, Noir couldn't be all that dangerous. The humans had probably overreacted and gotten themselves killed while they ran around like terrified mice before a cat. Noir probably wasn't much tougher than some of the other mutants Black Nail had killed. Feeling moderately better about his chances of survival, Black Nail continued his exploration of the vacant city. It was certainly an interesting place, and a nice change of scenery after spending so long in the forest. The old paved roads had seen better days and had a lot of grass and bushes growing up through their stones, but it was still mostly flat and easy to traverse. There were also a lot of hollowed-out buildings with collapsed roofs and walls. A surprising number of buildings with slate roofs were still standing though. They were overgrown, but still looked sturdy. Walking over to inspect one well-preserved home, Black Nail took a moment to look over the stonework. Some of it was rather pretty. Coriolis must have been quite the city back before all its humans died horribly. Now, the ruins had an eerie feel to them, although scavengers had long since disposed of all the human corpses, except for the occasional solitary bone. All the stone radiated cold, despite the sun overhead, and the entire place felt hollow. Hungry even. Black Nail didn't like it. It gave him the jitters. As he was studying the exterior of the house, something white caught Black Nail's eyes, so he turned to study the shadows behind the house. Under some bushes, stood a small pile of snow and ice. The hobgoblin stared at it for a moment. My Noir was sup to have ice powers, right? There hadn't been any ice out in the green. It had long since melted. No, he was probably overthinking this. Black Nail stepped away. There were sure signs of my Noir's presence that Black Nail could look for. All the stone and bricks made finding tracks difficult, but far from impossible. Moving back to the nearest street, the hobgoblin began studying the ground. He quickly found what he was looking for. Claw marks and indentations on the stone where something incredibly massive had walked. Thankfully, none of the marks seemed recent. Black Nail ran a finger along one gouge and then licked it. That didn't help with tracking at all, but the stone had some tasty salt residue on it. Getting back up, Black Nail scanned the ruins of the city around him as his minions shuffled nervously. Crumbling buildings of various sizes surrounded him. Parts of the city had been built on a slope, so he could see many more buildings rising up off in the distance. One building in particular stood out, a massive stone keep. It looked like it used to have 4 towers, but only one was still standing. Black Nail stared at it for several seconds, and then started walking over to it. It was as good a place to look as any. Warily, Black Nail and his minions walked around a street corner and past a tree that was growing up through the middle of the road. The keep was now directly ahead of him. He was planning to try to climb up onto its walls in order to get a better view, but he stopped upon noticing some more tracks on the ground in front of him. Bending down, he studied them, and a shiver went down his spine. These were fresh. Something with gigantic claws that could scar stone had been here within the last couple days. We're heading back, now. Black Nail hissed at his minions as he turned around. All the nearby hobgoblins acknowledged his orders and started to follow him, but then everyone flinched as a cold breeze washed over them. Goosebumps rose on Black Nail's skin and he had to bite down to stop his teeth from chattering. Did you feel that, boss? Hera asked him. Black Nail had already picked up his pace. Yes, run. Moving as quickly as he could without having his minions make enough noise to announce themselves to the entire city, Black Nail ran back toward where he had left Sir Masnan and the nobles. He wasn't fleeing in terror. No, he simply had some very important information to report. Yes, that was it. As the first human riders came into sight, Black Nail felt relieved. There was Sir Masnan at the front, looking strong and all shiny in all his armor. Behind him, rode over a dozen heavily armed human warriors, and behind them were the 3 mages with their fire staffs. Still more warriors held up the rear, including Illisti and his men. Black Nail hurried toward them in safety, so that he could give his report. That was important. Suddenly, there was a loud crack from behind Black Nail. Spinning around, he spotted something that caused his heart to skip a beat. A massive grey drake with a blue crest on its head was leaning on a building about 200 feet away. With its front legs on the roof, it could stretch up and get a commanding view of its surroundings and see over all the nearby buildings, but right now its yellow eyes were locked directly on Black Nail. The hobgoblin went rigid as he saw the ravenous power lurking in the drake's eyes, and then the beast growled. As a sound like boulders grinding against each other washed over Black Nail, it brought with it a wave of freezing air that stung his skin and chilled his bones. Uh-oh. Bane of Humanity 10. Black Nail shuddered as an unnatural cold assaulted him. It burned as it stabbed through his flesh and seeped into his blood. Gritting his teeth, Black Nail steadied himself and looked toward the doom of Coriolis. Keep running, he told his minions as he raised a hand to shield his eyes from the cold. They felt like they were freezing and cracking, but he could see fine. The mutant drake was still perched atop the remains of the ruined home. Its intense yellow eyes seemed to focus on Black Nail as the other hobgoblins ran past him. Black Nail took a moment to study it in turn. It was gigantic, much larger than even many of the fancy homes of Coriolis. The mutant had the body of a gray-scaled lizard, but with a crest of blue feathers on its head that ran all the way down its back. The doom was without a doubt unmatched predator. Its jaws were so thick and powerful they looked like they could crush boulders, and its magic abilities were made obvious by the blue crystal spikes sticking out of its skin. Cedar had mentioned this beast quite a lot, usually as some form of curse word. Cedar had never said it directly, he'd almost never talked about himself, but others had told Black Nail that his master had been here when the city had fallen. His master had also apparently seen the mutant with his own eyes, just like Black Nail was now. The doom was one of his master's enemies, which was one of the reasons Black Nail had agreed to come here. All his master's foes needed to die. That was Black Nail's mission. That was the hunger that drove him forward despite the pain and loss. Form up and activate your amulets. Sir Masnan yelled from down the street. At the same time, many other humans began shouting and screaming. They cited my Noir. Sir Masnan's words brought Black Nail back to reality and reminded him that he had a heating amulet of his own, so he quickly reached up to activate it. As soon as his fingers squeezed it, he felt the oppressive cold retreat as warmth flooded out of the protective trinket. Black Nail would have felt relieved, but that was when the doom decided to hop down from the building and began stalking his way. Right. He needed to get the hells out of here. He wasn't actually planning on killing the doom himself. That would be beyond stupid, like something Kiddo would try to do. Turning around, Black Nail sprinted toward the humans down the street as quickly as he could, which was faster than he'd ever moved before. The humongous predator behind him gave him plenty of motivation to push himself. Up ahead, Sir Masnan was readying his force to meet the doom. Taking advantage of the wide street, they'd formed up into two lines of riders, and Black Nail saw that many of them were armed with the mage's heat lances. Lord Illisti and Warwick both had them and were on either side of Sir Masnan. Behind the riders were the mages and warriors without lances. One of the mages was already holding up a glowing staff. It burned with orange light and the air around it shimmered lightly. There was a loud crack as stone shattered beneath Myagnoir's weight as he ran. Black Nail flinched and looked back. He was almost to his allies now, but the drake had closed the distance considerably, even if it didn't seem to be moving nearly as fast as it could. Instead, it seemed aggressive but wary. In fact, Myagnoir slowed instead of charging straight ahead at the riders. It roared, shaking the air, and then the crystals jutting from its back glowed menacingly. Immediately, frost appeared on the ruins around the beast, the air above it swirled violently, and then two huge jagged shards of ice formed above the drake. Soon, they were both larger than a horse. As Myagnoir roared again, and the ice shards shot forth. The first went straight toward Sir Masnan and the other riders. There were fearful shouts as the icy projectile closed in on the humans, but then one of the mages responded. He raised his staff and it let out a pulse of roiling red flame. This wave of burning power washed over incoming spear of ice and disintegrated it. The humans were completely unharmed. However, Black Nail didn't have time to feel relieved. The second icy spear had been hurled his way. Panic raced through Black Nail as he reached into his core and grabbed as much magic as he could. Shoving the magic into his muscles, he threw himself sideways out of the way of the ice spear. His body burned from the effort as a wave of cold overpowered his amulet and prickled his skin, but a moment later, the huge projectile flew past him. He'd dodged it. He was still alive. One of the hobgoblins in front of him wasn't so fortunate. The spear slammed right into him. His body didn't even slow it. He simply disappeared as the icy projectile slammed into him, and then they both flew into one of the ruined homes alongside the street. The impact threw a cloud of dust up into the air as the building collapsed in on itself. There was no sign of the now very dead hobgoblin, except a single boot he'd left behind on the street. It was just sitting there where he'd been standing a moment ago. Black Nail had no idea how that had happened, but he couldn't spare it a thought. Myagnoir was still charging toward him. As the drake roared again, Black Nail resumed his frantic dash toward his allies. As he moved, he noted that Hera was already there. So much for her never leaving his side or whatever. He would remember this. A moment later, Black Nail reached the line of horsemen and quickly charged past them without stopping. He didn't plan on being anywhere near them when the fight started. He wasn't getting paid to fight city-killing monsters. He'd found the thing for them, so now killing it was the human's job. Sir Masnan raised his lance and began shouting more orders. Forward, knights! For righteousness, and for humanity. Flank the beast like we've planned and target its weak underbelly as you pass. As soon as he was done yelling, there was a determined cheer from the other mounted warriors, and then the paladin sprang into action. Shouting wordlessly, he urged his horse forward and it began charging toward the enemy. A moment later, the other knights and warriors followed. Splitting apart, the charging horsemen went up both sides of the road, leaving the center open. Obviously, they planned on flanking Myagnoir instead of facing him head-on. This plan also had the advantage of giving the mages that had remained behind a clear line of fire, which they immediately took advantage of. Lances of searing flame and hissing fireballs shot toward the mutant drake. Seeing the incoming fire, Myagnoir roared again and the air around him began to swirl like a miniature cyclone. Then, the vortex was filled with swirling white shards of ice, turning the exterior of the cyclone into something that almost looked like a solid barrier that completely surrounded the drake. Black Nail felt the tip of his long nose freeze for a second before his amulet adjusted. The battleground had grown even colder. Now, white sparkling frost was everywhere, on both the ground and the nearby ruins. It was a good thing that the mage with the orange staff was shielding all the humans that didn't have amulets. They'd all probably be dead without the shimmering haze of heat that was radiating from the staff. After the battle, Black Nail would have to look for an opportunity to acquire it when no one was looking. It'd be nice to have over the winter. Up ahead, the mage's fiery spell slammed into the drake's freezing cyclone, creating explosions of steam and throwing the cyclone into chaos. It grew more frenzied and chaotic as every blast hit it, until it began to shrink and fade. Growling, Myagnoir eyed the charging knights and abandoned his cyclonic shield. As it faded, he came to a stop and smashed one of his front claws into the stone of the road. Immediately, the earth rumbled and an unnerving cracking filled the air. A second later, as everyone watched breathlessly, the road in front of Myagnoir erupted violently. Huge jagged shard of ice burst out of the ground, lifting up tons of earth and stone to form a huge wall right in front of Myagnoir. The mage's fireball slammed into the icy barrier and exploded without doing much in the way of damage. Forward, for country and divinity! Sir Masnan yelled as he rode past the wall. His subordinates streamed after him. Black Nail saw Illisti and Warwick ride past the other side as well. Regardless of the ice wall, the knights were too close to Myagnoir for the mages to keep throwing fire at the beast, so they lowered their staffs to watch like everyone else. Although the ice wall was partly in the way, Black Nail could still see almost everything. As he watched, the two lines of knights streamed toward Myagnoir. The massive drake growled and swiped at Sir Masnan with one of its claws, but the paladin and his horse managed to dodge the attack and make it past the beast unscathed. This also gave the other group of knights an opening that they ruthlessly exploited. Charging in, Warwick stabbed one of the mutant's legs with his fire lance. Myagnoir screamed in pain but reacted quickly and smoothly. The great drake spun around, so that its tail swiped at the knights from behind. Scattering, most of the knights were forced to abandon their charge, and 2 of them were hit by the long scaly appendage. The impact sent both men and horse flying off the road and into the ruins. Judging by the loud snapping sound of armor and bone breaking he'd heard, Black Nail was sure they wouldn't be getting back up. However, not all the riders missed their chance at the drake. Lord Ilzisti managed to duck under the tail and continue on. Before swerving away, his fire lance bit deep into the side of my Agnoir, leaving a bleeding and faintly smoking gash. The drake's scales were thinner near its belly. It was injured, but not enough to hamper it. Ice-cold malevolence radiated from its yellow eyes as it glared at the humans. My Agnoir roared in defiance and rage once the last its foes had streamed past. The beast seemed insulted at being injured by such tiny attackers, even if it had only taken minor wounds. However, the roar was more than a scream of defiance. A blast of freezing air surged away from the drake toward the retreating knights. Thankfully, they managed to dodge the center of the icy blast, and their amulets protected them from the freezing winds that swirled around it. This seemed to infuriate my Agnoir further. It scratched the ground with one of its claws tearing up paving stones, and let out a low menacing growl. Turning away from the knights that were now attempting to reform for another charge, my Agnoir peered around the wall of ice and rubble it had made, and directly at Black Nail and the people near him. "Uh-oh," Hera remarked. She'd shamelessly made her way over to his side now that it was safe. "Bah, that stupid lizard can't hurt us," Kida said dismissively. She'd also wandered over from somewhere. "Yay, we're probably fine," Black Nail replied. There were over a dozen humans in front of him, including 2 mages. While they may not have been knights or vessels, they were still heavily armed warriors. They also had plenty of defensive magic. If my Agnoir attacked them, he'd simply be opening himself to an attack from behind by the knights while he was distracted. Black Nail almost wished he would do that. However, Black Nail's confident sneer soon grew lopsided. As he watched, my Agnoir took a step back behind the icy wall, spun around in a circle, and slammed his tail into a boulder that was sitting atop his wall. There was a loud cracking noise as the ice broke, and then the boulder was sent flying straight toward the center of the human's formation. Flying with startling speed, it was headed right at the mage with the orange staff. Immediately, the mages tried to defend themselves. A shield of fire rose into the air and a fiery lance shot toward the boulder. However, the lance shattered the boulder without stopping it, and the rock shards were blackened by the shield but not deflected. Before the mages could raise a more appropriate defense, the shower of stone slammed into the center of the human formation. Screams filled the air as the rocks tore into flesh and bounced across the road. Black Nail was out of the immediate danger area but he still threw himself further away, just in case. Hera and Kida landed next to him a moment later. "Stupid lizard is smart," Black Nail growled as he picked himself off the ground a few moments later. He should have known better than to ever agree with Kida. She was always wrong. Always. Looking around, Black Nail saw that the mage with the orange staff was definitely dead. Both his body and his staff had been torn to pieces by the deadly hail, dissipating the heat aura he'd been creating. That was very bad. Black Nail saw that everyone nearby was already starting to feel the effects of the cold. He was the only one, other than the remaining mage who had a protective amulet. "So cold. It's freezing, boss," Hera groaned as he climbed to her feet. She was hugging herself and shivering uncontrollably. Kida nodded in agreement. "Yay, it's colder than a noble's heart all of a sudden. Get out of here," Black Nail ordered them as he gave Hera a push. She didn't move fast enough, so Kida grabbed her arm and began leading her away. The redhead seemed to have some protection from the cold thanks to her status as a vessel. Almost all the nearby humans were running or stumbling away now too. With the death of the mage protecting them, their entire formation had been destroyed and become a chaotic mess. Black Nail grimaced as he looked around. Although the Doom had turned back around to face the knights charging its way, this probably wasn't the smartest place to stand. He was exposed and alone in the middle of street. Thus, Black Nail jogged over into the nearby ruined buildings to look for somewhere he could watch the action from. Black Nail found a perch on a nearby wall just in time to see Sir Massanin and the others make their second pass. The thundering of horse hooves grew louder as they approached with lances ready. The Doom growled at them and launched several small ice spears their way, but none of them hit. 2 were blocked by a hazy shield created by a mage, and the other missed the riders completely. Sir Massanin led the first group of knights that charged at my Agnoir from its left. The massive drake appeared to have learned caution from its last run-in with the knights. Instead of facing its attackers head-on, it swiped at the paladin and jumped back. Sir Massanin tried to dodge, but he took a glancing blow from the claws. He swayed back, but didn't fall, thanks to his heavy armor. A few seconds later, he rode past the mutant drake. The other knights attempted to stab the Doom, but it displayed a surprising amount of agility. Dodging away, it avoided the knights in the first group, and then it spun around again to avoid the second group trying to flank it. As they passed, it lashed out with its tail and sent another knight tumbling off his horse. Black Nail sighed as observed the conflict. This wasn't going his side's way. Sir Massanin seemed to have reached a similar conclusion, because he changed strategies. After turning around to face the Doom again, the riders shifted their formation and split into 3 equal-sized groups. The third hung back behind the other 2, who approached my Agnoir from opposite sides like before. Sir Mason and Illisti led the forward groups, while Warwick led the back one. As they raced toward battle, my Agnoir attempted to raise another swirling shield of freezing air. However, as the vortex began to spin around him, a lance of hissing flame shot out of the ruins and slammed into it, scattering the winds and briefly washing over the drake's hide. The surviving mage from Black Nail's group appeared to still be in the fight. Good. My Noir was undamaged by the magical attack but snarled angrily as it turned to face the riders charging it. Its blue feathery crest rippled as if to display its rage at being challenged. My Noir tensed up as if in preparation to fight, but the approaching knights didn't immediately attack. Instead, the first two groups split up and rode past it, before quickly turning around. Growling, my Noir could only watch as it was encircled, and only then did Sir Massenon and Illisti lead their forces in. They moved cautiously as they advanced all at once. Black Nail smiled to himself. It was obvious Sir Massenon was planning on pinning the Doom down so that the third group of knights could strike a powerful blow. That was a good way to hunt something so big and nasty. The Doom of Coriolis didn't like being surrounded. It snarled and hissed as it lashed out with its claws and tail. The riders under Sir Massenon's command were being cautious, but they still took a few hits. Two knights were thrown off their mounts, although one got back onto his feet. As Black Nail watched, a third rider was bitten in half by a snap of my Noir's jaws. He wouldn't be getting back up. The knights weren't ineffective, though. Illisti dismounted from his horse and rushed in on foot. Dodging a claw, he then countered with a slash of his own. His heat lance cut through scales, leaving a smoking gash on my Noir's leg. Enraged, my Noir turned to face him and hunched down as if to pounce. That was when Sir Massenon ran in and stabbed one of the beast's back legs. He'd also dismounted. Startled, my Noir yelped and almost lost its balance as it flinched. Off balance, it lashed out at Sir Massenon with its tail. The paladin took a glancing blow and was knocked backwards. He then fell and rolled across the ground but got up a second later. He didn't seem wounded. It was hard to hurt a vessel in full armor. Taking advantage of the distraction, Lord Illisti charged at the beast. My Noir responded by swiping at him with a claw, but the beast was still off balance, and the Vimper was able to duck under the attack. He then stabbed the my Noir in the chest with the lance. The weapon hissed and smoked as it sunk almost a foot into the beast's flesh. Roaring in pain and rage, my Noir jumped back. Its eyes glowed menacingly as it gathered mana, and upon landing, there was a flash of blue light. Black Nail blinked. For a second, it seemed like everyone had frozen in surprise, but that wasn't right. Their upper bodies were still moving. Their lower bodies were simply stuck to the ground by ice that had risen up from the earth. Steam rose from the humans' boots as their amulets fought to free them, but they weren't quite fast enough. Illicity pulled one foot free, but before he could get the other, my Noir spun and hit him with a swing of his tail. There was a metallic ringing and the Vimper was sent flying. He hit a pile of stone next to the road, sending up a cloud of dust. Black Nail winced and then looked down the road. He sensed something was amiss. What was taking Warwick so long? Bane of Humanity 11. After sending Illisti flying with a swipe of its tail, my Noir shifted its weight and hunched up defensively. Most of the human warriors had already managed to get themselves or their mounts free from the ice that the mutant drake had bound their feet with, and they were now closing in to keep up the attack. Sir Massenon was the most aggressive. Ducking under a slash from a claw, he hacked at the beast's ankle before backing off. Red marred the drake's scales. It looked like he'd drawn blood. Warwick had been hanging back with a squad of knights, but at that moment, he finally urged his men forward toward the drake. Black Nail hissed in annoyance as he watched them. Warwick had certainly taken his time, a suspicious amount of it. Either he was a coward, or he was playing a very dangerous game. The clatter of hooves on stone filled the air as the knights charged, causing my Noir to glance in their direction. The drake then turned and opened its mouth, as if to roar at them or assault them with magic, but Sir Massenon immediately leaped into action. Press the attack. We must keep the beast occupied, he yelled as he jumped forward to stab the beast in the leg again. Pulling his lance free, he then stabbed at my Noir's underbelly. At the same time, several of his subordinates were also moving in to threaten the mutant drake and hack at its vulnerable spots. This forced my Noir to turn back and confront them, lest it leave its soft belly vulnerable to their glowing weapons. The great beast stumbled back and bit at them with its humongous jaws. Wary of the creature's jagged teeth, which were the size of men's forearms, all of Sir Massenon's men were pushed back. Even the armored paladin would die instantly if bitten. However, it had never been Sir Massenon's job to wound the drake. His squad and him were only supposed to surround it and pin it down, which they'd accomplished. Crouched defensively, my Noir was completely open to the charge from Warwick and the knights. Galloping at full speed they made a close pass against the drake with heat lances leveled. My Noir's back was covered by thick scales, but the magical weapons managed to cut through it. As knight after knight rode past, almost a dozen long smoking wounds appeared on the drake's hide. Roaring in pain, my Noir swirled around and lashed out at Warwick with a claw. Black Nail grinned expectantly, but the bandit lord saw the attack coming and managed to lead his mount out of the way of the blow. That was disappointing, but my Noir wasn't done yet. Still roaring, the beast attacked with his other front claw, and this time he managed to hit his target. The beast's claws ripped into an armored knight, going right through his steel plate armor and severing the man's arm. He fell screaming as his terrified mount ran past. Black Nail watched all this with mixed feelings of excitement and trepidation. The battle was fun to watch, and his allies had gotten in some good blows, but he wasn't sure they were winning. They'd lost almost half a dozen fighters, and he wasn't sure they'd done any real damage to their foe. If the beast didn't start to grow tired and weak, it seemed unlikely that they'd win this fight. Illisti's fall in particular had severely hurt their chances. Sighing, Black Nail began to make his way closer to the fight. He should probably check on his Vimper ally. He could do that without getting too close to the giant murder drake, and it might turn the fight around. Black Nail needed the humans to win this battle. His own plans depended on it, and he'd rather not deal with the boggots alone. As the last of Warwick's mounted warriors rode out of the fight, Noir was free to deal with Sir Masnan and the others again. Their battle resumed as the warriors worked together in an attempt to keep the beast distracted and prevent it from moving around too much. They needed to keep it on the road. The drake bit and slashed at them as they ducked in and out of combat. Soon, Black Nail reached the pile of rubble where Illisti had fallen. Amongst the shattered stone and dusty bricks, he easily spotted the Vampir's dark armor. It glinted in the sunlight despite the dust. Looking the scene over, Black Nail saw that Illisti seemed intact, although he appeared to be unconscious. That, or dead. It was hard to tell. Thankfully, his armor seemed to only have a few small dents in it and he didn't appear to be bleeding everywhere. Grunting, the hobgoblin removed some rocks from atop the Vampir and then pulled his helmet off so he could get a better look. Illisti's black hair was plastered all across his pale face and his eyes were closed. Black Nail studied him for a moment, and then poked him in the cheek several times. That failed to provoke a reaction, so Black Nail put his finger under the man's nose to check for breathing. His first thought had been to lean over and listen, but he'd quickly discarded that idea. For some reason, he was concerned about the unconscious Vampir lurching awake and biting his neck. That turned out to be an unnecessary worry. A moment after Black Nail had put his finger under the Vampir's nose, his eyes fluttered open and he began coughing. Ah, he was definitely alive. Black Nail grinned happily. Time to get him back in the fight. Ack, what is that smell? The Vampir groaned before coughing weakly again. His black eyes seemed unfocused, and he collapsed a second later. Oh, no. Illisti was clearly still out of it. Black Nail sighed as he withdrew his digit. Unlike a human, he knew he smelled great. Illisti was definitely still out of it. Yab. Before deciding what to do next, Black Nail took a moment to study the ongoing battle. He didn't want to be caught by surprise if the flow of the fight suddenly changed or if Noir headed his way. Sir Masnan and his subordinates still had Noir on the defensive, although it seemed that they'd lost one or two more members. Black Nail wasn't the best at counting, but that's what it looked like to him. The warriors and knights surrounded the beast and kept it busy by lunging in to attack its scaly body before it could counterattack. Meanwhile, Warwick's mounted force had finished turning around and was coming in for another charge. Every one of their lances was pointed straight toward the drake and they shimmered with constrained heat. Seeing his allies approach, Sir Masnan redoubled his efforts and began yelling orders. Keep the beast constrained and we can end this. Don't let up. As the knights thundered closer, the paladin ran in to distract Noir again. Moving quickly, he stabbed one of the beast's front feet while it was looking the other way. The drake snarled but couldn't spare the time and focus to do more than half-heartedly try to backhand Sir Masnan away. The clumsy counterattack missed. Noir was being pressed in on all sides by the other human fighters. It had to keep turning and snapping to keep them away from its belly. Seeing the horsemen closing in again, Noir attempted to raise another shield of freezing air. All the fighters stumbled back away from the swirling vortex, but that simply gave the remaining kingdom mages a clear shot. Almost immediately, a beam of fire shot out of the nearby ruins and seared through the shield, dispersing it. That cleared the way for Sir Masnan and his men to dive back into combat. Noir caught one mounted knight and violently slapped him and his steed aside with a claw, but the others kept up their attack. Black Nail found their tenacity impressive, or maybe they were simply desperate now. Regardless, several of their weapons bit into Noir's flesh as they put themselves at risk to distract the beast from their charging allies. Leading from the front, Sir Masnan threw himself right into the fray. Perhaps realizing that they desperately needed to land a solid blow on the mutant drake soon, he challenged Noir head-on. For honor. For humanity. For divinity, the paladin roared as he ran straight toward the beast's head. Accepting the challenge, Noir let out a vicious growl and turned to give the paladin an intense glare that caused both its yellow eyes to glow intensely for a moment. Then, its neck extended like a snake's as it snapped at Sir Masnan with lightning speed. Moving just as quickly, the paladin blurred as he dodged the closing teeth by throwing himself sideways. He then slashed at the beast's neck. His lance parted the scales, leaving a long gash that quickly began gushing out blood. It wasn't a shallow cut. The doom of Coriolis had been truly wounded now. However, now Sir Masnan was off balance and exposed. Black Nail glanced toward Warwick's force and growled angrily. The bandit lord had slowed down his charge for some reason, and that meant Sir Masnan was alone and unsupported. If Warwick hadn't slowed, his force would have hit Noir already and drawn his attention, but now the beast could focus on the annoyance in front of it. Rearing back, Noir swiped at Sir Masnan with one of its front claws. The paladin tried to dodge by jumping back, but the tips of the claws caught the edge of his silver armor, causing him to stumble. Off balance, he was stuck in place as the doom of Coriolis snarled and snapped at him again. Black Nail's heart skipped a beat as he watched. This time, the drake's huge jaws closed down on the paladin, piercing armor and cutting deep into flesh. A flick of Noir's neck then pulled the man up into air, so that the drake could flip him into his mouth. The beast then began chewing as an incredibly satisfied expression appeared on its face. Black Nail winced. This was bad for so many reasons. He'd actually liked Sir Masnan. He was rather fair and practical for a human, despite his suicidal need to fight monsters and protect people. Only then did Warwick begin his attack, while the drake was still chewing and swallowing. The bandit lord and the rest of his mounted squad held their heat lances steady as they zoomed toward Noir's exposed side. Warwick led the way and was the first to plunge his lance into the drake's side as the riders made their second pass. The weapon sizzled as it slid over 3 feet into the beast. It then got stuck, and Warwick was forced right on without it. The assault didn't end there though. All of the other riders brought their own weapons to bear on the Drake's side. Noir screamed in pain loudly enough to shake the air and hurt Black Nail's ears. He winced, and a ringing noise lingered even after the beast fell silent. As the knights rode past, they left Noir's hide a bloody mess of long bleeding wounds. Despite the creature's immense bulk, Black Nail knew that he'd been gravely injured. He just wished Warwick hadn't been the one to do it, and that Sir Massenon hadn't been chewed up and swallowed like a dry biscuit. Black Nail found the timing of Warwick's delay deeply suspicious. It had been a little convenient for him and far too inconvenient for everyone that stood in his way. The wolf was obviously making his move, so Black Nail would have to be wary and accelerate his own plans. Being all alone in the ruins made that difficult though. Where had all his minions ended up? Black Nail's dark thoughts were interrupted by the sound of rubble tumbling behind him. He glanced over his shoulder at Illisti, but the Vimper hadn't moved. He was still lying on the ground. Instead, the noise appeared to have come from further back, out of sight. Black Nail frowned as he studied the ruins, but he didn't have to wait long. A man stepped into sight a moment later, and he was swiftly followed by a woman. They both quickly spotted Black Nail and gave him furious glares that made their unfriendly intentions clear, before briefly glancing at Illisti's fallen form. Both humans were familiar to Black Nail, which was unsurprising. The idea of some random unknown humans wandering into Coriolis at this time was rather silly. The man was one Warwick's thugs, who had stuck close to his leader over the entire journey. He was tall with a smooth face and a bald head that Black Nail approved of, although his intelligent and convenient hairstyle didn't make him any less of an enemy. The long sword he was holding made that clear. Black Nail instantly recognized the woman. It was Warwick's Lieutenant Zelena. Her long blonde hair, feminine elegance, and stylish furs made her quite unique among the expedition members. Even Black Nail would never mistake her for any other human. She wasn't armed with any obvious weapon, but delicate gold chains hung from one of her hands, and Black Nail knew not to underestimate her. She had caused trouble for him before and was one of Warwick's most trusted subordinates. "What are you doing here?" Black Nail asked them as he gripped the hilt of his sword with one hand. Zelena stepped forward and smiled in a way that failed completely to be anything like friendly. "I would ask you the same, but it's obvious. We both came here to check on the wounded. Why don't you leave this to us?" "No, go away now," Black Nail replied coldly as he drew his weapon. The blade slid free of the sheath with subtle ringing sound. There was no way his guests had good intentions. They certainly had no reason to help Illisti, who was Warwick's enemy. Instead of replying, Warwick's minions stepped forward to confront Black Nail and their expressions hardened. Warily, Black Nail moved to intercept them. He didn't think they were stupid enough to not realize how amazing he was, so he stayed light on his feet and ready to move. They undoubtedly had some hidden weapons of their own. The hobgoblin was right, as usual. Zelena raised her chain-covered hand, revealing her palm and the golden disc nestled there. There was a very magical-looking white crystal in the center of it. Black Nail was already dodging sideways as a blast of lightning shot out of the crystal and tore through the space he'd been occupying less than a second ago. Still moving, Black Nail dove toward the swordsman, so that he could use him as a shield against further magical attacks. He got within range of the man easily enough and then unleashed a flurry of vicious slashes. Surprisingly, the swordsman managed to defend himself. Steel loudly clashed against steel as their blades met in a storm of incredibly quick blows. Black Nail grunted in effort as he kept up his attack. The man was not only skilled, he was also too fast to be a normal human. He was a vessel. This complicated things. Black Nail had been right to be cautious. He was up against both a mage and a vessel. Warwick must have gone to quite some effort to keep their abilities hidden from the rest of the expedition. Hoping to knock his opponent off balance, Black Nail tapped into his core and began radiating his fear aura as he slashed down at the man's face. The magical terror hit the enemy swordsman, causing him to flinch, but he recovered instantly. Black Nail's attack was sidestepped, and their clash continued. While Black Nail was fighting the swordsman, Zelena attempted to slip around and get a clear shot at Black Nail, but he didn't let her. Keeping one eye on her, he made sure to maneuver the swordsman between them whenever she moved. He didn't feel like getting hit by lightning. "This isn't working. Push the savage freak away," Zelena suddenly ordered the man. Nodding, the swordsman suddenly stepped forward to block one of Black Nail's attacks. Their blades met with a loud metallic ring and then locked together as the fighters' muscles strained against each other. Black Nail attempted to gather up mana to empower himself so he could overpower his arrogant human foe, but then the air around the man began to shimmer. Immediately, Black Nail tried to disengage, but he was committed to his attack and couldn't just flee. He tried parrying his enemy by stepping to the side and redirecting the blow, but he was too late. The shimmering suddenly stopped, and then the air around the swordsman exploded. The blast wave hit Black Nail hard, lifting him up and throwing him back several feet, but he managed to land on his feet. He didn't seem injured either, or at least nothing worse than bruises. He could keep fighting and the pain simply made him angrier. "That's cheating. Fight fair," Black Nail complained as he steadied himself. Magic was so unfair. He hated it. What kind of jerk used magic like that in the middle of a sword fight? The real problem was his positioning. Black Nail winced and readied himself for trouble. The swordsman had taken advantage of the blast to step backwards, clearing Zelena's line of fire. She was already aiming her mana stone his way. Lightning burst out of the white crystal and reached for Black Nail with incredible speed. He tried to dodge, but he was slightly too slow. The edge of the bolt caught his arm, sending burning pain through his entire left side and setting his coat on fire. Thankfully, it was only a small flame that quickly went out. Of more concern was the numbness. Black Nail's left arm felt limp and weak. He wouldn't be able to fight properly with it anymore. The swordsman smirked as he approached the hobgoblin. We've got the bloody creature now. To think this subhuman has caused the boss so much trouble. He's nothing much. Bane of Humanity 12. Black Nail's left arm tingled numbly as it resisted his attempt to move it properly. He could only get it to shiver and twitch, which wasn't nearly enough. He was in the middle of a sword fight and would have really liked to have both his arms working properly. Being hit by lightning sucked. Grunting, Black Nail eyed his two foes. The sword-wielding vessel was grinning triumphantly as he brandished his weapon, while Zelena had a more serious look on her face. She was eyeing him carefully as she kept the magic jewelry in her hand pointed his way. Undoubtedly, she was already preparing to hit him with another blast of lightning. Black Nail was going to have to do something about that, but what? Magic would have to counter magic. Reaching down into himself, Black Nail grabbed control of the mana within his core and began circulating it through his body with increased intensity. Instantly, the tingling in his arm abated somewhat, but that hadn't been Black Nail's goal. Gathering some of the power up, Black Nail turned to growl at Zelena while he threw the invisible power straight at her. Unprepared, Zelena gasped and stumbled back as the magical terror washed over her. Her raised hand fell as she shivered uncontrollably for a moment. Her fearful reaction inflamed Black Nail's predatory instincts. He wished he could have lunged forward and torn the woman apart, but he wasn't given a chance. Seeing his ally falter, the human vessel charged in to attack the hobgoblin. Steeling himself, Black Nail was forced to defend himself using a one-handed grip on his sword. It was less than ideal, and his lack of leverage quickly allowed the human to push him back. There was one upside though. Now that he was in close quarters combat, Zelena couldn't get a clear shot on him anymore. Yep, all he had to worry about was getting a sword shoved down his throat. Yet, stumbling back over a loose brick, Black Nail hurriedly ducked under a vicious slash that had been aimed at his face. He then had to sidestep and dodge several more attacks from his enemy's blade. He desperately tried to counterattack, but with only one hand, his attacks were easily blocked or dodged. Growling in frustration, Black Nail was pushed back toward a solid wall. The stone was crumbling, but that wouldn't stop it from getting in his way. Desperately, Black Nail tried to step sideways, but Zelena cut him off and raised her hand menacingly. Don't even think about it. There is no escape for the likes of you, she told him in a venomous tone. Stuck in place, Black Nail could only jerk his head backwards as the human vessel stepped forward and attacked again. His blade was a blur of speed as it sliced toward the hobgoblin's face. Black Nail's dodge wasn't quite fast enough. The sword bit into flesh and tasted blood as it sliced into Black Nail's cheek. Yelping as he jumped back against the wall, Black Nail raised his weakened hand and clumsily felt up his face. Both his eyes were still working, good. The cut on his cheek wasn't too deep, good. His nose. There was a chunk missing from the tip of his nose. Black Nail gagged and felt sick. No, this couldn't be happening. His nose was his best feature, and now it was ruined forever. Would Hera even want to sleep with him anymore if he didn't have a perfect long pointy nose? My nose. Your deaths will be beyond pain. Black Nail hissed furiously as he glared at his petty human attackers. How dare they cripple him so? He would tear them apart with his bare hands and then suck the marrow from their bones. The hobgoblin's rage allowed him to pull up even more mana, which was helping his arm heal, but it was still very weak after being hit by Zelena's lightning. More fear-based attacks probably wouldn't be effective since he'd already used them on both his attackers and couldn't rely on the element of surprise anymore. You're finished now. A wounded animal that doesn't know it's already dead, the vessel announced as he approached Black Nail with his blade raised. There was nothing the hobgoblin could do but ready his defenses. He was very aware of the cold stone wall behind him. There was nowhere to run and he was outmatched. His odds of surviving this weren't great. No, he refused to die here without avenging his nose. Also, there was Cedar and Herad. He couldn't forget about them. They needed to be avenged too, and he was so close. The enemy vessel stepped forward and launched a flurry of attacks that immediately put Black Nail on the defensive. As he desperately defended himself, the hobgoblin took two shallow cuts on his arms that began leaking blood. Any moment now, he was going to falter and take a fatal blow. Black Nail glanced hopefully over toward Illisty's fallen form, but the Vimper was still completely out of it. What a lazy useless bastard. Suddenly, the combatants' blades crashed together. The impact caused the steel to ring and sent a shiver down Black Nail's arm. Then, the weapon slipped from his grasp. He could only stare in horror at his fumble. Now you're mine, the vessel laughed triumphantly as he raised his blade to deliver the finishing blow. That was when a red-topped blur shot out from behind a pile of rubble and straight toward Zelena. The female mage spun around, but was too slow to prevent her attacker from stabbing her in the side. Die, you stuck-up bitch. Kida laughed as she pulled her weapon back. This will teach you to mess with the red cat. The who? No, Kida's nonsense wasn't important. Black Nail concentrated on his enemies. Zelena gasped in pain and shock, although her wound didn't look fatal. Meanwhile, her ally glanced over to see what was going on and hesitated upon noticing the new arrival. That moment was all Black Nail needed. He might have been disarmed, but he didn't need a weapon to kill humans. He was a hobgoblin, a natural killer. Lunging forward, he dove in under the man's raised sword and tackled his opponent to the ground. Gasping, the man tried to defend himself, but Black Nail was enclosed now. Driven by rage and cruel instinct, the mutant hobgoblin pulled himself up and chomped down on the vessel's exposed neck. His long sharp teeth parted flesh with ease and a flick of his neck tore open a huge gaping wound. A half-gurgle scream filled the air, before Black Nail silenced it by taking another big bite. Now the man was reduced to a shivering pile of meat whose life was quickly draining away. The taste of blood and the feel of flesh in Black Nail's mouth was deeply satisfying, even if humans didn't taste great. Still, he let himself swallow the meat and then purr happily as he got to his feet, leaving his defeated foe beneath him. Normally, he wouldn't eat humans, but he deserved to take something back from the stupid human that had crippled his nose. Really, the man had gotten off too easy. Up ahead, Zelena was still dealing with Kita. As Black Nail watched, she threw the redhead back with a blast of force. Holding her bleeding side, she then glanced toward Black Nail. A look of pure horror appeared on her face as she saw the blood-soaked and manically grinning hobgoblin stalking toward her. Stumbling back, she grabbed an amulet that hung around her neck. Black Nail prepared to dodge an attack, but none came. Instead, Zelena's image became hazy and then disappeared a moment later, leaving Black Nail blinking in surprise. Where did that blonde whore go? Kita asked in surprise. I don't know, Black Nail replied as he looked around. How are you even here? I thought you ran from the cold. The redhead chuckled and stuck her chest out proudly. As if that could keep me away from a good fight. Once I got warmed up, I ran back into the cold and took one of those fancy amulets off a fallen knight. There was still no sign of Zelena, but Black Nail had bigger concerns. Climbing up onto a small pile of rubble, Black Nail looked over toward the fight with Myag Noir. Things there weren't going particular well. Lacking Sir Masnin's leadership and shining example, the remaining fighters from the first group had scattered before the doom of Koro-Uli rage. No longer encircled, the great mutant Drake was now retreating off the road and into an alley between two tall buildings. Warwick's riders were already abandoning their next charge, as they realized they wouldn't make it in time. Myag Noir had been gravely wounded, but it was far from finished and was getting away. Black Nail growled furiously and his fingers curled up into claws. This was all Warwick's fault. He'd set Sir Masnin up to die by not supporting him properly, and he'd sent valuable fighters after Illisti instead of using them to fight Myag Noir. The selfish bastard was ruining everything. Kita climbed up beside Black Nail and observed the fight too. Well, that sucks donkey balls. As Black Nail watched, Warwick's riders came to stop alongside the scattered remains of Sir Masnin's force. The wolf began yelling orders, but it was obvious that Myag Noir had escaped. Then, the air shimmered next to Warwick's horse and Zelena appeared. The two quickly began talking and then the male femage pointed straight toward Black Nail and Kita's location. Hey, that's even worse, the redhead observed as the hobgoblin groaned. At least Black Nail's arm was feeling better now. He flexed his fingers and they responded almost normally, although they were still weak. Black Nail took a moment to watch what Warwick was doing, and he really didn't like it. His archenemy seemed to be giving a rousing speech to the other humans, who were responding and getting worked up. It also didn't appear that he was pointing them in Myag Noir's direction. No, he punctuated one particularly loud bout of yelling by gesturing toward Black Nail's location. This was not good. It was obvious that most the humans in the expedition had barely tolerated the hobgoblin's presence, and Black Nail had known that Sir Masnin was the only one keeping everyone else in line. However, the paladin was gone now, and it seemed like Warwick was having no problem taking over and turning everyone against Black Nail. In fact, he seemed to consider getting rid of Black Nail more of a priority than finishing off Myag Noir. Warwick's riders reformed and began moving toward Black Nail. Ugh, what do we do now, boss? Kita asked him. Black Nail snorted. So, he was her boss now? We run away, he replied as he hopped down from the pile of rubble and ran over to Illisti's side. Thankfully, the Vimper was awake. He groaned and gave Black Nail a questioning look. What happened? A big lizard smacked you with its tail before eating Sir Masnin. Now everyone is trying to kill us. You need to get up, Black Nail told him. This earned them a confused stare, but the hobgoblin and the redhead simply grabbed his armor and pulled him up into something resembling a standing position. He wobbled a bit but didn't fall over. Staring into the Vimper's eyes, Black Nail gave him some stern advice. You need to run and hide for a while. Don't let the humans find you. Illisti nodded and straightened up, so they let him stand on his own. We'll buy you some time. It's us they want, Kita added proudly. Black Nail stared at her. That was not part of his plan, and why was she including herself? Warwick couldn't care less about her. Did she want to be hunted? Stupid human. Warwick was on his way, so they didn't hang around. The allies split up and ran into the ruins, with Kita and Black Nail going one way, while Illisti went to find somewhere to hide. As he ran, Black Nail could hear the pounding of hooves as Warwick closed in. At least all the rubble and tight turns would slow the horses down a lot, and Black Nail had a plan. He needed to make it out of the lost city and rendezvous with his hobs. Glancing over his shoulder as he ran, Black Nail saw a horseman ride out from behind a building. This way. I found the treacherous creature, the rider yelled to signal to all his companions. Black Nail bristled as he grabbed Kita and pulled her around a corner so they couldn't be seen so easily. Treacherous creature? He'd never betrayed the expedition. He'd never had a chance. It had been Warwick that had done that. All these stupid humans were going to pay for being so dumb. There was shouting from behind Black Nail and Kita as they ran toward the gate they'd come in through. This was quickly followed by some yelling over to Black Nail's left. It seemed like the horsemen were spreading out to flank them. All the nearby ruined homes and bushes made it difficult for Warwick's men to find them, but it also made it almost impossible for Black Nail to see what Warwick was planning as well. This way, the hobgoblin told Kita as he veered right away from the noise. Running down a narrow side street, the pair passed several small buildings that had mostly fallen apart. Empty windows and shadowy doors surrounded them, but they saw no signs of movement. We're not going to run into Mayag Noir, are we? Kida asked nervously. That thing's still out here. No, it went in the other direction, Black Nail replied. Or, at least he'd thought it had. All these bleached stone buildings looked the same and he'd gotten a little turned around. Suddenly, there was a clatter of hooves, and a knight on horseback rode out onto the street ahead of them. Black Nail and Kida immediately scrambled to a stop as the armored warrior turned his mount around to face them and yelled to get his allies' attention. "Or crap," Black Nail cursed as the knight began charging toward them. They wouldn't be able to outrun the rider in the open. "Through here," the hobgoblin yelled as he ran over to one of the nearby homes and jumped through a window. Landing on his feet, Black Nail kept running through the empty building. The only thing in his way was some wooden debris on the floor and a lot of dust. All the home's furniture had long since fallen apart. Behind him, Kida jumped inside the building just as Black Nail vaulted through another window on the far side of the room. Once outside, the hobgoblin found himself on another side street. The old crumbling buildings were tightly packed together here, so there was no way the knight could come over here. Good, that meant they were safe for a moment. Kida landed next to Black Nail, and they both began running again. Black Nail was fairly certain they were headed for the gate. He would have asked Kida, but she was useless. Using his long pointy ears, Black Nail listened carefully for any sign of pursuit. He could hear at least two group of riders off in the distance, but neither was ahead of them. The riders kept yelling at each other, so locating them wasn't hard. Was heading for the gate the best idea? They might be able to climb over the city wall if they could find a spot where some of those thick vines had grown up over the outside. Well, the way to the gate seemed open for now, so they'd try that first. The narrow residential street the pair were on led to the city wall, so Black Nail and Kida took it all the way there before turning left toward the gate. They could see the top of it above some rows of ruined buildings, but there was no straight road leading to there. Still, with no other real choice, they sprinted in the direction of the gate. Unfortunately, that was when Warwick finally caught up to them. As Black Nail glanced down another side street as he ran past it, he saw the bandit lord and a dozen riders charging right for him. Not good. There was a vicious snarl on the wolf's face, and none his followers seemed willing to talk over their differences either. As the stampede of horsemen turned the corner and began chasing the pair down, Bulk Nail considered his options. They were all bad. Kida and him were already running with everything they had, but the riders were still closing in. Stupid vile horses. Black Nail hated all of those hateful beasts. How was riding a big animal like that fair? It wasn't. The huffing and wheezing of the knights' mounts reached Black Nail's ears as they drew in closer. "Run the filth down. Avenge our fallen," Warwick yelled to the cheers of the other riders. They sounded as if they were only a few feet away, but were actually at least 20 seconds behind. Black Nail grimaced as he tried to circulate mana through his body to increase his speed. It didn't work very well. He was running out of mana. It had been a while since he'd had a chance to recharge, and he'd been using his powers an awful lot today. Meanwhile, Warwick's group drew ever closer. The hobgoblin knew that he could speed up a little, but then he'd leave Kida behind, and he wouldn't actually be able to escape anyway. It was the later part that mattered there. Maybe he could pick Kida up and throw her at Warwick? Ugh, knowing the redhead, she'd somehow survive that, and then he'd be run down. Damn them to every hell. He was so close to getting what he wanted. If only Warwick hadn't started his terrible plan before Black Nail could start his own amazing one. Well, that was probably the entire point. Warwick was smart enough to know that Black Nail held all the advantages when they claimed the silver. That was when things got much worse. Dashing around a turn, Black Nail and Kida found themselves facing a dead end. A huge pile of stone blocked their way toward the gate. It looked like a watchtower had fallen off the city wall, and now its bulk was completely blocking the road. As the hobgoblin and the redhead slowed, one of the riders next to Warwick dashed ahead and closed in on them from behind. Sword raised high, he prepared to strike at Black Nail. Bane of Humanity 13. Black Nail scrambled to a stop and turned to face the mounted knight that was leading the charge by Warwick's force. Behind the hobgoblin, the fallen watchtower blocked the road. The long pile of shattered stone completely cut off Kida and his path toward the gate. The lead knight charged forward until he loomed right above Black Nail with his sword raised high in preparation to strike. Black Nail met the eyes of the brown warhorse and grimaced. He was cornered now and had no other option but to fight madly with every shred of his remaining strength, like a trapped beast. He wouldn't go down without a fight. Black Nail's body was tired and his mana low, but he still reached within and grasped as much power as he could. Shaping it with his will, he then pushed it out in one huge wave of rippling terror. The magic washed forward, hitting riders and mounts before seeping into their minds and overwhelming them. As expected, almost all the knights resisted the mental assault, but the same could not be said for their mounts. Black Nail's power tore into the minds of the horses, ripping thoughts apart and replacing them with raw terror. Screaming, the beasts attempted to escape from Black Nail, who loomed like a horrifying shadowy giant in their minds. If Black Nail was going down, he would take as many horses with him as possible. Some of the horses tried to scramble to a halt mid-charge, while others suddenly jumped to the side. As a result, Warwick's force immediately descended into violent chaos as riders collided with each other or were thrown off their panicking mounts. At least one man was trampled and many others barely managed to stay mounted. The riders ground to a halt before Black Nail, their charge ended as they dispersed and attempted to regain control of their mounts. Feeling hollow and weak, Black Nail stumbled back toward Kida, who stepped next to him and raised her blade defensively. "Are you all right? Can you keep running?" she asked in a worried tone. His weakness was obvious. Glancing to both sides, Black Nail didn't see anywhere to go. The buildings here had all collapsed. Trying to climb over them while being chased would be very dangerous. However, before Black Nail could reply to Kida, he noticed something rather unfortunate. One rider was pushing through the chaos and headed his way. It was Warwick. He had kept control of his mount and he looked quite angry. "You will not escape me, vermin," the bandit lord roared as he rode forward. "Today, you die and the north becomes mine at last." Black Nail tried to sense the mind of Warwick's mount, and found it to be unusually bright and strong. It even seemed to contain mana. Was Warwick's mount a vessel? Such beasts did exist, although Black Nail had never seen them before. Looking closer, the hobgoblin realized that this wasn't the same horse that Warwick had ridden on the journey here. He must have taken it from someone else. What a thief. "I'm out of ideas, do you have something?" Black Nail asked Kida as he watched Warwick trot closer. He was sure she didn't, but he wanted to hear her admit it aloud. Kida just grinned. "Yes, we can take him together before the others recover." "We got this." Black Nail groaned. What a stupid idea. He should have known better than to ask Kida anything. Kida's words seemed to concern Warwick though. Since Black Nail didn't seem to be going anywhere, the mounted vessel brought his mount to a stop. Instead of attacking, he simply waited for his allies to recover so that he wouldn't have to fight alone. Black Nail grimaced. What a coward. Now, he might actually have to follow Kida's dumb plan. Attacking the bandit lord now would still be better than waiting to get overwhelmed by his entire force. An unexpected clattering noise suddenly drew Black Nail's attention over to his left. It sounded like falling rubble. Glancing that way, Black Nail saw a brown blur speeding his way. Flinching in surprise, he spun to face his new assailant, who he recognized a moment later. It was the mutant goat. Charging by Black Nail, the beast tried to grab at the hobgoblin's backpack and tear it off his back. It managed to catch the fabric, but Black Nail didn't let go of his prizes so easily. He held onto it as the goat's momentum began pulling him away. "I got you." Kida yelled as she grabbed his arm to help steady him. The goat didn't slow and Black Nail felt his bag begin to tear, so he swiftly changed his approach. Spinning around, he grabbed one of the goat's horns. However, this didn't slow the beast. Almost instantly, he was pulled along after the speeding goat, so he loosened his hold on the bag and jumped on the goat's back. This was made difficult by the fact Kida was still holding on to his arm, but after briefly considering kicking her in the face so she let go, Black Nail pulled her up behind him. "What in damnation? Stop them!" Warwick yelled furiously as the goat continued its charge right up the tall pile of rubble along the side of the street. His only reply was mad excited laughter from Kida. Leaping from stone to stone, the large mutant goat barely seemed to notice its riders. There was a surprising amount of muscle under its thick fur, but Black Nail bounced on its back painfully as bony bits stabbed into his soft bits. Still, he gripped the creature's horns with everything he had. They were escaping. Reaching the top of the rubble, the goat began descending, and Black Nail had to hang on for his dear life. How was it that people could ride animals like horses? This was obviously unnatural. Not to mention, incredibly painful. Black Nail's thighs felt like they were being beaten by hammers, and the less he thought about his groin the better. Upon reaching the ground, the goat began speeding toward the city gate. That was great, since Black Nail had no way to steer the creature, and if he fell off the beast now, he was pretty sure he wouldn't be able to walk for a while. Behind him, Kida was still laughing. It didn't sound like she was in nearly as much pain as him. Gritting his teeth, Black Nail clung to the goat's back. They sped through the streets for a few moments, and then shot out of the city gates and into the forest. That was when their mount decided to try and rid itself of the annoyances on its back. Flinging itself about, the goat began trying to buck them. Black Nail managed to hold on for about 3 seconds before being thrown off. Then, he was airborne for another second before hitting the ground face first. Thankfully, the ground was soft loam here, and thus the pain from falling wasn't actually worse than what he'd felt while riding. Groaning, he decided to take a moment to recover and simply lay on the ground. That was when Kida landed on his back. As she rolled away, the hobgoblin coughed and groaned. So far, this wasn't a good day. Looking up, Black Nail saw that the goat was around 20 feet away and was ignoring everything around it as it tore into the hobgoblin's bag in pursuit of the cheese within. Noticing Black Nail's hostile stare, it turned and gave him a look full of contempt and utter disregard before going back to snacking. Black Nail had very mixed feeling about this mutant. Technically, it had sort of saved his life twice, but it was still an arrogant thief. He wanted to kick it in the face. Wow, that was incredible. Kida laughed merrily from beside him as she climbed to her feet. Can you believe how lucky we are? No, Black Nail hissed angrily as he carefully stood up. Just no. His everything was tender and sore. He didn't want to start moving, but he had no choice. Warwick wouldn't have given up. He'd be here soon. Black Nail twisted around to stretch out, and his spine made several uncomfortable cracking noises. Ouch. He winced as he did a few more stretches. There was much to do. He'd had a run of bad luck, but his plan could still work. He was a tactical genius after all. Let's go, Black Nail told Kida as he began walking deeper into the forest and she fell in behind him. He didn't quite manage to walk normally thanks to his sore butt, but he managed to limp along at a fair pace. Leaving the trail and the goat behind, Black Nail attempted to disappear into the forest before Warwick's force showed up. He headed for a big clump of bushes and then passed through them before walking past several shadowy trees. The day had grown late while the expedition had fought Myag Noir. It wasn't quite so bright out now and the forest had grown dim. That was a small advantage to Black Nail since he was running away, and humans relied on sight so much to track. He didn't get far before he heard signs of pursuit. There was snorting from horses as they rode out of the ruined city gates and stomped over bushes. Glancing over his shoulder, Black Nail saw flashes of movement through the trees as riders spread out. The enemy was barely visible off in the distance, but they were determined and could catch up quickly if they spotted him. Warwick's enraged voice echoed through the trees. Find them. They dismounted out here so they couldn't have gone far. Do not let the hob escape. He dies today. There will be no more sulking about in the woods for him. There were several shouts of acknowledgement and then the riders flooded out into the forest. Black Nail could hear more than one of them headed in his direction. We need to move faster, he whispered to Kida as he picked up the pace. Racing ahead of the pursuers, the hobgoblin and the redhead hurried through the forest. Sticking to the shadows and bushes, they tried to stay out of sight as they ran. Since their pursuers were mounted, Black Nail wasn't too worried about leaving tracks. He simply didn't want to get run down. Several minutes passed before Black Nail detected someone heading their way. His ears twitched as he heard someone crashing through the bushes toward them. Hide in here and don't move, he hissed at Kida as he pushed her into a crevice under a fallen tree trunk. He then threw some leaves and dirt on her, more for fun than for any practical purpose. The redhead sputtered angrily, but Black Nail ignored her and ran over to a nearby tree. Moving quickly, he climbed up into the branches. His claws sank into the bark and wood, making the ascent easy. Once up in the tree, Black Nail scurried out onto a thick branch and looked down. From the ground, he was hidden by some thick clumps of leaves, but he had no problem scanning the forest below for signs of movement. He didn't have to look hard. Within moments, a knight rode into sight. His mount made a lot of noise as it stomped through the bushes. As Black Nail watched from concealment, the rider pulled on his reins to slow his mount and began scanning his surroundings for any sign of his quarry. Like most of the warriors on the expedition, he was wearing a simple chainmail shirt over rugged padding, since heavier armor was too difficult for most of them to carry around all the time. He also had a steel helm on and a sword at his hip. Black Nail saw no sign of a lance, which would have been near useless in the forest anyway. The knight approached Kida's hiding spot at a slow trot, and Black Nail frowned. The man was moving too slowly. He couldn't afford to waste so much time hiding since there were other pursuers out in the forest that would surround them before too long. That meant action was required, even at the risk of revealing his position. Shifting his weight forward, Black Nail ever so carefully pulled himself over to another branch and then began creeping down it. A few moments later, the knight rode below him, so Black Nail grinned and dropped down on the unsuspecting human. His feet landed on the horse's back as his hands grabbed the rider's shoulders. Immediately, the horse bucked and whinnied in shock as it felt the unexpected weight on its back. Meanwhile, the rider held on tight and tried to turn to see what had grabbed him. Black Nail didn't let him. Reaching up, he wrapped one arm around the man's neck and drew a dagger with the other. As the rider struggled in his grasp, Black Nail pulled the man's chin up and slit his throat. Blood poured from the gaping gash and the man flailed about for a moment before going slack from blood loss. As a result, his grip on his mount ended and he began to slide off the horse, taking Black Nail with him. Black Nail tried to hold on, but the horse bucked again, and he was thrown off. Vicious stinky beasts. You're probably secretly allied with the boggots, Black Nail hissed as he stood up and watched the horse run off into the woods. He'd managed to land softly on all fours this time, so he wasn't hurt. Can I come out now? Kida asked from her hiding spot. Yes, we've made too much noise. We need to run. I didn't make any noise, Kida replied sourly as she crawled out from under the log. Just follow me, Black Nail told her as he began running. Already, he could hear shouting and the sound of running hooves echoing through the trees as some of Warwick's forces began heading in their direction. Obviously, they'd heard the horse's screams and were coming to investigate. Black Nail sighed as he ran. He could never catch a break. Despite the quick pace the pair managed to set, Black Nail soon heard the pursuit grow closer. I see them. This way, someone yelled from behind them. However, instead of closing the distance, Warwick's forces stayed back. Most likely they were waiting for their boss to show up and engage Black Nail personally. For now, they were content to keep an eye on them. That was when Black Nail heard a familiar and yet out-of-place bird song from up ahead. Right away, he replied using a different call as loudly as he could while still running. It was a signal from one of his minions who'd noticed the commotion, and Black Nail had told him to prepare for a fight. That was about as specific as he could get while communicating using bird calls. Hopefully, this wasn't a lone minion that had retreated from Coriolis. Black Nail could really use some help. He wouldn't be able to stay ahead of Warwick for long. Beside the hobgoblin, a huffing and puffing Kida reached into a pocket and pulled out a vial of elixir. She then chugged the entire thing down. No point in saving it now, she grunted as Black Nail nodded in agreement. There was another bird call from up ahead, so Black Nail shifted direction slightly and headed straight toward it. There was no way a single hobgoblin would be replying. By now, they'd have some idea of what was headed their way, and they were far too cowardly to risk themselves like that. Glancing back, Black Nail saw a group of horsemen racing up along his left flank. They were too far away to engage, but they did cut off one of his retreat paths and threatened to encircle him. There was also another force of riders hanging back directly behind him. The bushes and uneven ground slowed their mounts, but they would catch up before too long. The forest grew thinner and the bushes were swiftly replaced by thick trees with dark gray bark. The horsemen would catch up quickly such terrain. However, Black Nail had no real option but to keep running straight and hope for the best. That didn't work out so well. The flanking force sped up and pulled ahead as the pursuit caught up. Black Nail was forced to turn to his right where there was a rocky hill. This was an unwelcome development. Climbing it would be difficult, especially for Kita, and the riders could just go around it. Not to mention, Black Nail spotted a mage staff among the pursuing force. If they climbed the cliff, they'd be easy targets. As they reached the edge of the hill, Black Nail and Kita reluctantly came to a stop. The redhead threw him a nervous look. "What's the plan now?" "Now we fight," he replied. "You know I'm always up for a good fight, but we're a little outnumbered here," Kita remarked as she stared at the approaching riders. The dirty knights looked quite menacing on their huffing mounts. "Don't worry. I have a plan." This earned the hobgoblin an unenthusiastic grunt in response, but he ignored Kita and focused on the enemy. Seeing that their quarry was seemingly trapped, the riders slowed and spread out to encircle them as much as possible, although the hill behind Black Nail and Kita at least protected their backs. It didn't take long for Warwick to appear with Zelena riding beside him. Taking the lead, the bandit lord rode up through his allies and stared at Black Nail suspiciously. The hobgoblin sneered at him. "You're a traitor. You let Sir Masnan die and let the doom escape just so you could try to get me. You've betrayed your people and your oath." He then turned to glare at the other riders. His words had mostly been for them. Some of the knights probably were uncertain about these recent developments. "Hold your tongue, beast," Warwick told him. "Everyone knows your words can't be trusted. I had nothing to do with Sir Masnan's noble death, and we will deal with my Agnoir in due time. It is wounded and on the run. You are the more pressing threat to humanity. We know you were planning on killing everyone and seizing the silver for yourself so that you and your ilk can weaken humanity and take over the north. No, that's what you're doing, you smelly liar. I would never betray humanity to a threat as great as the Boggots or you, and I know I could never stand against the Boggots alone. Your pathetic and selfing accusations don't even make sense." Black Nail snarled. "You're a murderous bandit lord and a coward. You're only concerned about your own skin, and what you know is that you could never beat me without treachery. Your country and other humans mean nothing to you." Glancing over the enemies arrayed against him, Black Nail saw over 24 horsemen. Counting Zelena, 2 of the riders were mages. That was horrible odds, especially since he was so tired and almost out of magic. Warwick motioned for his troops to charge all at once, but Black Nail cut him off. "At least be brave enough to fight me yourself instead of sending the duped minions after me." Sighing, Warwick dismounted. "Very well. We've crossed blades before, and this will simply be another humiliation for you. I'm not the same as before." "True, but that won't be enough. I've killed bigger, faster, and smarter mutants than you. My blade will put an end to your slander while the gods watch in judgment," Warwick replied nonplussed as he drew his blade and stepped toward Black Nail. Bane of Humanity 14. Warwick approached with his blade held out aggressively and its gleaming tip pointed right at Black Nail. There was silence from all the nearby human warriors as they watched, although some of their mounts neighed and snorted softly. Even Kita stepped back out of the way of the combatants, although she didn't stay silent. "Kick his ass and cut out his liver. He'd not so tough. You got this." Readying himself and ignoring the redhead, Black Nail raised his own long sword up defensively and grimaced sourly as he eyed his mortal enemy. He didn't like this situation at all. He'd been waiting for a chance at Warwick forever, but this wasn't how he'd wanted it to happen. His position was even worse than it had been during their last fight, which he'd lost. The hobgoblin knew he was tired and out of mana, while his enemy was in much better condition. Cheating would also be difficult, since Warwick was the one with backup nearby. Zelena was already watching him like a hawk. This entire situation sucked. He'd put a lot of effort into making sure his next battle with Warwick was nothing like a fair fight, but it had all gone to waste. Somehow, this was Kita's fault. "You won't be able to escape me now," Warwick laughed as stepped forward. Black Nail watched him warily. "I'm not running, pink face. You're the one that will die here." He was totally planning on running the first chance he got. If Kita couldn't keep up, that was too bad for her. Warwick's blade lashed out, catching sunlight as it sliced toward Black Nail's shoulder. The hobgoblin quickly sidestepped and countered with a slash of his own, which was dodged just as easily. Testing each other, the combatants exchanged a flurry of light attacks. Neither gave ground nor pressed the attack, but they kept their guards up. Black Nail was more than happy to keep things at a standstill for as long as possible, but after a minute or two, Warwick grew confident and impatient. The bandit lord ducked under a high slash and grinned smugly as he pressed the attack. Stepping forward into Black Nail's personal space, he stabbed at the hobgoblin's chest. Dodging to the side, Black Nail countered with a heavy downward blow, but Warwick simply rose to meet the attack and parried it before surging forward, right into the off-balanced hobgoblin's face. He was going for a shoulder blow. Eyes wide with surprise, Black Nail hesitated for a brief moment, but then his instincts kicked in. Rage and mana swirled through his body as he growled and opened his mouth wide to reveal his long teeth. Leaning down, Black Nail attempted to gore his foe's neck. Now it was Warwick's turn to flinch in surprise, before abandoning his attack completely and throwing himself to the side. After recovering his balance and getting back into a proper stance, he threw Black Nail a dark look. "I forgot how much of a savage you are," Warwick said before spitting on the ground. Black Nail glared at him. "You're the one that tried to cheap shot me first." "What was that?" "There's a vast difference between my attack and biting like a rabid animal," Warwick replied angrily before approaching again. "You're nothing like a true warrior." Black Nail snorted. He didn't care about being a true warrior at all. Survival was what mattered to him. "You almost had him." Try it again and tear his throat out. Kida cheered, earning her a lot of glares from Warwick and his men. Black Nail was sure his enemy wasn't going to try to tackle him again, so the redhead's advice was characteristically useless. There was a loud metallic clang as the combatants' blades met again. Warwick unleashed a flurry of skillful blows that tore through the air with shocking speed, but Black Nail managed to counter and keep him back with several powerful slashes of his own. The two fighters then stepped back and eyed each other warily. Black Nail was finding it noticeably easier to match his mortal foe now that he was a mutant. His longer arms and stronger muscles allowed him to use his new longsword to keep Warwick back much easier. What's wrong? Are you getting tired? Black Nail taunted his opponent. Warwick chuckled grimly. Not even a little. In fact, I believe it's time for me to stop messing around and end this little charade. The wolf's sword sliced through the air as he brought it around and fell into a more aggressive stance. Black Nail raised his own guard, but Warwick's move was more than it first appeared. A thin wave of force slid off his blade and cut through the air as it flew toward Black Nail. Only the hobgoblin's familiarity with the technique allowed him to recognize what was happening in time to dodge the attack. Warwick was using his unique vessel abilities and channeling them through his sword. However, as Black Nail stepped to the side, Warwick launched himself forward and hacked at him with a wild swing. Black Nail's arms vibrated from the force of the blow after he was forced to block it, but he kept his stance solid and used an internal burst of mana to strengthen himself and push the big human warrior back. Frowning, Warwick stepped back and shot another 2 air blades at the hobgoblin, before following right after them. The 2 magical slashes traveled on slightly different trajectories, making dodging them difficult, but Black Nail managed to twist out of the way of the first and then duck under the edge of the other without losing his solid stance. Thus, he met Warwick's attack with a powerful slash of his own that sliced through the air and toward the bandit lord's head. Warwick tried to parry the blow and use his momentum to barrel over the hobgoblin, but Black Nail was having none of that. He met the attack head-on, blocking Warwick's blade with his own. Their swords met with a crash that vibrated down both their arms and then the weapons locked together. Both fighters struggled to push the other back. Using some of the mana that was slowly gathering in his core, Black Nail managed to break the deadlock. His muscles strained as he pushed Warwick's weapon away. Grunting with effort, Warwick tried to turn his retreat into a sidestep and counter, but the pressure from Black Nail caused him to stumble instead. Sensing weakness, the hobgoblin felt a surge of excitement burn through his body as he lunged forward. His sword lashed out with lightning speed and bashed Warwick's weapon aside. Unimpeded, his blade then clanged as it hit the man's shoulder and was deflected off his chainmail shirt. Warwick let out a pain-filled shout as he fell back. His arm now hung stiffly as if wounded, although it wasn't visibly bleeding. Mercilessly, Black Nail pressed his advantage and leaped after his injured opponent, but he didn't get a chance to attack again. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Zelena raise a hand and pointed in his direction. He'd been keeping an eye on her, and he instantly knew she was up to no good. As Black Nail watched, a small blast of 9 invisible power shot out of the crystal in Zelena's palm. It streaked through the air, forcing the hobgoblin to abandon his attack and jump back to avoid the magical projectile. Hey, I saw that! Kida yelled as she pointed at the mage woman. That's cheating, you bitch. Come over here and try that. I'll cut slice open your throat. Everyone ignored her. I don't know what foul trick you used to injure me, but this dishonor won't stand. Warwick shouted proudly as he backed away like a coward. He was obviously playing to the crowd. Snarling, Black Nail considered going after him, but he was getting quite a few glares from the knights and mages around him. What trick? I hit you with my sword. That's what you were doing too. If you have no honor then this duel is over, Warwick announced before turning to his companions. Take him down. I injured him before he forfeited the match. Shouting their acknowledgement, a dozen knights urged their mounts into motion and began riding toward Black Nail. The hobgoblin eyed them with deep concern as he backed up. Unfortunately, there was nowhere for him to run now. You cheating son of a harpy. Get over here and die. Black Nail yelled at Warwick as he gave him the evil eye. The bandit lord didn't reply or even turn around. He just kept walking over to Zelena's side as if unconcerned by Black Nail's fate. What do we do now? Kida asked as she drew her sword and ran over to the hobgoblin. Black Nail eyed her. Why did she think he had the answers? That was kind of unreasonable. As the knights closed in, Black Nail's long green ears twitched. He heard rocks clatter behind him. While in front of him, the knights suddenly began slowing their mounts down. Warwick glanced at something behind the hobgoblin and then turned to the male mage in his group. Quickly, blast the fiend. The mage quickly moved to obey and leveled his staff at his target, Black Nail, but before he could activate his magic, a glowing blue barrier appeared in front of Black Nail, shielding him. At the same time, the sound of clattering stones grew louder and Black Nail glanced over his shoulder to see 6 hobgoblins slide down the hill at his back and land behind him. Looking up, he saw that there were many more hobgoblins standing atop the hill as well. Far more than he'd brought on Sir Massinen's expedition. Imp stood in their midst, holding an amulet that was the source of the shield. Oh good, you're finally here. I thought you got lost, Black Nail said before sighing in relief. They'd really left it to the last second. Either his minions were far too lazy, or someone had been plotting. Well, at least they were here now. Scamp frowned nervously as he looked down at his chieftain. You weren't easy to find, boss. We only got here so quickly because of all the noise you were making. Black Nail was unconvinced and still more than a little suspicious. I signaled you a while ago. You knew I was here, so what took you so long? That was when the bushes off to Black Nail's left rustled and another dozen hobgoblins with spears appeared to flank the knights. A moment later, another 20 hobgoblins stepped out of the tree on the other side of Warwick's force. They were boxed in now, with no easy retreat routes. We waited until we had Warwick surrounded before showing ourselves. You told me to make sure Warwick didn't get away, no matter what, or you'd feed my guts to the pigs, remember? Scamp told him. Now that he mentioned it, Blacknail did remember that. Right, and it worked. Good job me. I'm very smart. Blacknail had known all along that Warwick would have several schemes in motion and that he would try to seize control of the other humans. He'd had little choice after Blacknail had forced him to come on this expedition. Control of silver was far too important for the bandit lords to share it, and they hated each other with a passion anyway. If he'd been allowed to stay behind, Warwick could have used his forces to ambush the silver and seize control of the city once it was found, but out in the green, he was at Blacknail's mercy and cut off from most of his troops. Thus, Warwick had no other option but to kill Blacknail before Blacknail killed him. The exact method of his betrayal had caught the hobgoblin off guard. He'd assumed that Warwick would at least wait until after Myagnoir was dead, but his vulnerability had been temporary. Fair fights were not Blacknail's specialty. Long before coming on Sir Massinon's expedition, Blacknail had secretly ordered a force of 50 of his hobgoblins to shadow the expedition from a safe distance. It was a feat that no human army could possibly hope to match, but his minions were far more comfortable in the green. Thus, Blacknail had been prepared for any betrayal Warwick had planned, and he could make sure the wolf never left the green alive. It was such a great plan. Blacknail knew he was amazingly smart for having thought of it, despite the slight problems he'd run into before his reinforcements had arrived, like almost dying half a dozen times. Scamp hadn't been Blacknail's first choice as leader of the reinforcements, but he was a skilled ranger, and everyone smarter had been busy. Most of the enemy force seemed unsure of what to do now that they faced a serious threat that they didn't have massively outnumbered. Their mounts shuffled uneasily as the riders watched the newly arrived hobgoblins with obvious fear and concern. However, Warwick simply looked furious. Stomping forward, he leveled an accusatory finger at Blacknail and glared at him venomously. I was right. This is proof that the hobgoblin was always trying to ambush us on the way back and take the silver for himself. Warwick shouted. He's brought an entire army here in secret to make sure none of us survive to reveal his treachery. Blacknail glared back at him. Really? Human political nonsense, now? Stop lying. I just knew that you were going to betray me, like you did, so I made plans to be ready to kill you and all your allies first. I didn't want anyone but you dead. This argument didn't appear to sway anyone to Blacknail's side. The knights were still pointing their weapons in the hobgoblin's direction and had hostile expressions on their faces. Stupid humans. Sure, he'd explained that badly, but he still made a lot more sense than Warwick had. Well, whatever. Once they were dead it wouldn't matter. Getting his words through their thick skulls would probably be much harder than getting his blade through their soft bits. Form up and prepare to fight. Warwick ordered all the nearby riders as he jumped back on his own horse. I only want Warwick and his men. Anyone else that surrenders will make it back south alive, Blacknail shouted. Don't listen to the treacherous creature. He's just trying to get us to turn on each other so that he can slaughter us piecemeal. If we fight side by side, then we can crush these pitiful savages beneath our valiant steeds' hooves. None of the humans rode over to throw themselves at Blacknail and his hobgoblin's mercy, so the hobgoblin chieftain didn't see the point in wasting any more time. He finally had Warwick right where he wanted him. He was outnumbered and stranded out in the green, where running was impossible. Kill them all. Blacknail ordered his minions as a vicious hunger rose up from within him. He grinned savagely at Warwick as he fantasized about finally hacking his master's killer apart with his own hands. He'd taste Warwick's blood and watch with glee as the light faded from his eyes. At their master's command, the hobgoblins surged forward, closing in on the knights from multiple directions. Only about half a dozen hobs stayed back on top of the hill. Imp and 2 of his mage assistants were among them, and they seemed to be preparing spells. Scamp also made no move to leave the top of the hill. To me. We must escape the savages' entrapment, Warwick roared as he guided his mount to the left. The bandit lord was attempting to strike where the hobgoblins were thinnest and smash through them to reach safety. Blacknail couldn't let that happen. Even outnumbered, if the knights got free, they could maneuver around the hobgoblins and trample them one group at a time. Charge. Follow me. The first to attack get the first pick of the loot. Blacknail yelled at his minions before rushing ahead to cut off Warwick's retreat. He wasn't letting him get away now. Dashing forward at full speed, Blacknail ran over to where the melee was thickest, around some knights fighting from horseback. Several hobgoblins and Kidda followed him. Up ahead, Warwick was cutting down 2 hobgoblins that had been unfortunate enough to be in his way. Over on the other side of the melee, there was a fiery explosion as the mages began dueling. Upon reaching the fighting, Blacknail wasted no time in throwing himself at Warwick, who was still mounted. Pushing past an unresisting hobgoblin that was glad to let him pass, he unleashed a wicked slash at his mortal foe's leg. Reaching down, Warwick easily deflected Blacknail's attack with his own blade. He then wheeled his mount around and the huge beast reared up to kick at Blacknail. Jumping back away from the horse's dangerous-looking hooves, Blacknail weighed his options. Attacking mounted warriors was still super annoying. He really hated horses. They were more evil-made flesh than real animals. Warwick immediately pressed his advantage and cut down another hobgoblin in the melee, so Blacknail threw himself back into the fight. He only had so many minions that he could afford to lose. Lacking any real plan, he went with his instincts. Blacknail lashed out at the horse's flank with his blade, however the vile beast managed to take most the strength out of the blow by sidestepping, so the sword inflicted only a shallow cut. Looking over, Black Nail saw that one of the horse's eyes was glaring right at him. The beast looked enraged and mad in the way of all its deranged kin. That gave Black Nail an idea. Horses seemed to hate and fear hobgoblins just as much as hobgoblins hated them. Sheathing his weapon, Black Nail ducked under another swing from Warwick and leaped at the ass end of the horse. It tried to move away but he dashed after it. A moment later, he was jumping onto its side, and his claws drew blood, giving him purchase and allowing him to pull himself up higher. The creature's brown flanks were impressively tall. Also, very sweaty and smelly. Ignoring the stench that was right below his nose, Black Nail continued to cling to the horse and climb up onto its back. The beast didn't like that one bit, and quickly began bucking and flailing around in an attempt to throw him off. "What are you doing? Get off, you cretin!" Warwick yelled as he glanced back at Black Nail. The bandit lord tried to take a swing at the hobgoblin, but the bucking of the horse threw his aim off, and Black Nail managed to climb up and entangle the blade in his antler-like horns. Warwick struggled to keep control of his mount and free his sword as his horse neighed frantically, but Black Nail's presence finally broke its control. It went berserk and began flailing about with complete abandon in a desperate attempt to dislodge the predator on its back. Both Warwick and Black Nail were thrown off and tumbled into the melee. Bane of Humanity 15. Black Nail hit the ground hard after being thrown from Warwick's horse. A shock went through his bones and he grunted in pain, but a moment later, he managed to roll across the ground and jump back to his feet. He didn't feel like he'd been injured badly, although that might be because his entire body was already sore. Shaking his head, the hobgoblin chieftain looked around for Warwick. The bandit lord had been thrown about 20 feet away and had also just managed to get to his feet, although he'd dropped his sword. It was laying on the ground a few arms lengths away. Seeing an opportunity to take down big game, 3 nearby hobgoblins snarled and charged at the man that had fallen amongst them. 2 of them held spears while the third had a short sword and a primitive wooden shield with red tribal marks on it. A raised arm deflected the first spear harmlessly to the side. As the surprised hobgoblin stumbled forward, Warwick reached out and grabbed him. A second later, that unlucky hobgoblin was sailing through the air right toward the other hobgoblin with a spear. They collided with a loud crack as their skulls met, and then they both fell unconscious to the ground. The sword-wielding hobgoblin tried to slash at Warwick's exposed back, but Warwick simply dodged back away from the strike and grabbed the hobgoblin's arm. Pulling his startled opponent off balance, Warwick then punched him in the face so hard that he flipped over backward. The hobgoblin landed in a twisted heap, and didn't get back up. Ouch! His attackers defeated, the bandit lord calmly walked over to pick up his sword and then turned to look at Black Nail, who was headed his way. A knight on horseback tried to ride up and hack at the hobgoblin chieftain, but Black Nail ducked under the attack and then slashed the leg of his mount. The horse screamed shrilly, which pleased Black Nail greatly and then tumbled over. Its rider managed to jump free and land on his knees, but before he could get up, 2 hobgoblins attacked him. One stabbed him in the side with a spear while the other jumped on him and began hacking at his neck with a long wicked-looking dagger. The arrival of his minions had changed more than the odds. The air was thick with fear now as the humans confronted a grinning inhuman foe that outnumbered them and had them surrounded. The dark stifling emotion leaked from the humans and was drawn to Black Nail by his mutant nature. Feeding on the terror, Black Nail felt his power replenish itself much faster than before. The magic boosted his strength and the overflow cycled through Black Nail before being released back out as an aura of dread, driving the humans' fear even higher. He felt powerful. As Black Nail kept walking over to Warwick, a dismounted human warrior charged out of the melee and lunged at him with his blade held up high. Glancing at the man and frowning, Black Nail drew his blade with startling speed and stabbed him in the chest. With a twist of his wrist, he then twisted the weapon around and pulled it out. There was a brief sucking noise as it came free and the human warrior collapsed. With his sword now dripping crimson blood, Black Nail made it the rest of the way to Warwick unimpeded. Actively reinforcing himself with mana, so that his pain and weariness faded away beneath seething magic, Black Nail sneered confidently at his foe. "Nothing is going to save you this time. Today, you finally die." Warwick laughed darkly without a hint of fear. "It is you that fate has conspired to keep alive. Your life should have ended at end of my blade long ago, you treacherous hobgoblin. You betrayed me first. You're more treacherous than me," Black Nail shot back. "So, you admit to planning to betray your allies." Scowling, Black Nail shifted topics slightly. "I won't be dying until I've avenged my master and Hera. You took them from me, and I'll make you pay in blood and bone. I'll put you down like a mangy dog, Wolfie. Blood and bone. I'm going to use your skull as a decoration. Your grudge is petty and pathetic both. You are nothing but a savage with no comprehension of what you do. My victory over Herad was fairly won and just another step along my destiny. The north will be mine, I have claimed it by right of steel and blood. You are nothing but a hobgoblin beast howling in the dark. I am a lord with backing of interests beyond your ability to understand." It was Black Nail's turn to laugh. "The north is mine. Yours is the old way that has already failed. I am making something young and strong. Your men sicken and die as my hobs grow more numerous. Even now I've sent raiders to slaughter your men wherever they hide. When I leave the green with the silver, your entire band will already be dead or have surrendered to me. Your ambitions were doomed the moment you stepped into the deep green with me. Then I shall simply kill you and your pathetic tribe of savages will turn on each other," Warwick spat angrily. "The silver is all I need to rebuild my kingdom. My destiny will not be denied. Before the fall of Corollas, my mother's family were the most powerful nobles in the north, and I'm an unmatched warrior. The gods themselves have blessed my conquest. Once I cut you down like just another mutant beast that threatens my domain, I will become the king I was always meant to be and rebuild the north to its past glory." That's not going to happen. I've built far more than you ever have, with all your talk of blood and destiny. No matter what, the North has changed beyond your ability to control. The old North is long gone, and it will have no human king. The Boggots and I have seen to that. You are capable of nothing but ruin and will bring the people of the North nothing but suffering. What they need is a king, and my destiny will not be denied. Warwick snarled as he finally threw himself forward to attack. Black Nail stepped forward to meet him, and their blades crashed together with a loud clang that reverberated throughout the melee. Neither of them gave ground, so both combatants then began hacking and slashing at each other viciously. Off to the side, Black Nail saw a fireball slam into a glowing shield. It detonated with a bang, raining fire down on several fighters. There were screams as the flames hit both hobs and humans, but Black Nail was too preoccupied to see any more. The important thing was that he hadn't been hit, although it would also be nice to know if his mages were winning their fight. Right now, he had no idea. Stupid magic. Ducking under a high blow from Warwick, Black Nail tried to slash the man's shoulder, only to miss as Warwick stepped back. The fighters didn't slow for a second. They both kept up a brutal flurry of attacks while they attempted to find a weakness and seize the advantage. Their exchanges were so fast and powerful that everyone else fell back to give them room. Any normal soldier intruding upon their duel would have been cut down before they knew what happened. Warwick and Black Nail seemed to be quite evenly matched. During their last bout, Warwick had held all the advantages, but Black Nail's second transformation had fixed that. Their bodies were now around the same size, if you ignored the hob's horns. Warwick was still the more skilled swordsman, with many more years of practice, but Black Nail's mutant body was superior to that of Warwick's. Compared to a human vessel, Black Nail had both faster arms and eyes. He could keep up with all of Warwick's movements, even the tricky ones. Warwick stepped back and launched a flurry of air slashes at Black Nail. They flew out at the hobgoblin without warning, forcing him to spin and duck out of the way. A split second later, both combatants lunged at each other and their blades met again, sending vibrations down both their arms. Both fighters were giving their battle everything they had, but as blow after blow was exchanged, Black Nail began to grow more confident. Warwick was beginning to lag, while Black Nail felt as if he could keep up this pace all day. Fear reigned across the battlefield, feeding him more and more power. Magic circulated through his body as thick as blood now, invigorating him. Meanwhile, Warwick was dependent on elixir, and Black Nail didn't plan on giving him a single moment to drink any. His assault was relentless. If he kept this a battle of endurance he would win. That was a good feeling. Black Nail had been waiting for this day for so long. His mortal enemy was in his power at last, and soon he would taste his heart's blood. Warwick didn't appear too concerned though. He calmly matched every blow of Black Nail's with one of his own, forcing the hobgoblin to keep absolutely focused on the fight. The man probably had at least one trick left. He hadn't dominated the north and killed Harad by being predictable and easy to defeat. Snarling as his memories of loss fed his rage, Black Nail picked up the pace. His blows became even more savage as he attempted to put his foe on the defensive and crush him. At first, Warwick managed to hold his own with a series of graceful yet powerful counters, but then he was pushed back by a brutal cleave attack that knocked his weapon aside in a shower of sparks. Black Nail attacked again immediately, and Warwick responded by jumping to the side. At the same time, the bandit lord grabbed his own wrist and pulled something loose, a steel bracelet. A second later, Warwick tossed the bracelet at Black Nail. On guard for tricks, Black Nail immediately dodged to the side and scrambled away from the suspicious item. It was the right move. As soon as it hit the ground, the bracelet exploded with a boom that sent dust flying in every direction. Shielding his eyes, Black Nail felt a rock hit him in the chest, cracking a rib and driving the air from his lungs. The blast had seemed like a less controlled version of Warwick's power. The bracelet must have been designed to use it that way. Ignoring the injury, Black Nail glanced back at Warwick. The man hadn't attacked. Instead, he was chugging down a vial of elixir. He finished a moment later, and after giving the hobgoblin a smug grin, he raised his blade and moved to attack again. Their blades met with a metallic crash. His sore rib only slowed Black Nail slightly, but Warwick was also in better condition now thanks to his elixir. Black Nail dodged a slash and feinted at Warwick's left shoulder before being pushed back. It was a tiny edge, but now Warwick seemed to have the advantage. Black Nail found himself on the defensive as a reinvigorated Warwick hit him with one heavy blow after the other. Desperately, he only managed to block each blow at the last second, and his own attack stopped completely. Suddenly, a red-headed blur dashed out of the melee to Black Nail's left and charged at Warwick's back. It was Kida and she had her sword raised and ready to strike. Black Nail could only watch in surprise as she attacked. However, Warwick saw her coming somehow. Spinning around, he unleashed a heavy horizontal slash at her chest. As Black Nail jumped forward to help, Kida managed to block Warwick's blow, but his strength was too much. It pushed her weapon aside and then his blade slammed into her side, slicing through armor and into gut. Gasping in shock and pain, Kida's eyes went wide as she was knocked over and collapsed to the ground. Warwick then spun back to block Black Nail's savage strike. Their blades ground together and locked in place as they both pushed with everything they had. "You'll pay for that," Black Nail hissed. He was furious that Warwick had slain another of his companions, but at least it had been Kida. She wasn't that useful anymore, since he had no problem getting other human minions now. Also, she was so annoying that he'd thought about leaving her alone in the green to die many times. Black Nail still planned to avenge her though. Also, Hera would miss her. "I'll soon send you to meet all the lost souls you claim to care so much about." Warwick growled back as he strained to overpower his attacker. At first, they were evenly matched, but then Black Nail embraced his emotions. Cold power coursed through him, spiraling down as he drew on the terror in the air. Black rage and grief rose to meet it, burning like a terrible inferno. They swirled together as emotions seethed within Black Nail. He was going to tear Warwick apart. All his losses would be avenged by his own hand, and then when Warwick was dead, he'd never lose anyone he cared about again. Even Kida had sort of been his friend. He could admit that now that she was dead. She'd been annoying, but loyal in her own way. Not the right way, but a way. Muscles straining, Black Nail hissed like a boiling kettle as his rage steamed out from him. Then, he gathered all his power and prepared to overpower his mortal enemy and finally slay him. That was when Kida got back up and stabbed Warwick in the back. Dumbfounded, Black Nail could only watch as her blade pierced armor and slid past bone to sink deep into the warlord's flesh. Eyes wide in surprise, Warwick wobbled on his feet. What? No. I'm supposed to become king. My destiny. Black Nail blinked as his arms grew slack. What? Shut up and die. This is for all of Herad's band. Kida said as she kicked the bandit lord over. The redhead then hacked at the man's neck with her sword a few times to make sure he was dead. What did you do? Black Nail asked in disbelief after he'd recovered from his stunned surprise. Kida laughed arrogantly. I've killed Warwick, the Wolf of the North, and taken my place in bandit history. Now I'm the strongest human bandit lord of all time. Bandit history? That's not how it works, and he was mine. I was going to kill him. I'd waited and planned for years to do it. Kida snorted rudely. Please. He was knocking you around like a wooden top and would have cut you down soon. I saved you. I was faking it. I was luring him in so I could finish him off. Phew, sure you were. Black Nail sputtered angrily. Magic and rage still boiled within him, although it was fading. He really wanted to punch the redhead right in her smug face, but his hard-earned discipline stopped him. How are you even alive? Warwick sliced you open like an apple, but you're walking around as if you're fine. Rolling her eyes, Kida lifted her bloody shirt to reveal her stomach and ribs. Her pale skin was splattered with blood, but her wound was covered in what looked like black scales. Black Nail recognized them instantly. The same growths had appeared over Herad's wounds, protecting them and allowing them to heal much faster. It had been her vessel power. When did you learn to do that? Kida shrugged. Quite a while back. I'm using Herad's elixir recipe after all. It just never came up, and it's not something I can just show off on demand anyway. Still, it's a super handy magic power to have, since I tend to get stabbed a lot lately. Warwick sure didn't see it coming. Why couldn't you really be dead? Black Nail quietly muttered to himself as he eyed the redhead darkly. This was just what he needed. Now Kida was even more difficult to kill. Ugh, the world wasn't fair. Looking around, Kida scanned the melee. You should probably do something about the rest of this battle, so I can get on to spreading the legend of the Red Cat. The Red Cat? It's my bandit name. That's a terrible bandit name, Black Nail told her. It's better than Black Nail. Black Nail is my actual name. I didn't pick it. Whatever. We should probably focus on the battle. Annoyed at her obvious deflection, Black Nail nonetheless saw her point. He did still have a battle to win and some knights to mop up. They'd betrayed him and Sir Masnan, so technically they were targets of his vengeance as well. Black Nail tried to get worked up about that, but he couldn't really manage it. Faced with Kida's stupidity, his rage had drained away. Warwick's death at Kida's hands was just too depressing. He couldn't believe that had happened. He'd been looking forward to doing it himself since forever. If you're so tough, why don't you end the battle? Black Nail told Kida. Go add to the legend of the Red Cat while I stay here and watch. She glared at him. I just took a sword to the stomach. I may not be dying thanks to my amazing magic, but I'm not at my best either. Sighing, Black Nail studied the fighting around him. The stench of fear was even stronger now. It seemed like more than a few humans had noticed Warwick's fall and word had spread through the bandit lord's forces that their leader was dead. Many of them had already been cut down, although the fight was still ongoing. It looked like a few knights had fled off into the trees, but Black Nail knew they wouldn't get far. Feeling tired after the depressing end to his long-awaited duel with his mortal enemy, Black Nail simply wanted to get the rest of this battle over with. There were still things he had to do today, like deal with Mayag Noir. Sigh. Was Zelena still around here somewhere? Leaving her alive would be a mistake. After clearing his throat, Black Nail let out a stifling wave of magical fear and began yelling. All right, listen all you stupid humans. Warwick is dead. Surrender and I'll let you live. Keep fighting and I'll rip your limbs off and feed them to you. Yay, and I'm the one that killed Warwick. Kida, the Red Cat. Kida added proudly. Fear me too. Black Nail gave her a look. He was so going to leave her behind when he went back south. Bane of Humanity 16. Even after Warwick's defeat, ending the fight and taking control of the chaos took more than a few minutes. Black Nail ended up stomping around and screaming for over 20 minutes before the last of the fighting stopped. He also ended up killing another knight that tried rallying a resistance, backhanding a berserk hobgoblin into submission, and stabbing 2 horses that wouldn't shut up. If he hadn't been in such a bad mood, the last part would almost have been fun. Most of Warwick's treacherous force was dead by then, along with quite a few hobgoblins, but many humans did drop their weapons and surrender. Black Nail had their weapons and armor confiscated before putting them under heavy guard. He was told that some of them were nobles that were worth quite a bit in ransom, so he didn't want to kill them all. Also, appearing merciful and honorable would only help him. He still had to deal with the southern humans and their kingdom. Thus, it was important to make sure they knew he hadn't betrayed them. It was Warwick who had done that. As he was looking over the prisoners, Hera appeared and began approaching him. He'd caught glimpses of her after the fight, but he'd been too busy to give her any thought. The other hobs he'd left behind and her must have been drawn to all the noise and joined in the fight late. Congratulations on your victory over the wolf, boss. I knew you could do it. Hera announced. She walked over to him. Black Nail sighed and used one of his arms to keep her away when she tried to hug him. The female hob tried giving him a seductive and playful look as she tried to slip past his guard, but Black Nail wasn't in the mood. There would be plenty of time for hugging and sex later. Actually, Kida killed Warwick, he explained as he dodged her lunge. Frowning, Hera picked herself off the ground. But she works for you, so it's the same thing. I doubt that, Black Nail mumbled sourly. Kida was too scatterbrained to truly work for anyone. She simply followed whatever dumb impulses popped into her pink human head. Well, he's dead now, and you avenged your cedar. You used to mumble about that all the time while we mated. So, let me cheer you up. All this blood in the air is so thrilling. It would be shame to waste the moment, Hera said as she eyed him knowingly. There was a hungry gleam in her eyes. Black Nail just sighed again. No, I got a lot to do still. Maybe later. Turning away, he glanced toward the direction in which the ruins of Coroulus lay. Despite having finally killed his mortal foe, there was an almost overwhelming amount of work still to do. He'd sort of assumed that Warwick's death would automatically make things easier, but it really hadn't. Maya Noir still lived, and there was the matter of Illisti. Black Nail hoped he was still alive. He needed to track the Vimper down and find the silver. Even when that was over with, and Maya Noir wouldn't be easy to deal with, there was still the slight problems of the Boggart hordes spilling forth from the dark paths and the ever-spreading ghoul pestilence. Ugh, it was enough to make Black Nail want to climb a tree and take a nap until everyone left him alone. Why couldn't his minions be more competent and deal with these things themselves without bothering him? They were really slacking. Leaving the prisoners behind with their guards, Black Nail led the rest of his force back to the city. His first priority was finding out what had happened to Illisti. Thankfully, that didn't turn out to be very hard. After marching through the city gates and back into the ruins, one of Illisti's men found them and brought the Vimper over. It seemed like 6 of Illisti's personal troops had survived the fight and reunited with their lord. What has happened? Illisti asked as he stepped out from shadows cast by the ruins of a home. You seem to have emerged victorious, but is our foe, the wolf, truly dead? That black-hearted traitor deserves far worse than a swift ending. The Vimper seemed to have recovered somewhat. He wasn't limping anymore, although his armor was still dented. Yay, he's dead, but we still have problems, Black Nail told him. Illisti nodded and then looked over at some distant ruins. My Noir. I can sense that the beast still lives. His presence is like a chill wind upon my skin, and a blot upon the land itself. Can you still fight? My minions are gathering up all the fire weapons the mages made and then I'm going to hunt it down before it can heal. Your plan seems sound, and nothing would keep me from this battle. So, let us fulfill our quest together. First though, my own condition would be greatly improved by some sustenance. Do you have any dying prisoners? I'm sure there are some humans laying around somewhere, Black Anil replied. I'll have my scouts look. The Vimper nodded and then followed a pair of hob scouts back out into the forest. Black Nail had given them instructions to find a dying commoner that was away from the prisoners. He didn't want them panicking when the Vimper started feeding. That done, Black Nail got back to work. Scouts had to be sent out and gear had to be gathered up from where it had been dropped. Maya Noir was wounded, but Black Nail still wanted every fire lance and mage trick he could get his hands on before confronting the beast. Having as many amulets as possible was even more important. If Maya Noir started using his huge cold attacks again, only those with amulets would be able to stay in the fight. It didn't take long for some of the scouts to return. They'd found Maya Noir's lair. The great beast had retreated into the ruins of a keep. After following his minions over to the site, Black Nail stared down at it from atop the remains of a tall stone building down the street. The keep was massive construction made up of huge stone blocks, but it was in a state of quite some disrepair. Rubble littered the ground around it, all its towers had fallen, and there was a huge gaping hole in its side. That hole was obviously how Maya Noir entered and left the building. What do we do now, boss? Hera asked from beside him. Now, we watch and wait for Illisti to get back, and then we make a plan, he replied. Thankfully, Illisti soon showed up with a new spring in his step. Apparently, a stiff drink of altered human blood had really energized him. As he reached Black Nail's side, they immediately began planning and plotting. Then, when they had decided on a course of action, they sprang into action. The force split into 3. The first group was the largest and contained all the Illisti, Kida, and most the troops. The second was made of the hobgoblin mages and their guards, while the third was the smallest and comprised of Black Nail and a few of his tougher hobgoblins. On the street, Illisti's group took up position between the mages and the hole in the keep wall. Meanwhile, Black Nail's group circled around to the side. As Black Nail hid behind some rubble in an alley next to the road, the battle began with a dramatic flare. The hobgoblin mages opened fire, sending 4 hissing fireballs up into the air. The burning magic arced down at the keep a moment later and then hit the ruins with a series of loud bangs. Crackling flames washed over the stones and one even flew into the hole in the keep's wall before exploding. The response to the attack was immediate and powerful. A furious roar echoed out from the keep, shaking the very stones before hitting the attackers. Black Nail winced as the painful sound pierced his ears and reverberated through his head. Ugh, my Noir was loud. A second later, a blast of air ripped out of the keep, extinguishing the flames from the hobgoblin's attack. The wicked gale then raced down the street and hit Illisty's force. They shivered and stumbled back under its force, but it only lasted for a moment before ending. However, that was when my Noir emerged halfway out of the keep and looked around. The beast had no choice but to come out and face its attackers, since the keep wouldn't shield it from repeated waves of fireballs. The fiery blasts would collapse the old stone structure eventually. The huge mutant drake glared spitefully at the forces before it. It then let out another roar of challenge before stepping completely out of the keep and out onto the road. Immediately, Imp and the hobgoblin mages launched another volley of fireballs at the beast. The fiery projectiles zoomed toward the drake with lethal intent, but then my Goyer replied by exhaling deeply toward the incoming missiles. The breath contained a wave of magical power. It rippled out from the drake and slammed into the fireballs. They were snuffed out by the freezing air and their remains were blasted off into the distance. Seemingly unconcerned, the hobgoblin mages simply threw another 4 fireballs at my Noir. They had a lot of mana stones, and were under orders not to hold anything back. Their target reacted as before, unleashing another great breath of freezing air at the incoming attacks which dispelled them. However, Imp wasn't done. As my Noir exhaled, he raised a staff taken from a fallen human mage and shot a beam of intense burning heat straight toward my Noir. The attack caught my Noir off guard, and slammed into its shoulder, blackening scales and causing the beast to roar in pain before it could respond. A moment later, my Noir jumped away from the beam and then summoned a swirling shield of freezing air that surrounded its body, but it had clearly been wounded again. The burn on its shoulder looked serious. Of course, this wound only seemed to enrage my Noir further. Roaring in defiance, the great beast charged toward Illisty's force with obvious violent intent. Imp sent another beam of heat at my Noir, but the mutant's magic shield shredded it. Surrounded by spinning gusts of icy wind, my Noir slammed into the force that was standing between him and the mages. For a few seconds, the hobgoblins tried to repulse him, but then they quickly began to break. Huge claws threw them aside as chilling winds tore into them. Most of them didn't have amulets to protect them from the cold, and those without quickly turned and fled before the killing cold. Thankfully, my Noir wasn't projecting his cold very far from his body anymore. He seemed to not have as much energy as before. Not everyone fled before the great drake though. Illisty and Kida held their ground, while a few hobs with amulets rallied round them. Dodging the drake's bites and slashes, they struck back with their own weapons. Illisty sidestepped a claw and then stabbed it with the fire lance he was holding. Kida also had a fire lance, and she had no problem dodging, but her attempts to counter with the fire lance were clumsy and missed. Clearly, she had no idea how to use the weapon. One hobgoblin wasn't so lucky though. Striking with startling speed, my Noir's head shot forth and its jaws closed down on him. A second later, the hobgoblin vanished down the drake's gullet. That didn't stop Illisty from dashing forward and stabbing my Noir in the ribs. Enraged, my Noir attempted to barrel right through its attackers and crush them beneath its weight. Growling furiously, it let out a pulse of frost that stunned the nearby hobgoblins and human. Then, its claws and tail lashed out violently as it charged through their center. One hob was thrown aside by the strike of a claw, and everyone else was forced to flee from the creature's powerful and furious advance. Some stumbled back while trying to defend themselves, while others simply turned and ran. Roaring in triumph, my Noir then broke through and advanced toward the mages that had hurt it. However, this was all part of Black Nail's plan. As the mutant drake surged past the scattered remains of Illisty's troops, Imp hit it with another heat beam. The magic attack slammed into the drake's wind shield, doing no damage, but weakening the power of the shield. The swirling wind died down as the heat beam assaulting it faded, allowing Illisty and Kida to throw themselves back into the fight. They both came in from the front and slashed at my Noir's limbs, forcing the huge drake to end its charge. Hurt and occupied by the enemy in front of it, my Noir didn't notice Black Nail. The hobgoblin chieftain had been hiding at the edge of the road in some ruins, until my Noir's charge had brought it right past his position. Now that my Noir was stuck in place and busy fighting Illisty and Kida right in front of him, Black Nail sprang into action. With fire lance in hand, he quickly scrambled up the side of a crumbling building. After pulling himself up onto what remained of the structure's roof, he glanced at his foe again. He was about head height with the drake now, and my Noir appeared to still be completely unaware of his presence. In fact, as Black Nail watched, Illicity charged in to strike at the beast's flank and my Noir responded. The great drake stepped sideways toward Black Nail's location and then leaned down to bite at the Vimpur. Thankfully, Illisity managed to dodge. This was too good of an opportunity for Black Nail to ignore. A crazy idea popped into his head. He knew it was a little risky, but he was feeling bold. Warwick was already dead, and he had died in a very unsatisfying way. Now was his chance to do something amazing. It wasn't like he had a lot of long-term plans anymore. Grinning, Black Nail drew on the magic in his core and threw himself off the top of the building, straight at the top of my Noir's head. Wind rushed past the hobgoblin's body as he flew toward the beast's grey scales, and hungry excitement coursed through his body alongside his blood. He raised his fire lance up above his head. Then, Black Nail's feet made contact with the top of my Noir's head. The landing sent a shock up through his legs, but Black Nail still managed to keep himself steady and stabbed down at my Noir's skull with his fire lance. As he drew on magic to put as much strength as possible into the blow, he activated the weapon itself. The length of the lance immediately began shimmering hazily as intense heat radiated out from it. That heat pushed back against the chill around my Noir, causing the air to hiss and swirl. My Angoyer couldn't miss the sensation of black nail landing on top of its head, and it instantly sensed danger and tried to shake the unseen creature off. However, it wasn't nearly fast enough. Before it could do more than shiver, black nail struck. His fire lance hit scales and then burned through them as the hobgoblin's enhanced strength and momentum drove the lance deep. The weapon struck bone and vibrated from the impact, but then the magic weapon cracked its way through and sank into my Angoyer's brain, unleashing a wave of withering heat. The great drake screamed again, although this time the noise was nothing like anything it had made before. The air seemed to vibrate in resonance with the beast's primal pain. The sound tore into Black Nail, and would have hurt him more, but he had already been thrown off my Noir by the beast's spasms of pain. Black Nail twisted around in midair in an attempt to land on his feet. As he neared the stone-covered ground, he managed to get them underneath him, but didn't quite succeed in catching himself. Falling sideways, he threw himself into a roll that sent him away from his foe. Meanwhile, my Noir was still screaming in pain and flailing around. The beast's bulk slammed into the building Black Nail had been standing on a minute ago, demolishing it and sending up a huge cloud of dust. Its tail then smashed into another building, destroying it as well. The drake certainly seemed unsteady on its feet. As Black Nail got to his feet, he watched my Noir pull itself and step out of the dust cloud. The massive mutant drake then turned to look squarely at the hobgoblin that had stabbed it. Its eyes betrayed more than a little pain and confusion, but they absolutely radiated hatred that was aimed right at Black Nail. Hissing furiously, the drake then lurched toward him. The ground shook beneath its heavy footsteps and its jaws opened wide, revealing wicked-looking teeth of immense size. The drake's charge was startlingly fast, considering its wounds, and as it moved, it unleashed a massive surge of power. A blast of cold air erupted from my Noir, sending loose stone flying and hitting Black Nail like a furious blizzard. As the freezing power washed over him, all the hobgoblin could do was stumble back and stare at his approaching death. The cold seemed to sap all his strength, despite his amulet. He was paralyzed and stuck in place as the drake loomed over him and prepared to strike. My Noir then took another step toward him, before collapsing. There was a loud boom as its huge body hit the ground, and the hobgoblin was treated to a wonderful view of his fire lance still sticking out of my Noir's skull. The beast's now closed jaws were only a few feet away. "Oh, good," Black Nail managed to squeak out as he stared at the body of his fallen foe. "I think I won." Bane of Humanity 17. After staring at my Noir's unmoving head for several long moments, Black Nail eventually worked up the courage to go over and examine it. The beast didn't appear to be breathing, so he poked it in the eye with his sword. The massive mutant drake didn't lurch back to life and devour him in one bite. In fact, it didn't move at all. The beast seemed very dead. "I killed my Noir," Black Nail announced to the world as he turned to grin at his allies. He'd done it. He'd slain the toughest monster in the north and somehow survived. Illisti just nodded and looked tired, before dropping his lance. However, Kida grinned back at him. "We all worked together. I was fighting the entire time." Black Nail frowned at her. "I got the finishing blow in though. It was still a team effort." "That's not what you said after you stabbed Warwick in the back. You went around bragging about how you killed him. You didn't mention me or teamwork." "So? What are you getting at?" the redhead asked as she scowled suspiciously at the hobgoblin. Black Nail smiled smugly. My Noir was a lot tougher than Warwick. The drake was also way more famous and feared. It had like 6 names. "I wonder if I'm the Doom now." "That's how it works, right? That's a great bandit name. You can be called the wolf-killing cat or whatever, if you want." This led to increasingly loud argument with Kida, but eventually Illisti reminded the hobgoblin that there were still things to do. Thus, Black Nail squashed the unusual exuberance he felt after his unexpected triumph and went to yell orders at his scattered minions. Most of the lazy fools were laying around on the ground. They could moan and groan later. Soon, Black Nail managed to gather up his dispersed minions and reform them into something like an organized group again. Quite a few of them were injured, which was annoying since it reduced his manpower, but they'd brought medicine and healers along so most of them would probably live. Hobgoblins were tough, and also easily replaced. With Noir dead at Black Nail's hands, Coriolis was probably empty of any more threats. Drakes were quite territorial. Thus, Black Nail felt secure in sending his minions out to search the ruins of the city. They needed to find the silver after all, and he didn't want to stay here longer than necessary. It was important to get the silver back to the human lands quickly so that they could fight the plague and the boggots. If they didn't do it, then he would have to, and he really wasn't looking for more work to do. Thankfully, it only took 2 hours for some lucky scouts to stumble upon a hoard of silver. Black Nail spent that time laughing at Kida and proudly posing next to my Noir's dead body. It turned out that the keep my Noir had made its lair and contained a large stockpile of silver bars from the old mines outside Coriolis. The drake must have chosen the keep as its lair for that reason. Apparently, even drakes loved collecting shiny stuff. Maybe Black Nail would keep some of the shiniest bits of silver for himself. He was sure he could find somewhere to stash them. There was enough silver in the keep to make transporting it all at once impossible, and there was undoubtedly much more stashed around the city. Coriolis had been famous for its iron and silver mines after all. Getting the silver south would be the hard part, but even that was manageable. The human nobles were already throwing resources at the problem. Roads could be rebuilt and barges could carry silver downstream. Even if they did somehow run out of loose silver, the mines were still there. It should be easy enough for Black Nail to reopen them, although that would require a more permanent presence. That wouldn't be a terrible idea. Having conquered Coriolis by defeating its old ruler in a legendary battle to the death, Black Nail didn't really plan on giving the city up. Coriolis was his now. Yes, it was going to take a while for them to gather up all the silver and transport it south, and the city was far too important to leave unguarded, so he'd need to leave a large force here anyway. Otherwise, some stupid human noble might try and seize it. It wasn't like he was going to be short on minions anytime soon. Most of his local enemies were dead, and more goblins and hobgoblins kept appearing to take his food. Coriolis was as good a place for them to live as any now that Myagnoir was dead. The place had a lot of space and materials laying around. It had also been Cedar's old home, so he'd probably have liked it to be rebuilt. Maybe he'd rename the place Cedarville or Cedar Home. Regardless of his long-term plans, the next thing Black Nail had to do was lead his minions back south with as much silver as they could carry. All the dead humans and left behind quite a few horses, and the hobs had brought some boars to carry their own supplies, so they should able to move a fair amount of silver in the first trip. As Black Nail was getting the silver loaded up and everyone ready to move, Kida walked up beside him. I wonder if Gob has sent Warwick's remaining men fleeing for their lives yet. I want a chance to go at them and see them flee before me, but we'll probably be too late. All of the wolves' camps and towns will probably fall before we get back. Without Warwick, I doubt they have much steel in their spines. Sure, Black Nail replied vaguely. It was usually best not to think too much about what Kida said. I suppose that means we've conquered the north. No one will dare fight us now. You've got your hobgoblin armies and I'm an invincible swordswoman. What? Black Nail gave her an incredulous look. That was a very ridiculous thing to say, even or her. He'd conquered the north, not her. Also, she was an average swordsman at best. So, what are we going to do next? Kida asked. I know you. You've always got a scheme. I would be curious to hear of this as well, Illisti announced as he walked over to join them. You are now both my neighbor and the most powerful lord in all the nearby lands. You've accomplished this with no small amount of cunning and daring, so what is it you now seek? Black Nail shrugged. It was true. Soon, all the north would be his. He wasn't quite sure what he was going to do with it, but whatever. He'd put too much effort into conquering it and killed far too many people to worry about that now. Once I'm done getting rid of all the bandits that refuse to swear to me, I'm going to take a really long nap in my mansion. Boring, Kida replied as she stuck out her tongue. That seems unwise. What of the Boggats? They remain a threat, even in the northern lands that you claim, the Vimper pointed out. Black Nail stifled a groan. This was by far his least favorite part of leadership, the responsibility. He hated that. Come to think of it, he'd never really planned to conquer the north because he actually wanted to run it. He'd simply fought to prevent Warwick from taking it over. Also, it was just sort of there. Someone had to control it, and why shouldn't all the north be his territory? He was the best leader and fighter in or out of the green after all. Couldn't he just delegate everything and relax in his mansion all the time? That's how leadership was supposed to work. I'll send hunters out to kill the Boggats in my lands and destroy any nest I find, but I don't think they'll be too eager to fight me. It's humans they hate, and I've bloodied them every time we've met, the hobgoblin explained. And what about the south? If the Boggats do consume those lands, they will inevitably move north. I plan on letting the humans fight the Boggats as much as possible. They should be grateful for all the effort I've put into getting them silver, Black Nail said before grunting sourly. Not to mention, fighting Myagnoir for them. Illisti frowned. I don't think most nobles have such gratitude in them. The position breeds a certain selfishness. Damned blue bloods, Kida cursed. They'll smile and be grateful if they know what's good for them. Otherwise, they won't be getting any silver, Black Nail remarked coldly. Besides, it's not like I won't have lots to do here in the north. I need to deal with all the refugees and keep my hobs out of trouble, which will mean making sure they have food and shelter. I also need to watch Coriolis and guard the silver here, and that means I need to keep repairing all the roads since I'm moving so many troops and supplies around. I also need to deal with all the territory Gob will have taken over and the humans who live there. Illisti nodded. I see. You do have a point. Perhaps it is best not to overextend. It's as good that you are taking your duties to your vassals seriously. I had been afraid you'd let things devolve into chaos, when a true lord needs a firm hand. Personally, I don't plan on straying from my own city of Hers Crest for some time after I return. I too have many responsibilities there. The Vimper then excused himself and went to take care of his remaining men. Black Nail watched him leave with a frown. Ugh, there was that word again, responsibility. He'd had way too much of that when he'd just been in charge of one hobgoblin city, now he was supposed to look after all of the north. If he ran off into the forest and headed north toward the Iron Teeth, it was unlikely that anyone would be able to catch him and drag him back. He could find some goblins living on the other side of the mountains and train them to be his perfect servants. Then, he'd have no responsibilities whatsoever. It was tempting, but he'd run out of cheese pretty quickly though. There was also a little voice in his head that kept reminding him that vengeance wasn't what Cedar would have really wanted from Black Nail. Harad would be quite happy about that, but not Cedar. The old ranger had wanted a united and prosperous north, and now Black Nail had united the north. Rat piss, Black Nail swore. He couldn't just destroy his old master's dream. Without him around, the north would swiftly fall apart and become worse than ever. It needed an amazing and super intelligent leader like him. The burden of being so incredible at everything was heavy indeed. There was cough from Kida, reminding Black Nail that she was still standing beside him. I've been thinking. If you're not going to do anything exciting for a while, then maybe I should go south and help fight the bandits. I have my own men, and I'm sure some of your hobs would go with me. The kingdoms would probably pay us quite well. And it would be a great way to spread the legend of the Red Cat. Blacknail eyed her. Was it possible she might finally leave him alone? You should probably do that then. I'll let you have as many hobs as you want. No matter what happened, Kata's plan seemed like a win for him, especially if she never came back. Although, maybe he should send someone competent with her, so that she didn't get into too much trouble. Ralphie had used to be soldier, so he was probably a good pick. Thanks. With a force of hobgoblins behind me, I'll be queen of the world in no time. Blacknail rolled his eyes but decided against making any comment about that. There was no point. More likely she'd trip over her own feet, break her neck, and end up dead in ditch somewhere. Why don't you go check on the prisoners? I'm putting you in charge of them. Good idea. Kata replied before hurrying away. Blacknail smirked after her. He'd known she couldn't resist the opportunity to brag and lord over some humans who couldn't escape. Soon, the remains of Sir Masnin's expedition and the secret force of hobs that Blacknail had brought had loaded up on silver and were ready to move. They headed out through the crumbling gates of Koro-Ali walls and back out into the green. The forest loomed around them, thick and full of the sounds of life. Blacknail led the way. He wanted to set an example, and the front was the best place for the leader. Behind him came a mob of hobgoblins. Led by Hera and Scamp, they were escorting several large bristleback boars that had been loaded with gear and silver. The pigs snorted loudly as they lumbered forward, but generally acted much better behaved than Blacknail remembered them being. The training must have worked. He hadn't seen them maul a single person yet. Imp and his disciples were among the hobgoblins. The mage was toying with one of the fire staffs they'd looted from the human mages. He hadn't stopped messing with the weapon since he'd gotten his hand on it. Apparently, he was learning a lot and couldn't wait to try to replicate the magical weapons. He'd also assured Blacknail that the staff was unlikely to explode, although Blacknail wasn't quite so certain of that. That was the other reason he was all the way up at the front. The human prisoners came next, with Kata swaggering alongside them, a smug grin on her face. Only the most injured of the prisoners were riding. The rest of them were forced to walk as their horses had been used to carry cargo. There were also quite a few horses taken from slain knights. Holding up the back was Illisti and his men. The Vimper seemed to prefer that position. Glancing back, Blacknail saw that almost no one behind him seemed happy to enter the forest and began hiking. Sour looks decorated many faces. Many of them were exhausted after the fighting and there was no shortage of wounded. Nonetheless, they had a long journey ahead of them before they reached civilization, and they were going to have to push their pace if they wanted their cargo to make a difference in the fight against the plague. At least, they were unlikely to run into any hostile mutants on the way back, since it seemed like they'd already stumbled into all of them on the way here. A flicker of movement off in some trees to the side caught Blacknail's eye. Upon glancing at the source of the movement, Blacknail was reminded that there was one mutant still around, even if it was only mildly hostile. It was the goat. Sighing in resignation, Blacknail produced a piece of cheese and held it out. Seeing this, the goat ambled out of the bushes and walked over to the hobgoblin's side. It eyed him skeptically for a moment and then snatched the cheese from his hand. Chewing on the snack, it matched Blacknail's pace and walked beside him. Briefly, Blacknail considered trying to kill the beast now that it seemed to have finally dropped its guard, but quickly discarded that idea. The goat was probably trying to trick him, and it had its uses anyway. It had accidentally saved him from Warwick after all. During that escape, the hobgoblin had managed to ride the beast for a short while, which meant he could probably tame it. It would make a great mount for someone as famous and amazing as him. He was the ruler of the north now, so couldn't walk everywhere, not with all those fancy humans riding around and looking down on him. Also, there was no doubt that a mutant goat would be a much more regal and inspiring mount than a mere smelly horse. Ha, all the fancy noble humans would be insanely jealous of his goat. Yes, Blacknail would just keep feeding the beast cheese as they made their way back south. Before too long it would grow used to him and he could try jumping on its back again. Having a mount would definitely help him fight other mounted foes, such as Warwick. It was hard to remember that Warwick was actually dead. The man had been Blacknail's obsession for a long time now. He was used to hating the man with an intense burning passion and plotting his terrible vengeance. Now how was he going to spend his spare time? Regardless of all his victories and ambitions, Warwick had managed to get himself killed by some crazy street rat that should have died a long time ago. Blacknail couldn't imagine anything more embarrassing than dying by Kata's hands. It served him right, although it also should have been far more painful. Well, taking Warwick's skull as a decoration would certainly help him remember that he was dead. Right now, the man's bloody head was wrapped up in sack, but where should he keep the skull when he got back? It would be a waste to simply stick it on a stake. He should put it in his throne room. He didn't have a throne yet, but with Warwick dead, he was basically the king of the north, so he certainly deserved a throne. How did you make one though? Did he need to kidnap a certain kind of human? Blah, he was already running into problems. Being king seemed like it was going to be a lot of work and very annoying. At least he could still have fun messing with all his minions and the humans. It would be amusing to make them do silly stuff for him in exchange for silver and gold rocks, and it had been a while since he'd last worked on perfecting his human trap. Epilogue, A New Age. With a wave of one hand, Geralt had dismissed the town's mayor, while he took a sip of wine from a crystal chalice in his other hand. The wine wasn't bad considering its origins, but the mayor was annoyingly submissive and there was little point in talking to him. The town had already surrendered completely after all. Really, Geralt could do whatever he wanted. He was already sitting in the lounge of a large house that had used to belong to the mayor, but the man hadn't even complained when he'd seized it. He'd simply handed over the keys. He supposed that was a normal reaction to a conqueror with an army of hobgoblins at his back, but the complete lack of spine in the mayor still bothered Geralt. He was supposed to have a duty to the townsfolk he represented, which meant putting up at least a little resistance. Well, the man had probably been mayor in name only. Until Geralt's arrival, this town had long been occupied by Warwick's forces. It had served as one of his most important bases, so the leader of Warwick's force here had probably been the one calling all the shots. He was dead now and his head decorated a spike outside the town's gates. Thus, it was currently Geralt's turn to control this town and the fate of the several thousand people that lived within it. Of course, he hadn't been in charge of the attack itself. Gob had done that, but it was Geralt's job to manage the surrender of the town and to negotiate with other humans. Black Nail had left them with orders to conquer Warwick's territory while he was away, not to slaughter everyone and then burn the place to the ground, and that was Geralt's preference anyway. Looting was fine in the short term, but eventually the spoils dried up and a good cup of wine became extremely hard to find. Geralt sighed as his thoughts turned to the future. There was very little of Warwick's once vast empire left. After he'd vanished into the green with the paladin, his troops had been left without their supreme leader and rallying figure. They'd been dug in and ready to fight, but ultimately unprepared for the horde of hobgoblins that immediately launched a full-out war on them. Hobgoblins had spilled out of the green to seize supply shipments and take out every group of bandits that had sworn fealty to the wolf. Squads of hobgoblin hunters had stalked and slain every enemy they could get their hands on, cutting off communication and isolating all of Warwick's forces. Without their leader to inspire them and lead a counterattack, they were forced to cower behind their walls. That was when Gob had brought down the hammer, in the form of Black Nail's main army. One by one he'd swarmed over every isolated town and fort, killing every bandit that served Warwick. Warboars had smashed through wooden gates and trampled the terrified defenders while mobs of hobgoblins swooped in for the kill. Magic had been brought to bear against magic. Warwick's men had a few highly fortified bases left, including an actual castle, but they were surrounded and cut off. Starvation would eventually bring them down. Thus, Geralt had spent his time here in this town, which sat in center of what had once been Warwick's territory. Most of what he dealt with now was problems caused by hobgoblins. Just yesterday, some hobgoblins had somehow gotten the idea in their heads to start racing pigs through the city streets. Several homes had gotten completely gutted before Geralt had put a stop to it. Not to mention, several hobgoblins had a weird and dangerous obsession with burning things. He had to watch them like a hawk. Suddenly, there was bang from out of sight as the house's front door was thrown open. Geralt had glanced toward the hallway just as a hobgoblin messenger stepped into sight. Those hobs haven't started stealing people's hair again, have they? They can't just go around grabbing and shaving townsfolk. They almost started a riot last time. They're lucky no one was seriously hurt. No. There's word from the chief. He's back and he's delivering the silver to the southern humans. Smiling now, Geralt rose to his feet. Good news at last. What of Warwick and the others? The plan worked. Wolfface is dead. And the others? Kada is still alive and bothering everyone, but it seems the fancy leader Night Guy died. A shame, Geralt replied with a sigh. Sir Masnan had seemed like an honorable man, which was an oddity in these times. The hobgoblin nodded in agreement. Yay, she's really annoying. Taking another sip of wine, Geralt felt a heavy burden vanish from off his shoulders. Underneath his calm, but somewhat drunk exterior, he'd been worried about Black Nail. However, it seemed like things were actually going according to plan for once. Magnor must have actually left the ruins of Coriolis, leaving the silver up for grabs. Regardless, the north was now almost completely under Black Nail's control. Even Daggerpoint was still obeying the orders of Black Nail's representative, although Geralt knew that was mostly an illusion. That temptress Lup hero was undoubtedly leading the representative around by his nose. Word of Warwick's death would spread quickly, destroying the morale of his remaining troops. Yes, Geralt would bet that they'd begin deserting and surrendering soon. That was good, because everyone could little afford any distractions in this dark time. There were other, bigger threats. Despite his exile, Geralt still had contacts amongst the southern merchants, and he'd been paying close attention to the struggle against the plague and the boggots in the south. It had been going quite badly, to say the least, and several cities had been completely lost. Thinking about it, Geralt grimaced in distaste and more than a little horror. The army had been forced to burn those cities down to the ground, dooming any remaining citizens within to the merciless flames. The silver from Coriolis would be a welcome boon to humanity's struggle to survive on this continent, a gift from the gods, really. With the serum they could make from it, the army would be able to protect themselves from the plague. Thus, they could redeploy to seize control of the cities and purge them of boggots and ghouls. Without protection from the plague, the army had been forced to keep their distance from ghoul-infested urban warrens, which had allowed the plague to spread uncontrollably. Of course, the boggots still had to be dealt with. Larger and larger hosts of the terrible creatures were being encountered, and scouts were still reporting new hives popping up above ground. With the kingdom so weakened, it would take years of hard warfare to destroy those now. Geralt chuckled darkly. He hoped Black Nail was ready for several incredibly frantic years. He was in charge of a vast territory now, hobgoblins made for rowdy subjects, and the world had never been more chaotic or dangerous. In normal times, the rise of the hobgoblins and their embrace of civilization would have been an earth-shattering development, one which Geralt took some proud credit for, but it was barely a side note to most people. They probably didn't realize the implications that were so obvious to Geralt. The hobgoblins' rise was still just starting, and their transformation of the north was far from complete. From now on, their growth in numbers and power would actually speed up. There was no shortage of wild goblins for them to recruit or forest land for them claim and build villages on. Having displayed a new ability to work together if only under duress, and mimic human innovation, Black Nail's hobgoblins had everything they needed to build kingdoms of their own. There was also the matter of all the refugees fleeing to the north. Apparently, these days hobgoblins weren't considered all that scary in comparison to plague, boggats, and the cruel whims of kings. Geralt chuckled. Oh, how the world had changed. After some pressing, Black Nail had agreed to welcome the refugees and even grant them land under his protection. Their expertise would be extremely useful, even if most of them were penniless farmers. They'd still be able to teach hobgoblins a lot, and they were far more reliable laborers and farmers. Soon, fortified towns such Iron Break would be rising all over the north. Black Nail's power would match that of any southern king, and they were in no position to confront him. They'd have to negotiate with him and his representatives, like Geralt himself. Yes, it was a good thing the hobgoblins had him here to guide them away from the more unsavory paths and prevent unnecessary conflict. Even hobgoblins could act civilized if trained properly. Geralt had smiled as he thought about the power and prestige that would be soon be his thanks to his position as one of Black Nail's most trusted subordinates. It turned out that being exiled for murdering human scum in a duel hadn't been such a huge mistake after all. He'd soon be richer than any of the merchants in his family. There was probably a moral lesson in there somewhere, but Geralt had no idea what it was. Really, Black Nail and all his companions should have learned a lot from the incredible chain of events that had befallen them, or something at the very least, but he was quite sure that none of them had. The bad news. With the latest arc ending, there's been a lot of speculation about where the Iron Teeth will go next. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to say that the Iron Teeth web serial will be going on hiatus. I'm very sorry to do this, but I really feel it's necessary. There are a lot of reasons for this. Writing the Iron Teeth has been a lot of fun, and I've been doing it for 3 years now. It was my first major writing project, and that's a long time to continuously work on one project. Not only have I been writing all the chapters for the web serial, but I've also been working on the book versions. However, over that time, I've grown a little exhausted with the story, and it has suffered quality-wise because of that. I need a break to get things in order and refresh my interest, and I can't do that if I need to keep churning out chapter after chapter. I won't be halting work on the series completely. There's still the matter of the books. I will be editing the story to improve it for the book version and correct the flaws I feel have crept into the story because it has stretched on for so long without me taking a break. In particular, I feel a lot of the side characters have suffered plot-wise because I've been forced to keep advancing the story without stop, and there are other issues as well. A lot of the characters need to have their personalities rounded out and their plots expanded before I start writing new stuff for them. If I were to keep writing without a break, it would really hurt the depth of the story, and I want to write as high-quality stuff as possible. This isn't a sudden decision. I've been planning on doing this for a while, but to do right by my readers, I put it off until I'd wrapped up large parts of the story so that you wouldn't be left hanging. Several plots have come to natural end now, so it's the right time for a break. This editing break will also give me time to correct other flaws in the story and learn from reader feedback. So, please tell me what you think about the story in depth. My new Discord is probably the best place for this. If you want to notice when I restart the Iron Teeth, you can find my email list here. http://www.ironteethserial.com/follow-us/mailing-list